discussions. Anyone want to share their favourite moment of last night in the transport world? Dessert was good. There was a lot of reminiscing when I was walking around of tours and combis and minis and Fiats when they were younger, and of course recalling the old trucks from back in the day as well. So, and I literally only got through a little part of it. So please do make the time if you are back in Invercargill to bring your family, because as Joss was saying, it's the one major tourist attraction that has brought so much to Southland. And what an incredible story of an intergenerational legacy. Also too, for herself and her mother thrust into positions to continue on that legacy. It was a fantastic evening, so thank you to the organisers, the Deer Conference for that first night, and of course to Silver Fern Farms. Now, just some general housekeeping for those who are here for the second day that weren't here for the first. You may have found the toilets are just down the hall. There is lunch served in, of course, that entranceway, and morning tea and afternoon tea. There's plenty of water over here as well. A lot of people asking me where the water is. We are live streaming, so just be conscious of that. And good morning to our live streaming audience, or could be evening for those watching around the world. Feel free to put your questions on the comments where you're watching it on YouTube, because I will be able to get those. Particularly, I know there's a lot of interest every year. I've been involved in live streaming the conference now for several years, from the venison marketing presentations, which will be coming up after morning tea. So if you do have some questions on the live stream, please get them in early for any of the presentations. But in particular, I know there's a lot of people tuning in specifically for that one. Now, one thing that I wanted to really ensure is the incredible offers and specials that our sponsors have today. The exhibition area has been placed in a part that you may not be aware of, so if you didn't get a chance yesterday, please do go through. It's just down the hall, and there's some incredible opportunities to win some. I just have to highlight one that we're going to actually draw this at the end of today, and if you are farming you will appreciate the value of this. Very first time sponsor to the conference, Geraldine ITM. Now, Jason has been passionate about the deer industry and being involved in supporting deer farms throughout South Canterbury, and has 4 drawers of 1 Tornado Heavy Holden Gate delivery within the South Island only, 4 drawers of 1 roll of bayonet deer netting within delivery within New Zealand. So this is open to anyone who owns or operates a working deer farm, and we will draw that today. So head on through to enter the draw with Geraldine ITM. The other thing I really want to highlight is there's an incredible silent auction thanks to Gallagher, and the place where the funds are going of the sale is to the Deer Industry Conference. Now, I'm not sure if you're not involved in organising events, you may not be aware that they are made possible because of the financial contribution of the sponsors. And this is an opportunity to contribute, but at the same time take home TSI2 as a weigh scale and livestock manager, EID and NATE compatible, valued at 5,600, including GST, and the reserve is set at 4,000. So enter in the silent auction to take that home, as well as contribute to the Deer Industry Conference at the same time. Have a number of sponsors that we will thank throughout the conference, but our platinum sponsors, Silver Fern Farms, Alliance, FMG, Datamars, Geraldine, ITM, Allflex, Gallagher and Rabobank, but also extend a big thanks to Bayonet, Osprey, Leader Products, First Light, Duncan NZ for also your amazing contribution to this wonderful conference that I know is well received every year. Coming to you from sunny, warm, lovely Invercargill. How many are wondering whether they should have been on that Rarotongan flight right now? Looks absolutely fabulous. Hey, so in review of yesterday, I really enjoyed the layout of yesterday's program because it was such a nice variety to set the scene. And I really do think that, if we change the way we look at things, the things we look at change. And this is an opportunity for you to step away from the farm, step away from your businesses, and take on board what is happening beyond the farm gate and beyond your businesses around the world, to make your decisions and choices about how you're going to navigate the next 12 months. Interesting, a State of the Nation, which many of you are aware of the challenges of the last 12 months. And Ian Walker, the chairman of the board, and Innes Moffat, CEO of Dairy Industry New Zealand, highlighted that they're still very much on track to be a confident and growing industry. Fantastic presentation, as always, from Blake Holgate from Rabobank on the rural and New Zealand financial outlook. And one take-home I had from that is the rise in sustainable finance initiatives around the world, and that the focus is really on financing those initiatives to improve the environment. Damien O'Connor, Minister of Agriculture, came through and we put the DFA's questions as well as yours from the room to him. Around a range of different topics, from afforestation, winter grazing, through to, of course, trade in China. Lance Burdett was absolutely fabulous and has had a huge amount of feedback from yesterday's presentation. I'm going to put a draw in to win one Tornado Halden Gate if someone can give me one awesome take-home from Lance. Breathe. What a great thing to remember.
I'm not sure whether it was the wine or the breathing. I certainly fell asleep. The 5 breaths I was gone.
And you're obviously still breathing because you're here this morning.
That's a disappointment to some people.
Oh, you're certainly bringing the humour. So definitely not. A take home from Emile Murphy, the new Science and Policy Manager, teaming up with Jamie Ward from Ag Innovation around what co-innovation looks like and those interlinkages of science programs. Really encourage you to go and speak to Jamie and Emile today because they were very open to hearing a lot of suggestions on how you want to communicate that science back to you. And Valtrac seemed to be very well received, I'm taking, because there wasn't a lot of grumbling questions around it. But the importance of antler traceability right through to market is a really exciting project. Lindsay Fung took a lot of your questions around greenhouse gas and where knowing your number discussion is currently at. It certainly is a flowing braided river that constantly keeps moving, as much as you probably want a concise box to tick right now. So a big challenge that Phil, Mackenzie and Lindsay are seeing out. And then to close yesterday, Dr. Jacqueline Routh, who spoke in defence of meat, sponsored by FMG, and some very interesting discussions, as always, from Jacqueline around the meat, and red meat is certainly still in an advantageous position around the world as well, in despite of the rise of plant-based proteins. So a fantastic day again today, and we will be breaking at 10 o'clock for morning tea. But first up, I'd like to invite to the stage Tony Frost from First Light to introduce our first speaker.
Thanks, Sarah, and good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? First Light are proud to continue sponsorship of the Environmental Award in this session today. We'd also like to take this time to congratulate Evan and Linda Potter, who are sitting with us today. Linda and Evan won the DINS Environmental Award in Wellington. I think that was 2 years ago now. And from that great point have continued to go on and just show us all what can be achieved on farm, winning the Balanced Environmental Award, and of very recent times are now the new ambassadors, the National Ambassadors for Sustainable Farming and Growing, the Gordon Stevenson Award. So I'd like us all just to put our hands together and congratulate them for that great accolade. We all know environmental stewardship is a hugely important part of our sustainability plans moving forward. In 2004, DINS brought out the Land Care Manual under the stewardship of Tony Pearce and his great team. That was updated in 2012. And in 2018, I'm sure it was a Timaru Deer Conference, I could be wrong there, Dr. Lindsay Fung launched out the Code of Practice with his team. The deer industry continues to be forefront in this area, especially in the livestock primary sector, and it's something that I think we can feel tremendous pride in, and just think that we continue to lead in this area. On that note, I'd like to welcome Dr. Lindsay Fung to continue with this next session. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Tony. Just a quick elaboration on what Tony sort of talked about with the deer industry's land care manuals and the code of practice. So 2012, the land care manual was updated, and that was due mainly through to efforts of Janet Gregory, who's here today. And I guess the thing is that, yes, I sort of coordinated the code of practice, but the code of practice, just like the land care manual, is based on farmers' actions, farmers' experience, what works for them. So it really isn't sort of a DINS thing. It's an industry-wide publication, which I think many of you have contributed to in one form or another. But thanks, yeah. So today's talk is about environmental stewardship. Welcome to day 2, another cracker Southland day, as usual. But we'll do a broad overview of environmental issues that are impacting on deer farming and how we as an industry are responding to these impacts. So that's just a bit of an outline of what we're going to cover today. The industry action is mostly around what we have been doing in the regional space. In fact, yeah, it's what we've been doing around the regional space. And then we'll move on to the ones which have been dominating the last year or so around central government policy, and then finish off on what we as an industry and you as farmers can do to manage some of these policies. So over the last few conferences, I've given a summary score for the various regional freshwater plans and their impacts on farming. This year there's been little change compared with last year due to 2 obvious events: COVID-19, which has delayed all the consultation processes involved in regional plans and environment court stages. And the other one is central government regulations around freshwater that have come out and have pretty much sort of made the councils pause and think about how those need to be incorporated into their existing plans and what new plan changes they might have to put in place to incorporate them. The one change that I think we can report on is in Canterbury. So that's always been, in my mind, because of the numerous plan changes that they have, has always been a bit of a problem area, because we think you've got one thing sorted and then another sub-region pops up with a plan change that sort of sets things off again. But I think that the Deer Farmers Association branch, the South Canterbury North Otago branch, and the Canterbury West Coast branch, alongside the Woodbury Environment Group and other individual deer farmers, appear to have made a good impression on the hearing commissioners for Environment Canterbury's Plan Change 7, which is the latest one on the table. So we are quite hopeful that their final decisions from the commissioners will be favourable for our farmers. There's also a good number of councils where there are no regional plans or plan changes that have any impact on deer farming. So in terms of submissions from the DFA, these haven't been required. And looking at those councils there in the white box, the one odd case is Hawke's Bay, because it does have some problems for some farmers in priority catchments. But this is really more of an implementation issue of their plan rather than actually developing the plan. So that last slide was all about the regional plans and how we can come and influence them while they're being formulated. This next slide is about how we actually work alongside councils, usually around implementing the regional plans once it's all gone through that process. And I think we're starting to make some ongoing gains. The councils, so obviously, the councils in the Green are where we think we have some very good engagement and relationship buildings with councils. And remember, the councils are sort of a multi-headed beast. There's lots of different departments, and there's good relationships with some and others where there might need to be work on. And I think for us, the important thing is that while it's good to work alongside the people who work with you every day, so the land management advisors and potentially the consents people, it's the policy makers that we actually do need to target to try and get sort of sensible policies in place when they go through their regional plans again. So I think we're making some progress in those ones in the Green. In the middle, the councils where we have minimal contact are where there are few deer farmers or the councils are not facing any pressures to regulate dry stock farming. But of this group, I would pick the need to seek better engagement with Marlborough and Northland. They have had their plans sort of approved in the last few years, and they've, due to representations, they have been they've been quite benign on deer farming. But I think we do need to make that next step of further engagement with them to lock in those gains. For all those councils which we have limited or promising engagement, we will look to improve our relationships with them over the next couple of years. So in terms of that engagement, here are some examples of how it has been helpful and positive for our farmers. And just a quick note about those examples. They all involve a strong DFA presence. So we have, down here, we have the Southland Environment Advance Party through P2P. A noticeable feature about this is that Environment Southland are heavily involved. One of their land management officer attends most of the meetings, and they provide a whole lot of supportive information and access to other people in council. But notably, key people in this group are John Somerville, so National Exec Chair, but his the key involvement is that he's been involved with the Southland Water and Land Plan right through from the draft stage many years ago, involvement in the economic project that the Environment Southland ran. So he's actually been quite a key contact for the council to understand what deer farmers do and how they manage risk. Another key person is Bruce Allen as chair of the Southland DFA. And special mention to Michelle Roberts, who is involved in the Environment Southland's regional forum, which is a collection of community people, and their task is essentially to look at the challenges facing the region in terms of freshwater management, and then work out what is a preferred way to tackle them. And in all honesty, Southland has some very serious and quite significant changes to make in terms of improving freshwater quality. So that is a role that Michelle has taken on that carries a lot of responsibility. But moving up the country to Canterbury, the South Canterbury North Otago branch and the Canterbury West Coast branch, along with the Woodbury Environment Group, as I've mentioned, have got some very positive engagement going on with Environment Canterbury, and principally for the last 4 years, they've been involved in training of the ECAN independent auditors which audit the farm environment plans. So every year they run a training day, the auditors come along and they take them out on the farms, they talk about particular issues. So the last one, surprise, it was all about winter grazing. But yeah, there's been a range of activities that they've covered. Moving up into the North Island and the central regions, with this latest round of announcements from the government around intensive winter grazing, Central Regions Chair Tony Gray got involved with Horizons. Horizons were regional council, and they were looking to see to develop a consent process for intensive winter grazing. Obviously, that's on hold now because of the latest announcements around that. But that was a very proactive engagement by the branch. And then up in Waikato, with a very contentious plan change one going on. The DFA branches of Waikato and Waipa have been involved in a dry stock liaison committee, which is run by Environment Waikato, and that's all about, regardless of what the plan change does or doesn't do, how does the council work constructively together with farmers? So there's been good representation there, and as a result, I think in the last meeting that was held, it was quite embarrassing to hear Waikato Regional Council sing the dairy industry's praises around a bunch of initiatives, but very welcome, but a little bit sort of humble brag sort of thing. So I'd just like to maybe sort of call upon John Somerville to sort of talk a little bit about the Southland Environment Advance Party. You know, I think this is something, you know, we're here in Southland, but this is quite an interesting group. And while I've not been able to attend most of the advance parties or the environment groups around the country, this particular group, I think, is an exemplar of what good farmer-to-farmer support and problem-solving looks like. So John, so a bit of a Q&A with John here, but when was the group formed, and how many people are in it?
Thanks, Lindsay. Hi. The group was formed probably about roughly 3 years ago, and there's around about 10 people in it. And we're mainly in what you call the coastal sort of climate of Southland, which is this beautiful climate that we all shared in the last couple of days. So we all have a similar sort of land type and heavier soils. So it has its challenges in that. And so I over that time, we've sort of concentrated on things like, you know, riparian management, sediment traps, and winter grazing, of course, is a huge thing down here in dealing with bad winter weather events. So and we looked at other things like we've done our farm plans and such forth, and we're looking further afield, like to the emissions from our farms and things like that. So it's one of those things, the spaces that when you get into the environmental thing, you can look at it quite simply, but it just keeps evolving as it goes on, and there's just a whole lot more topics that you want to start to take an interest in. So, but it's also the as a group as of all the APs, you know, you get quite a close relationship with all the people, so people are quite honest in what they talk about and what they think you're doing good on your farm or bad on your farm, and you know, and so that's quite a strength of it. So that's what we're about.
And there was something that happened in 2019, John. Could you elaborate on that, please?
Yeah, we won the Community Award for Environment Southland, so as a group, so we were really rapt to get that, and it was really great for the industry too. So.
Yep. So that's some examples of what they've been looking at: winter barns, winter cropping, looking at the use of wetlands and sediment traps on water quality, and a really nice. The first time I think that deer farmers have won an award down in Southland, an environmental award. So really nice to see that, and that was actually announced in 2019 when John was up at the branch chairs meeting up in Wellington. So so you don't see him in that picture, but he's all part of that, and that's them out in the field. So I think just a quick further acknowledgement. A lot of the success of these groups comes down to the facilitators, and the group has been very fortunate to have Jane Crystal at the beginning, before she traitorously moved to beef and lamb. But then we've got a more than ample replacement in terms of Nick McGruder from Otago. So thank you to both of those. So moving on to, that was all the regional work, and moving on to the central government policies that have dominated the last couple of years. No surprises here, and I think I did sort of run through some of these yesterday, but freshwater management, you know, and let's be honest, this is an issue. It is, you know, not necessarily a bigger issue as some people make out, but it is an issue, and it is driven by measurable deteriorating water quality in some parts of the country. The other one that I've mentioned is Indigenous biodiversity, and again, that is driven by a real issue of declining habitat and key species, not uniform across the country and land types, but significant in some areas. And the last one, which we did to death yesterday, greenhouse gas emissions, that's driven by international agreements. Now, looking at those three, one of them doesn't quite belong. So I'd say that, you know, two of them are real issues in terms of there are things that need fixing now, and there should be a focus on them. And one of them, I think, is probably a little bit more artificial. I won't say any more because this could be a bit contentious. But essentially, I think, you know, these are the things which have now, I suppose, in the absence of the regional plans, sort of taking a lot of time and focus, these are the things which are now sort of potentially have a big impact on not just deer farming but all livestock farming, and probably over the next 5 years. So getting a bit more specific, as I mentioned in last year's video conference, we scored some good outcomes for deer farming and freshwater management, but with two notable exceptions. That's stock exclusion as defined by the low slope map, and winter grazing standards. So we know that this season is going to be a crunch time for winter grazing. We should expect heavy scrutiny from the public across the country, and we've had a direct, explicit statement from a certain person who's sort of been doing this for the last few seasons down in Southland, that's his group's intention. But not just in Southland. I think it's going to be particularly in our industry's heartland, so Southland, Otago and Canterbury. We have a year to develop and create the intensive winter grazing modules. So you've seen a template which has been put out by MPI. We can refine that. We've got a year to refine that or add to that. And these things will be included in a certified freshwater farm plan. This, we hope, will be, and we are expecting, will be a vastly different and a better outcome than going down a resource consent route. Also positively around that area, we do have an opportunity, the Minister has stated it, that we do have an opportunity to redefine what those permitted activity standards for winter grazing are. So that's hopefully going to include reconsideration of sowing dates, pugging depths. Yeah, so maybe we might get from 20 to 50 centimetres or something. No, pugging depths and pugging extent. So yeah, you know, those were the three ones which everybody identified as completely sort of unrealistic and not reflective of risk. So we do have a chance to revisit them. And also, as Ian Walker mentioned yesterday in the opening speech, we are also requesting a re-examination of the low slope map method for stock exclusion, and suggesting that the alternative approach of using farm environment plans to identify where stock exclusion is appropriate. So yeah, you know, we do have a year to work on this, but it is quite a crucial year. Indigenous biodiversity. So in March last year, DINS and Beef and Lamb put in a joint submission on the proposed national policy statement for Indigenous biodiversity. And I should sort of add, you know, when we get to regional plans around freshwater management things, those things can have some quite specific requirements for deer farmers that are in excess of compared with other livestock species. I mean, Indigenous biodiversity in terms of the national policy statement is probably much more of a generic thing. So in this case, DINS and Beef and Lamb put in a joint submission. But since then, we really haven't been able to engage with the government officials from MFE or DOC in this area. And this is a feature which all the primary industry organisations have had the same experience, even the ones which have been at the table leading up to the development of that proposed NPS. There are a number of concerns, and the most significant one is around the high possibility that there will be an increased scope to establish significant natural areas on private land and therefore limits placed on activities of that area, as well as land adjacent to the SNA. We have heard from other organisations which have got a keen interest in this that they expect an announcement to be made on the final MPS at the end of 2021. And lastly, greenhouse gas emissions, which will be our biggest challenge, I think, over the next 5 years, because we know that farmers will be facing a charge, but we don't know how high it will be set and how it will change over time. But I'm not going to dwell on this because we did cover this in detail yesterday. So in summary, here's how I view the challenges that our industry faces. So we've got freshwater management, and I think we do have a good chance of getting this right for the most part. But as I've said before, and sorry for the scratch record, winter grazing this season is a critical sort of go, no-go point for us. Indigenous biodiversity, I think we have a 50-50 chance of getting this to a workable outcome. We could show policymakers how biodiversity coexists on a productive farm that doesn't require sort of complete retirement and no activities required. We can show them a range of responses where biodiversity can thrive and be enhanced. But obviously crucial to this is the engagement that we can get with policymakers. And then lastly, as I said, greenhouse gas emissions. If we took a holistic view, or one that looks to link all of those three issues together, I think that if we looked at policies that encourage or incentivise farmers to maintain or enhance Indigenous biodiversity, that could also help to offset greenhouse gas emissions. And depending on where those sites are located, there could also be benefits for freshwater quality. So I think, taking that holistic view, we could get some win-win-win outcomes in terms of policy. However, to do that, we do need to overcome silos within and between government departments, which, I grant is quite a big ask. Right, well, after all that good news, let's take a step back from all the current uncertainty and policy wrangling in Wellington, and think about some fundamental features of deer farming in New Zealand. So, in my time in DINS, and that was starting in 2006, I've been fortunate to visit a good number of deer farms, and more recently around the environmental awards judging and farms that form part of a regional plan submission process. So no farm is perfect, but we have some very switched on farmers that are more often than not will change practice if problems or issues are pointed out to them. So I think a really classic example, a really good example is that many years ago, a certain Hawke's Bay farmer, location of a self-feeding silage pit, was vigorously questioned by his peers, and as a result, that was shifted. So a brilliant piece of technology, but probably in the wrong area, and that was rectified quite quickly. I think that's a prime example, but there are many others. And Janet Gregory, who has been judging deer farmers for many more years, can attest to the changes that she's seen in deer farming over that time. But in short, and by and large, I think our farmers are good stewards of the land. The greenhouse gas study that we covered yesterday, that ranged from the farms that we looked at, they ranged from 3 to 19 stock units per hectare. And I think this is about right in terms of intensity. There may be higher stocked farms, but I have yet to hear of any. There could be, but I think that 19 tends to be the upper limit that I hear about. Another useful metric is the amount of imported feed that farms bring on, and they don't appear to exceed 5% of the total annual feed, and typically are between 2 and 4%. So these are pretty low intensity and low input systems, and when you couple that with the good management practices that the industry has developed, the attention to animal welfare that's quite evident in most of the farms that we visit, I think that means that contaminant losses from deer farms are low, by and large. Of course, we do have to pay attention to sediment loss, but we do have effective good management practices for this. Similarly, alongside sheep and beef farms, we have very good areas of indigenous biodiversity, be it terrestrial, wetlands or waterways. And even with greenhouse gases, if this is expressed as kilos of greenhouse gas per hectare, we stack up pretty favourably, as do sheep and beef farms. And finally, as we heard yesterday, and more to come today, COVID aside, the markets are more sustainable and the risk is spread more widely than ever. So, putting impractical and unworkable policies to one side, this should be a confident, growing and sustainable industry. So I enjoyed listening to the other speakers yesterday, mostly because their messages and observations confirmed or affirmed my own set of prejudices around deer farming. But here are my takes on what farmers can do to either head off unreasonable policies or find solutions to issues that you might not have previously been asked to address. The first one is complete a farm plan, and that includes documenting and recording good practices of parts of your farm over time. Form groups. When the going gets tough, the tough form groups. Advanced parties, environment groups, catchment groups, probably even SNA appreciation clubs, whatever. But groups are good, right? The last one, support your DFA branch. This is quite selfish. This really allows me to do my regional policy work. It's so much more effective when local farmers, people with skin in the game, can rock up to a regional council plan hearing, tell their story, provide practical alternatives to proposed regulations. Please do not underestimate the power of farmer-run groups such as the DFA compared with Wellington-based industry groups such as DINS. Know your greenhouse gas numbers. So, yeah, we covered that. Leading on from that sort of supporting your branch, speak up when you see that something is unfair or misses the mark when it comes to how it impacts on your ability to farm. You can do that directly to the regulator or via DINS or DFA. The power of you voicing your concerns when that's alongside other affected parties to voice their concerns can be quite compelling. And really, I think, in the recent years, we've seen some huge pushback from farmers, particularly in Southland First Up, which had just under 1,000 submissions. And then later on, about a year or two later, in the Waikato, when we had well over 1,000 submissions. And a huge chunk of that was from dry stock farmers. And as a result, I think of that grassroots representation, both of those regional plans where they currently are at have ended up with things which are by and large doable and reasonable for deer farmers. Show others what you are doing. So when people see what our deer farmers do as business as usual, this can only help our community standing of the industry. This last one is where I think we, farmers, processors, marketers and DINS executives can really make some long-lasting and effective gains. We've run a series of Deer 101 field trips for government and regional council officials, and we're going to continue these as all the participants gain a better appreciation for what deer farming is and how our farmers manage this risk. This photo is a trip from North Canterbury by MPI and MFE officials a couple of years ago. We've done the same in Hawke's Bay and Otago. However, individual farmers can also do the same, and we're also considering how we can get universities to engage with farmers on long-term environmental research and monitoring. There really is, I know there are concerns about sort of showing people your farming operation, but I think, when people do see it in real life and do gain an appreciation for what you do and how you manage risks, you know, to date anyway, I think we've only had beneficial outcomes from that. Finally, as a DINS official, I'm obliged to end the presentation with an abstract diagram with different colours and mandatory arrows. And the dashed line is a bonus KPI, so please note. Yeah. So if you look at the bottom, we've got the 4 key pillars of the DINS strategy. And at the top, we've got 3 outcomes that DINS is working towards under our Deer Farming Environmental Plan, which was endorsed by the DINS board in November 2019. And that's do the right thing. People recognise that we're doing the right thing, and as a result, reasonable rules are in place. So my job mainly revolves around outcome 3, that reasonable rules are in place so you guys can get on with farming. My challenge to you as farmers, your job mainly revolves around outcome 1. If you're doing the right thing, and we can demonstrate that, then you know, we're on pretty solid ground. And I think our shared outcome, which is probably where we do need to put quite a bit of effort is that people recognise that we are doing the right thing. So together, we can do it. Thank you.
We have 10 minutes, and I know after yesterday there was a lot of questions for Lindsay, so please use this opportunity, put your hand up and we can fire off some questions around this stuff. Oh, you're feeling very confident, they're all on it, they know exactly what they need to do.
That's job done, thank you.
You're letting him get away that easy? No, I didn't think so.
Oh, no.
Thank you, Lindsay, for a very good perspective on potentially the way forward, and thank you for our conversation last night. It seems we have a conundrum in that, on the one hand, if we open ourselves up with farm environment plans and allowing folk onto our properties, basically our private information becomes public. And as I said to you last night, that was a real concern at one of the recent groundswell meetings in Gore. You can pick I come from the south. So that's the one issue, but the other side of it seems to be we have to share our story. And I suppose it will engender some level of trust. So, yeah, I guess we just have to proceed, but I think in that process, would it be fair to assume then that we're really facing the end of privacy in terms of our own operations?
Yeah, no, thanks very much for that. That is a really good question, and one that crops up from many parties. I think the reality is that farm environment plans are already here for some people, and they're probably going to be required for pretty much every farmer in the near future. The question then comes is how discoverable are those farm plans to third parties? And that is something which all industry groups are keenly aware of, and you know, we will be looking to ensure that as much as can be retained. Now, Paddy might correct me, but I have been involved a bit with ECAN around some of their farm plans, and Stu Stokes actually was one who raised this about how much was discoverable to third parties. He was worried that there was commercial information there which she didn't really particularly want to share. B, also that people might sort of pore over it and then try to find areas where they could find some fault. What I was told by ECAN was that a workaround with it is if this is part of a consent, the consent is discoverable under the Local Government Official Information Act. If the farm plan was an appendix to the consent, then it wasn't discoverable. So a very sort of, yeah. So you know, there are workarounds, but it is definitely an area that we need to look at. I think the other thing though is that I think you as a business owner, you do have the right to sort of say, bugger off, you're not coming onto my property for whatever reason. I mean, I can't just rock up to your home and say, oh, I just want to have a look at your roses, you know. Well, I could, but, you know, I don't know what the result would be. So, you know, I think it does come down to trust. But I think the thing is, if as an industry we all were to say, right, nobody's coming on the farm because you're all going to, you've all got to in for me. How are we going to show people what we do? Yep. Sorry. Yep.
Lindsay, thanks very much for that clear and precise description of how the environment thing's going at the moment. I think it was absolutely brilliant the way you laid it out before. My biggest concern, the question I was going to ask you was greenhouse gases. I still don't understand accurately how it's calculated. There's so many different add-ins there.
Yep.
Until we understand how your greenhouse gas number is calculated,
Yep.
we're knowing nothing.
Yeah, and I do apologise, Paddy. In He Waka Ikano, we haven't even got to that. We've got a basic concept where you calculate the amount of methane that's produced, and you will use a tool like Overseer or something like that to spit that number out. And alongside that, we've got a number of how much nitrous oxide is going to be emitted. I think some of the issues will be what can you do and how will it be reflected in a tool that assesses those. So what can you do around good management practices or efficient feeding to reduce those numbers? And so at this point in time, it's kilos of methane, kilos of nitrous oxide, and then a price will be applied to both of those, and that'll be the liability that you pay. And we don't know. And again, it could be, if you follow the ETS model, it could be, here's your total methane and here's your total nitrous, but we'll apply a 95% discount, or you're only liable for 5% of that. But it could be something else, or it just could be actually we just want to set a low price overall, and it can be quite independent of the ETS, or we could peg it to it. So yeah, lots and lots of uncertainties. And then, as I mentioned, you've got that carbon storage sort of side of things. So what's in woody vegetation? Soil, probably not. Wetlands, maybe. There's a whole lot of things which we know store carbon, but whether or not we can robustly verify them and whether or not they're quite volatile and up and down is all going through the churn. So I'm really sorry, Paddy. These are things which are being talked about, and we have yet to land on something.
Yeah, thanks, Lindsay, for I learn a lot every time you stand up there. Can you help a little bit, like following on from Peter Kalb's comment about the privacy versus having stuff that we can put up to show the industry is doing the right thing? Like, if we look back to the start of when the industry was challenged with Johne's disease, and a certain vet from the Hawke's Bay said it was a little bit like having a wart on your knob. You knew it was there, but you didn't like to talk about it, right? So it strikes me, a lot of this environmental stuff is in a similar place to what Johne's was 10 years ago. And I'd just put up the success that the industry has had with Johne's disease that we can show, and we're one of the only control programs in the world that can show over 10, 12, 15 years the reduction in the impact that we've had with that disease, is having a central, some kind of information, not discoverable to the public, but some way that we can show the progress that we made, and now it's just a standout that's virtually unmatched around the world. So as much as I appreciate the need for the privacy, the power of having something in your back pocket as an industry that we can put up to show the progress we're making is really strong too. What do you reckon about that?
Yeah, yep, really good observation. And I think, the industry has a record in animal health and velvet antler removal of doing the right thing and having evidence to demonstrate that it's doing the right thing. So that's totally in line with what the industry's track record has been. I guess in terms of people wanting to scrutinise things on delicate parts of your body, there are a lot of people who want to do that in the environment space. So, and the thing is, it's not just particular to the deer industry. So we look at antler removal, we look at our animal welfare codes of welfare and things like that. These are things that are particular to deer, and nobody else is going to do it, so we've got to do it. The environment stuff involves pretty much every livestock farming system and beyond that. So while I agree with that, I think it would be great if we could do it for our guys, but there'd also be some issues around, are you a deer farmer or are you predominantly a sheep and beef farmer? If we're doing it, does that mean everybody else pulls up? It's a heck of a lot of resources we'd also have to put into that, and so I don't know if people would really be in deer farming that much longer if we upped the levies to do all of that. But but no, the concept I think is sound here.
Yeah, I just sort of commenting on that privacy issue. And I think what was the important thing about it is it's just if people outside suddenly see your operation, if they have access to all your online data, obviously they can access farm resource consents, but it's if they can access farm plans and that, it sort of undermines the thing. So I think that side is a bit concerning. So it has to be protected as such, because there's a lot of people out there, as we know, want to undermine farms, and they see something they drive past. So it's quite important that it is protected.
Yeah. So the flip side to that, ECAN, and I don't normally give out bouquets to ECAN, but they have a two sort of tiered approach. So if you're going for a consent to farm, so it might be that you breach a nitrogen threshold, or you've got irrigation, or you've got winter grazing of a certain area, you apply for a consent to farm, and you have to do a farm environment plan that includes a nutrient budget. So it's an overseer sort of thing, right? So it's pretty full on. That's something that resides with the council, and then you get into the issues of how discoverable is it. In some areas, they have also proposed, actually, if you're in areas that have, say, sediment or phosphorus issues, you can be a permitted activity as long as you do what they call a management plan, which is essentially a farm environment plan without the nutrient budget, without the overseer stuff, because overseer looks at nitrogen, but it does stuff all for sediment and phosphorus. So that, as a permitted activity, you complete a management plan, that's yours, doesn't rest with the council, but it's available to the council upon inspection. So I think, depending on how the government wants to pitch all of this sort of stuff, and how the regional councils, how much control the regional councils want to have, we could have what we would call a farm plan, still residing with the farmer, and there might be some sort of security that way.
Just to follow on that, Lindsay, a wee bit, it might be best to bring it to the attention of the others that in our situation a couple of years ago, we're red zoned, so we had to get a consent, and we were asked by our farm assurance program for our farm environment plan to sit in their records, which they didn't get, but we could give them a surety that we had one. But if those things, where the hell do they stop?
Yep. No, so that's good points. And I guess the thing is, when we start getting into these sorts of discussions, when if this vision of the minister around an integrated farm plan sort of gains momentum, we do need to be bringing in farmer experiences around what's currently operating and what are the pitfalls. So, yep, thanks.
We'll just stop there. So if you want to catch up with Lindsay in morning tea, I think we'll continue on that. But round of applause, please. It was excellent. Just continuing on that theme around please don't make it stop. It's kind of like your alarm clock in the morning, but you still need to get up, even though you can't make it stop. So hopefully, Donald, sort of got that coming together, yesterday when you were saying, I thought this might go away, but it's sort of not looking that way, is it? And it's excellent to have our next two guests to come and put some practical analysis around what is happening with winter grazing management and the responsibility of farmers right from the coalface. We have Dr. Lindsay Burton, Chair of Winter Grazing Action Group, who is also the Chair of the Veterinary Association, and Rob Phillips, the CEO of Environment Southland, coming to talk to us now before morning tea. So I'd like to invite to the stage first Rob Phillips, CEO.
Good morning. Just a couple of comments to make at the start. And I know it's we're living in interesting times and lots of challenges coming at us out of Wellington and other places. Just to give you a bit of a quick overview of Southland, I'm sure you've talked about Southland and from a deer farming perspective, from water quality and a land use perspective, and also just in terms of the importance of the rural sector, the regional sector to Southland. So in terms of economy, the rural sector really important. Much more so than any other region in the country. I think our GDP is about 20% comes out of that rural sector, as opposed to most regions 10 to 12. So the rural sector, including deer farmers, really important to Southland, and that makes it really critical that whatever we do in that environmental space recognises that. We've got big environmental challenges. We've got water quality, especially in our lower catchments, that's not in great shape, and our estuaries aren't in good shape. So that's the confronting stuff, actually, and we've done a lot of work in the last 10, 15 years to address that, to do better at that. We haven't had, even though there's a lot of good stuff going on, and in some areas where actually water quality is good, and of course a big chunk of the region is Fiordland and other pristine areas where the water quality is fantastic. But we've also got in our developed areas, especially in the lower catchments where it all ends up, it's not great and the dials are going the wrong way. So that's our challenge. That's what we've got to get on top of. So when I talk to people and I talk to my staff, we've got some drivers around. We need to get better environmental outcomes, but we need to do it in a way that maintains confidence in that rural sector and confidence that sector's got a huge future and is part of a thriving Southland going forward. So those are the two drivers, and I don't think we can do one without the other. So if we focus just on environment without actually making sure our community is with us and there's confidence, we're not going to get those environmental outcomes, because we're not going to get them just through regulation. We know we are going to need to have those communities, those industries, such as yourselves, on board and looking at how do we minimise our impacts. So that's just a bit of a starter to sort of set the scene. So one of our risk areas is winter grazing. So we've got a fantastic climate down here for growing grass. It's the best in the country. I don't come from Southland. I've been here 8 years. I actually come from the North Island, from Wanganui. Spent some time in Canterbury and in Taranaki, and I thought Taranaki grew grass pretty well, but came down here and just was amazed. But we have a long winter, and so we've got to look at some wintering systems, including with cropping, that actually does create risks. And the risk is around sediment, so we can have some good winters, and then we'll have a period of miserable weather. There's nothing surer than sometime in the winter we'll get a storm come through, or two. And those from Southland will be all nodding their heads. I know that's hard to believe on this gorgeous summery day, but so those are challenging times. So it's always been one of those things, that and what was acceptable 10 years ago is not acceptable anymore. So we've got to work hard at how do we get better wintering systems. So I've got a PowerPoint here. I'm not too sure if it's on the screen. Yes, it is. Look at that. 2019, this came to a head. I'm not sure, some of you will remember this, and certainly the Southland farmers will. We had a storm early August, and we had some activists in the Waikato, and we had got some local activists who brought things to a head. Now, they'd been sharing photographs all over the country, including Wellington. In previous years, I'd gone to meetings and sort of been confronted with these, so what are you doing about this, Rob? And I'd be looking at half the photographs were from the Pomahaka or from other parts of South Otago, not Southland, but it didn't seem to matter to some people. And there's nothing wrong with the Pomahaka. They do great stuff there. But it was interesting. So people take photographs, they share them around. This gained momentum in 2019. And where's the power? Have we got something I can play with? Get that's the green button. Yeah. Look at that. So a messy one. It was a messy year. So it was good year up until 1st of August, I think it was. And then we had a really period of tough rain. We had some activists who were taking photographs. And so they weren't that flash. And So anyone from Southland knows that actually when there's rain, there's some things that aren't too flash. And I remember driving to Dunedin the following weekend, driving up the main road, and every second paddock I seemed to come to had winter grazing and wasn't looking very good. And I'm thinking, well, why do people put winter crops beside main roads? But that's beside the point. But you can see actually there was some pretty confronting stuff going on. Cows and a lot of it was around cows and mud. I don't see too many photographs of deer, to be fair, but certainly cows, and that got the interest going. We had we had some demonstrations. We had a demonstration outside work, and it was interesting. We had calls for my resignation. So Rob Phillips should resign. So this was national media. Rob Phillips should resign because he hasn't got on top of winter grazing. So it got personal. It was interesting, and that's sort of the tactic, I think, of the activists. They really want to make a difference, and it certainly worked with me. It got my attention to it anyway. And thank goodness my council didn't agree, and I see one of my councillors sitting down there, so I'm hoping he agrees as well. So yeah, look, it was interesting, and look, they raised this with Minister. I gather ministers were coming back from being away on a trade thing at the time, and in Auckland Airport they were confronting with these images, Damien O'Connor and in particular, and so he formed a I think an action group that Lindsay's going to talk about shortly. I understand, although we haven't talked, we were going to talk, we didn't quite get to that space, but so it got the minister's attention as well, and he formed an action group. At the same time, there was some stuff going on in Southland. We had a kindergarten that had some sediment from an adjoining paddock just flowed over. It just was a bit of a moving mass, and that was less than helpful. So that made the media. We did some compliance monitoring flights that year. We found there were 95 areas we need to follow up. So there wasn't a great picture at all. And out of those 95 flights, there were 8 farmers were found to be had significant non-compliance, i.e. there was sediment going into waterways. And we took a number of infringement notices, and we took 3 prosecutions. So this is getting serious. They were prosecuted and successfully prosecuted. So this is part of how do we change that behaviour, and the heat was on. But we also recognise that actually we can only make changes if we get together with industry and others. So we got a hui together in September, October that year with industry, including, I think Lindsay was there, and also some of our local farmers were part of that conversation, and looked at actually we can do better here going forward. We had to do better. There was Southland's reputation was at stake. So that was a really positive exercise, and we had MPI obviously in that tent as well. So it was great to see industry stepping up and taking some real leadership roles, saying actually our industry, and I'm sure yours was the same, can actually do better here. And I'm not picking on industries here, by the way. This was a Southland issue, but we all had to do it. We all were in there together. And again, I go back to those things, the comments I made earlier on. We need our primary industries to be the best they can if Southland's going to thrive in the future, and we can get on top of our environmental challenges. So out of this hui came an action plan. So we held the pen, but we didn't drive it. So this is a joined up action plan. What was everyone going to do going forward to actually make a difference? I was very impressed, but thinking we've got to actually get some runs on the board and see that change. So in the 2020 year, we did some flights, and look, it was pretty clear to us. We did some flights early on in the season to see what sort of evidence there was in terms of where farmers were putting some winter grazing paddocks, the sort of setbacks, all of those things. And look, we were impressed. There was evidence of a widespread uptake of good management practices that was needed. And we had only 19 incidents that we needed to follow up. So we did, out of those flights, as opposed to 95 the previous year, 19. And we had 3 farmers who were deemed to have significant non-compliance, and we didn't take any prosecutions. So there was some follow-up, but actually no prosecutions. I was, as part of the industry stepping up, they had their own 0800 number, and also we had the different organisations all working together with their respective organisations, so we weren't tripping over each other. We've got scarce resources in Southland, so it's really critical that we are all working together on this stuff. So it was great. It was really, really good. So the forward planning was impressive, and we're seeing more of that sort of going into this year as well. Look, as you remember, last year we also had some national policy statements for freshwater, and a national environment standard coming in for freshwater as well, which included some regulations aimed at winter grazing. We didn't think they were terribly helpful. They targeted, in our view, the wrong stuff. We had a new word come into the New Zealand language, pugging. So they put a lot of emphasis on pugging, and so all of a sudden we had this term pugging, and everyone's wondering what they're talking about. But farmers know about pugging, but not many other people do. But it became part of the language. You've got to stop pugging. Now, actually, we've got to focus on the sort of problem and the outcomes. If you're going to have livestock in the winter, you will have some pugging. There's nothing sure. What you don't want to do is have that sediment flowing into waterways. That's what we want to be focused on. So we had another hui. We've got the ministers down, and again talked about this and talked about what we'd achieved, but also that this wasn't helpful. So we formed another group, and I'm not a great fan of committees, but actually this is a really good committee. It had all of the players on there, and again we held the pen. We didn't drive it. This is industry driven. The key thing is with this group we had fish and game in there. Now fish and game and Environment Southland don't always, it'd be fair to say, sometimes there's quite a bit of tension in the relationship. But man, that was a key to our success with this one. So we had a guy in there who understood the science, he knew the Telford research, he knew about what actually causes a problem, and he became a key spokesman for us. We had a session, so they produced a report around here's what some regulations should look like going forward. We presented that in Wellington in December, and the lead guy for us was, I won't mention names, but out of Fish and Game. And it was impressive, and we had a Southland team there, and he was leading the charge. Now that was something I wouldn't have predicted, but it was certainly carried the day. And so, look, you would have seen the results. The ministers have agreed to put this off for a year while they actually look at what's required and what's sensible going forward. And again, I keep on pushing this thing. We've got to look at outcomes. How do we make a difference? And that's the key for me. And I guess the key part of that advice was around let's focus on critical source areas. That's where the sediment's going to come from. And let's have a farm plan module. I hear the conversations about some privacy, but a farm plan module. Not too sure how that fits into that conversation, Lindsay, but we can talk about that as part of that solution going forward. So look, I'm confident that the minister's listening, and he's aware that actually Southland's doing a lot of work in this space. And when I say Southland, I'm not talking about Environment Southland, I'm talking about Southland Inc. So, and that's critical for us. And again, going back to, this is one part of addressing our water quality challenges. So look, I'll perhaps leave it there. But just going back to that main point, we've got real challenges here in Southland. We've got to achieve better environmental outcomes, but we've also got to maintain confidence and trust with our rural community, and a real confidence that they've got a big future here and they're going to continue to be part of a thriving South. So I'll leave it there. Does anyone have any questions? Or do you want to take questions at the end, Lindsay? Yeah. Do you want to do Lindsay's first and then have questions? How do you want to work it?
Yes, we'll do Lindsay's.
Yeah. Oh, Lindsay, how are you going? Good, thanks. Nice to see you.
Good to see you too. Okay, so thanks very much. It's actually not Veterinary Association, it's Vet Council, so I just need to correct that because the New Zealand Veterinary Association will get a bit snotty about it. So by way of training, I'm a veterinarian and started in the Rangatiki actually back in the mid-70s, and so one of my first introductions to new species was some fairly wild deer at that time, and trying to determine actually how to remove antlers, how to remove velvet. So it was right back in those early days of silly things that perhaps we may have done at the time, and some
quite interesting drugs that we were using to try and actually achieve the right outcomes. But, in fact, those outcomes were achieved and they've been developed and refined. And so I'd like to say thank you first to the conference for the invitation to talk to you. Subsequent to dealing with veterinary practice, I've been involved in the dairy industry, but also heavily involved in animal welfare and farm to process animal welfare forum. And then, as mentioned, we had an event 2019 where there was a lot of attention being applied to grazing practices, particularly in Southland, and that got a lot of media attention, and we've had a lot of discussions around it already this morning, so I'm not going to go into a lot of depth on that, but it did invoke some actions, and one of it was, as the minister, as described, the minister, which is the button I press, okay. So the minister established a task force, which is a normal response when something's going wrong. You get someone to go and have a good look at it. And that was chaired by John Hellstrom, who used to be the Chief Veterinary Officer for New Zealand and was chair of NAWAC. And John, with the team, which was a government and industry grouping of people with an interest or expertise in the area, came up with a set of recommendations, and that's very fine, so you've got a report. And then they said, well, what are we going to do with this? And so the minister decided that he had actually set up a working group called the Winter Grazing Action Group, which is to give effect to the recommendations of the task force. So that is where the rubber started to hit the road a little. And I know people have asked what it's done and also what its scope of activities are. So it's not been a Southland specific action group at all. What it is, it's got a national responsibility. It will have a finite duration, which probably won't go beyond the end of this year or early next year, because what it's done is it's taken the task force recommendations, it's looked at those and said, well, what are the sensible things we can actually achieve right now? So we've got a big challenge, and sitting alongside the challenge of the mud and the pugging, and what does pugging actually look like, and all the discussions in Wellington, all around the country, we got to a point where it said, right, we're not going for regulations, it's not appropriate. What we need to be very clear about are what are the short-term outcomes that need to occur alongside also dealing with the environmental issues that are being brought forward through a number of regulations and various discussions that are occurring. Now, one of the pleas that I would have right through or here, but also just in terms of general comms, so we're talking about a farm, it's a system. You can't silo it into little segments and say, well, do this here, we'll change that over here, and the group that's doing that there, the group that's saying do that over there, if they're not talking to each other and not understanding the consequences of doing it, then you'll end up with perhaps some good things happening, but you'll also end up with some unintended outcomes. And so those unintended outcomes can be quite significant. And I'll come back to two or three of those as we go through, but just need to recognise that what's important is that we understand what we're trying to achieve in terms of outcomes without necessary regulation. Regulation may be required to take the bottom end along, but it's actually what's required, but it's also the why and a good understanding of that. Rob mentioned the world has changed. It's always changing, and I've seen that over my working career. I actively resist change, particularly in my farming operations, unless I get a damn good why reason, and I need to understand that, and I then need to understand how I can actually make a difference that's actually not going to trip me up in 12 months' time with another regulation coming down the path. So there's elements of that all through. the decisions we make. I'm also looking at it from an animal welfare perspective rather than an environment. But perhaps I think more appropriately I could call it an animal environment, because actually if we look at the Animal Welfare Act, it was revised in 2017, and one of the things it did was it placed in that legislation the notion of sentience of animals. In other words, they can understand and comprehend what's happening in the environment, they're actually affected by it. As part of the grazing or the intensive winter grazing work that's gone on, there's a number of questions that have actually been asked, and I know one or two of the examples I'll use here are not specific to deer, but if we think about the physical environment, we can also think around just what it is we're doing in terms of the internal environment or how we're affecting the animal's physiology. And there's been some fascinating work coming out of recent times, which actually throws up some challenges around the balance that we have in the diet, the dietary type, or the crops that we're actually using in diet, and the impacts when it comes particularly in terms of birth weights, growth rates post-birth, and particularly on fodder beets. So there's some challenges that are coming out as research goes along. And those challenges, I'm sure, will result in change management systems. So we're not at any point really just simply sitting on a fixed spot and not changing. We get new knowledge, we get new information, and we actually have to adapt to that. So the task force findings were quite clear. It's not solely a farmer problem, it's a total system problem. From a farming perspective, I'm bombarded with all sorts of information around what a crop will yield, what a system will yield, what is the best type of system. And I'm trying to put that all together, and I sometimes have to trust the information I'm being given. I'm not sure on occasions that I should trust all the information I'm being given. So I appreciate it's a very, very difficult situation when you're confronted with, one, the information you've got, and secondly, rules overlaying and coming on top of it. So the task force gave 11 recommendations. Some of those, the Winter Grazing Action Group are not going to be able to achieve. It's impossible to benchmark where we were 2 years ago, and we're not going to try. And I've told the Minister that effectively as well, because we are actually operating in a changing environment. It is about looking at the systems where they need to change, making individual decisions or collective decisions around some of the things that need to change. So, in terms of expected outcomes, the groups worked with many other groups. So this group is pan-industry and government, but it's also working, ensuring that that dialogue is going on with regional councils as well. And just simply got it down to a number of short-term outcomes which we consider sensible. Now they are, if you go to the website, MPI website, there's a document that's about 6 or 7 pages, and it goes into some depth on each of those. I'm not going to try and go into those right now. First one, I know when deer tend to produce fawns, so crop in the middle of winter is probably not a relevant discussion that we can have, but it sure as hell is a relevant discussion for those of you that may be grazing animals that are pregnant, cattle that are pregnant, or lamb ewes on crop. And I've looked at some of the work, and some of the work suggests that even with really good management, 5% is sort of figure quoted, will actually calve in the middle of the crop. My question is why? Is it because we've pushed the interval too tight? We've forgotten about the short gestation length bulls that are being used in the middle of it. We've forgotten about sometimes the variation in gestation length that naturally occurs, and on occasions we just might have to look at it and go, our records aren't that flash either. So if we expect to achieve an outcome like that, which is really what we're told we have to achieve, then we're going to have to modify some of our systems a bit. That may cost money, but that's the reality. Probably more importantly, we're talking about prepared for weather conditions. That talks about a plan. It talks about a plan A, which is what you expect to do. It talks about a plan B, which is your contingency when it does turn to custard. And there are going to be occasions when that has to be implemented. That's the reality. Now, you may have a plan B in your head, you may have a plan A in your head as well, but when someone actually says what's going on here and you have not got it documented and you can't actually describe it well to whoever is investigating it, whether it be in an animal welfare or an environmental issue, then it becomes really tough. So the reality of the world is that we are moving to where we have to document it, but it also gives us some protection. It gives us ability to manage that risk a lot better, particularly if we're having to defend it, or if in fact we're actually relying on staff or contractors to give effect to it. Easy access to drinking water, that simply means, or people ask me what sort of water quality. It's not a muddy puddle. It's as simple as that, and it means that they're not tracking back, which is actually trekking back significant distances, creating environmental issues. And I think that's really very key to it. We plan for successful winter grazing. I don't think anyone plans to have an unsuccessful winter grazing, but we actually should make sure we're actually deliberately going in that direction. The pugging issue. Animals can lie down comfortably is where we've landed now. There are all sorts of discussions in the task force recommendations. We're simply saying they can lie down comfortably and they can be observed to lie down comfortably. Now, you have to accept there's going to be 2 or 3 day periods where, in fact, that's not going to be easily achieved. The conditions can turn to a very severe situation in terms of impact on lying times and animals being able to lie down. As long as people then respond to that, coming out the other end of it and go, all right, we need to make allowance for it, we need to recognise that we can actually manage those animals and provide the right sort of environment once we've got through that tough period. We work together to provide care, and one of the challenges, and it's not so much deer industry, but certainly it is across the industries, is stock going out to grazing under the care of someone else. And I don't believe that in a lot of situations the transfer of knowledge, records, and also what's expected is probably at the level that it should be. These are expensive animals. There is a duty of care that needs to be transferred, otherwise the person owning them is probably responsible. If you haven't got good instructions and things don't go right, you need to think about, did I manage that risk well? What comeback have I actually got? So I think we need to do quite a lot better than what we've been doing. And then finally, we just need to think of ways we can improve. And those solutions are going to come right across the sector. They're not necessarily going to come out of a regulator in Wellington. So don't expect them to come from MFE. MFE will tell the regional councils what to do, and the regional councils will say you got it wrong on occasions. So that's certainly going to be the case. They're solutions that the New Zealand farming community has managed to develop over the years and will continue to develop. I mentioned the regulations. They're quite straightforward. And as things change, things inevitably change, the Animal Welfare Act is likely to get reviewed. Regulations been enforced since 15. There's codes of welfare. And there's some minimum standards for deer with minor changes in 2018. Now, I'm not going to go through any of that. The information's available. I'm sure if you went to the association, you can get it. It's on websites. You just need to make yourself aware of what's actually happening. So, in conclusion, thanks very much. I haven't given and didn't intend to give you solutions. I think that what we're dealing with is just making sure we're on the same page. It's a New Zealand-wide issue, not a local regional council issue. The exposure is high in central North Island. It is also high at Canterbury, Otago and Southland. Those are the areas that we need to recognise we are a bit exposed on. Collectively, I believe we just can continue to manage the situation, take it forward, show the initiatives that need to be shown. If we don't, we'll get dealt to. So, thank you very much.
have 5 minutes for questions. So I can see some burning in your head. Who's going to go first? Wow, really quiet on winter grazing, Graham.
Yeah, two excellent discussions there, and thank you very much for that. I don't think it's on. Oh, it isn't. Okay. What I'll say is, could we have a few more specifics? I know you said we can go to a website, but I think we should have a few more specifics about how you're going to handle all these conditions that you say are now requirements. Facilities to lie down, all the rest of it. It'd be quite good to add those resolutions to those problems that you've mentioned, rather than just directing us to a website.
Okay. So, in terms of lying area, I think I'll go back one step. I can recall being asked for the same little specifics when I had to chair an environmental group back in the 90s, and it was around significant waterways, or it wasn't a significant waterway, and I got to the point where I said deeper than a red band and greater than a stride, and I've watched everyone try and define that further ever since. But I thought people could relate to it. It comes back to lying. If we come back to lying surfaces, there's going to be mud, but stock will actually find drier areas. Now, it may be quite simple. It may be as simple as taking down a back fence that you actually had and allowing them to go back where you can observe that the majority have been lying for a reasonable period of time. So it's issues like that. It also may be thinking about, even if you do get a suggestion of a top-down grazing operation and the weather's absolute shit, it mightn't be the smartest thing to stick them on top of the ridge and then watch what actually happens. So it is about giving more space. It is about portable troughs on occasions. It will be about making a judgment call as a skilled stockman and looking at those animals and going, I don't think they've actually laid down, they're just bunching in a corner, they've ploughed it, I'm actually going to have to shift them or consider giving them more area. But I can't give you more than that because it is soil type specific. There are quite significant differences from sand country in the Central Plateau to some heavy soils down here. But it is about that shade or that shelter and lying areas. But we're going to get some compromises from time to time. We're going to have to accept that to a degree as long as we're not getting significant sediment runoff. So it's that trading that goes on in there. I can't give you a lot more detail than that, but I can actually circulate the detail that's on those pages to the dairy industry, and they can take it from there.
I believe Phil has the mic.
Sorry, I just had one follow-up to Graham's point, is that if you get a chance to come through the trade stand area, we've got a couple of examples there of farmers in Southland that have created plans, so practically what they're looking at doing, and also some of that information that Lindsay's just talked about. We've got some copies there that we can look at. So we're rolling out some resources to help deer farmers, but come and give us your input as well. So look forward to that. Thank you.
So this one's for Rob Phillips. Had a friend in Southland, and he said he fenced off the waterways, planted them out, and in a medium rain event he noticed that there was sediment coming into the waterway flowing through his property. So he tracked it back, and he said it was actually coming off the road, the gravel road. So to what extent will Environment Southland go to reduce that sediment coming off the roads? Or the council, sorry.
The key thing is working out where the sediment's coming from and dealing with it. So whether it's a farmer or the road, we're not going to be. We've got to prevent that sediment getting in there. So if it's getting off the road in some way, then looking at how do you prevent that? I mean, you get sediment into waterways, even in a pristine environment, as you all know. But actually, how do you minimise that when you're in a farm situation? And is the key. So yeah, there's no there's no recipe for this. It's just around how do we minimise that impact, and winter grazing is a key impact that can be there.
Rob, just wondering, just going slightly away from the winter grazing thing, but more about nutrient management and things. In Canterbury, we have zones, you know, orange, red, etc. Just wondering how far along or where in the process of establishing how that stuff's going to be managed and determined in the future in terms of changing land uses and things like that.
Yeah, a really good question. We're not so Canterbury's a wee way ahead. We're going through that work now at the moment, looking at sort of shaping up what sort of reductions are required, and there'll be a plan change coming through. I think it's 2023, which will have a proposal for what those limits look like. But we do know, and what we're really keen to do is actually we don't want to wait until 2023. We want to look at what can we be doing right now to get ourselves and the community ready for that and on the path. We know the reductions are going to be significant, but actually we also know as I said before, we've got to do it in a way that maintains confidence and trust and get community buy-in, because we can only do some of this regulation. It's got to have to be your buy-in, and actually what can we be doing collectively to make those reductions. But it'll be 2023 is the short answer.
Will it be a catchment based rule or specific to farms or? Yeah,
so it'll be at this stage. We're working on catchments on freshwater management units. Yeah, we've got 4 in Southland, 4 main freshwater management units, and so it'll be based around them.
Big round of applause, please. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate your time. From you. Wonderful. Thank you for your presentations on that. And it's on Monday night I spoke at a Thriving Southland event, 150 women. And Thriving Southland, if you don't know much about it, has been an incredible innovation that's come out of the catchment group movement that Janet Gregory goes so far back to involved with, pulling all of those catchment groups together to have those conversations and move that forward. So, you know, innovation comes when you come together, as Lindsay said, and form groups of support around these things, as well as moving the dial on them. But also yesterday in Darfield, there was a field day about catch crops. So where these innovations can be bred from these challenges does come together with that ability to come together as a group. So it's time, of course, to have that very crucial cup of coffee, morning tea, because we are set to hear around where those innovations lie in our venison marketing, something I know everyone in this room will be extremely interested to know about. So if we could promptly be back in here at 10:30.
Your undivided attention. It's the least you can give meat this good. Silver Fern Farms' new premium burger range.
couple of years ago, we purchased a tough 3,000 acre hill block adjacent to our 4,000 acres of flats. This block has added the perfect balance to our venison program and Peel Forest Estate. At Peel Forest Estate, all our deer have electronic ear tags. We use Gallagher equipment to record every facet of the work that happens here, whether it's animal health, weights, grouping, pedigree analysis, comments and drafting. We have a very accurate data collection system which we then analyse on either the Gallagher APS software or ServIQ. You know, back in the day when we didn't have the access to Gallagher software and hardware, it was all manual data entry and yelling tag numbers out in the deer shed with dirty ear tags, everything. It was a nightmare and took forever. We've got 8,000 deer here. They're all EID'd now. They're all DNA'd, so we have full pedigrees on every animal here on the farm. And we do a lot of recording of certain traits and weights, and so you know the amount of data that we're gathering here is huge. And without Gallagher, it would just it used to be a huge job. Now it's made it very easy. You know, I make draft lists on the HR5, and I can now process 600 hinds an hour through the Octagon, drafting 8 different ways, which is invaluable at mating time. I'm sending the hinds out the door as fast as the boys can keep them up to me. In the past, it was a massive job. We continue to grow with the software. We're using it more and more and creating more traits and more life data fields, and just the level of information that we have on our animals now is massive. You know, we're running 4 deer sheds. We've got 2 TSIs, 2 HR5s, so we can be gathering data all over the show here now. You know, the other thing I really like about Gallagher is their backup support. We've always there might be some teething problems, or I don't know how to do something, so they're just a phone call away. They jump on TeamViewer, and so they're on my computer basically, showing me how to do it, and they always have a solution to my problems. It's very simple to load from APS Office. All the analysing we do there we do a lot of analysing within APS, but we also download sessions and analyse further on Excel and our stud program too, and that's all very seamless and easy. So all in all, we couldn't live without it now.
Your undivided attention. It's the least you can give meat this good. Silver Fern Farms' new premium burger range.
A couple of years ago, we purchased a tough 3,000 acre hill block adjacent to our 4,000 acres of flats. This block has added the perfect balance to our venison program and Peel Forest Estate. At Peel Forest Estate, all our deer have electronic ear tags. We use Gallagher equipment to record every facet of the work that happens here, whether it's animal health, weights, grouping, pedigree analysis, comments and drafting. We have a very accurate data collection system which we then analyse on either the Gallagher APS software or CervidIQ. You know, back in the day when we didn't have the access to Gallagher software and hardware, it was all manual data entry and yelling tag numbers out in the deer shed with dirty air tags, everything. It was a nightmare and took forever. We've got 8,000 deer here. They're all EID'd now. They're all DNA'd, so we have full pedigrees on every animal here on the farm. And we do a lot of recording of certain traits and weights, and so you know the amount of data that we're gathering here is huge. And without Gallagher, it would it used to be a huge job. Now it's made it very easy. You know, I make draft lists on the HR5, and I can now process 600 hinds an hour through the Octagon, drafting 8 different ways, which is invaluable at mating time. I'm sending the hinds out the door as fast as the boys can keep them up to me. In the past, it was a massive job. We continue to grow with the software. We're using it more and more and creating more traits and more life data fields, and just the level of information that we have on our animals now is massive. You know, we're running 4 deer sheds. We've got 2 TSIs, 2 HR5s, so we can be gathering data all over the show here now. You know, the other thing I really like about Gallagher is their backup support. We've always there might be some teething problems, or I don't know how to do something, so they're just a phone call away. They jump on TeamViewer, and so they're on my computer basically, showing me how to do it, and they always have a solution to my problems. It's very simple to load from APS Office. All the analysing we do there we do a lot of analysing within APS, but we also download sessions and analyse further on Excel and our stud program too, and that's all very seamless and easy. So all in all, we couldn't live without it now.
Your undivided attention. It's the least you can give meat this good. Silver Fern Farms' new premium burger range.
A couple of years ago, we purchased a tough 3,000 acre hill block adjacent to our 4,000 acres of flats. This block has added the perfect balance to our venison program and Peel Forest Estate. At Peel Forest Estate, all our deer have electronic ear tags. We use Gallagher equipment to record every facet of
Oh, fantastic. All right, everybody, if I would please ask you to return to your seats, and for those who were sitting watching, what a beautiful array of venison recipes thanks to Alliance, who are the main sponsor of tonight's evening event, which is going to be a fabulous event full of lots of awards celebrating the great environmental work going on, with the Matushka Award and also the Deer Industry Environment Award and the MSD Animal Health Deer Industry photo competition, which has been on display out there in the foyer. And I understand that there was a call for last entries and about 87 photos come in. So of all the awards, that would be the one I wouldn't want to judge. Now, how great were those cheese rolls? It makes a cold Southland day worth it when you've got a good cheese roll. And the interesting, there's so many different varieties of recipes of cheese rolls I've tried in all my years. So thank you very much to the catering here at Bill Richardson Transport World. It's a fabulous venue to be on a terribly cold Southland day. Now, as we were speaking earlier, this time now is one of our most popular every year at the Deer Conference, as people turn to find out an update on what is happening with venison around the world. With no further ado, before we get into the company updates, I invite to the stage Nick Taylor, the Venison Marketing Manager for Deer Industry New Zealand.
Kia ora koutou katoa, good morning everyone. Right, I'll just give a little bit of an overview of the session today. So I'm going to give a bit of an update on our key markets and some of the activities DINS has been undertaking. That'll then be followed by updates from each of the venison marketing companies, and then it'll be followed by a Q&A afterwards. So, and thank you to everyone who submitted questions for that in advance as well. I reached out as part of this. I wanted to get some really good insights from the market. So I reached out to some of the key customers to get their view on the year that had been and their outlook moving forward. And so we received videos from Mark Mitchell from Broadleaf in the US, who works with Duncan New Zealand, Alexander Eichler, who's based in Germany and works with Alliance, and from Jan Kunz of Leuten Foods in the Netherlands, who works with Silver Fern Farms. So look, they were all really generous with their time and have provided us some really great insights and information, some of which I will be sharing today. But they all gave us really long videos, and unfortunately we don't have enough time to show that all today. But we will be sending sort of the full videos around when we send out the conference updates and including them on the website. And I would really encourage you to take the time to go and have a listen to what they have to say about their experience over the last 12 months and how they're looking at the recovery. So a little bit of scene setting and possibly the most obvious statement of the day, but COVID-19 is still having significant impacts. And the two sort of main areas that we are seeing that through is through the food service sector restrictions. And I will go into quite a bit more detail on that in our key markets. The other one that I just want to touch on, and I know some of the other speakers today will also be talking about this, is the significant disruption that we are seeing to global freight. So limited container numbers, port closures, lack of crew, inability to go to port and change crews. They're all issues that we are seeing at the moment and are going to have an ongoing impact over the next few months. And indeed, in our first video, Mark Mitchell, who we did hear from yesterday, is talking a little bit about their recovery over the next year, but particularly highlighting some of those difficulties with freight.
Pathway towards recovery. 2021 is off to a positive beginning. We're witnessing an increased interest in a higher quality, especially meats. The recovery will not be a sprint. It will be a marathon. But every race has a beginning, and we believe we're out of the gate. The congestion in the maritime shipping is concerning, and vessels are bunching up in the ports and developing arrival delays of up to 3 weeks. Cost control will be paramount. Shortage of the labour force, packaging materials, cartage operators, and fuel are driving inflationary costs. The marketplace has changed, and everyone, from the pundits to the meat jockeys, appear to have their own perspective on that matter. To that end, we are working diligently with our customers to understand their changes and to react quickly to capitalise on any outstanding opportunities.
And I think what Mark said there is that the recovery is underway in the US, and we're certainly seeing that happen. So around 37% of the US population are now fully vaccinated against COVID-19, and about another 10% have had their first dose of the vaccine. And we're starting to see, I'm starting to see things like this popping up online. So this was Rachel Smith who said, fitting as hell on my fully cooked vax night, when I set out for an impromptu celebratory dinner, I wandered for an hour trying to find a table for two, and every local place was full to bursting. And so I think that's a great sign of the beginning of that recovery for restaurants. Now you have to remember here that they are operating still under social distancing rules and things like that, but it is positive. And like we saw here, when we came out of lockdown, people wanted to go to restaurants, they wanted to eat out with their friends and family, and they were spending more than they had before. So it's a good sign. And so looking at those restrictions that we're currently seeing on the food service sector, this is a very different graph to the one I showed last year at the conference. And so 16 states currently have no restrictions on food service dining, which is great, while 34 states still have some restrictions. However, we are seeing those restrictions ease quite rapidly. Indeed, yesterday the CDC announced that there's no mandated mask wearing for those that are fully vaccinated. And indeed, in some states, if patrons can show that they've had a recent negative COVID test or that they are fully vaccinated, that enables the restaurant to actually increase the total capacity of patrons they can have in their space. The yellow is ones that still have restrictions. Yeah. And what's the other significant thing about having that vaccinated population is that it's going to help bring back another key industry for us, and that's tourism, because of course tourism and food service go hand in hand. But again, that recovery is not going to happen overnight either. So the state of New York, for example, is predicting that their domestic tourism level is not going to reach 2019 or pre-COVID levels until 2023. Now, I've used this data, again, in a few presentations. So this is restaurant patronage data from the Open Table. It's a reservation website for the US and some other countries around the world. So it's not whole of industry data, but just a subset, those that use that platform. And what we can see here, though, is that over the last 5 months, there has been a steady increase in people going back to restaurants in the US. So as of last week, they're sitting around 20% down on 2019 levels. So yeah, that again is a really good signal that those restaurants are opening up and people are going. And indeed, if we look at some whole of food service industry predictions, so this is out of a US-based food service research company, they're predicting that the industry will recover to somewhere between 85 and 90% of pre-COVID 2019 levels by the end of this year. So again, a positive sign. So just looking quickly at the export statistics, so this is the chilled venison exports for the last wee while up to the US, and as has been mentioned yesterday as well, the chilled exports are heavily reliant on that food service sector, and so they are still significantly down on pre-COVID levels, and that recovery is going to be tied to those restaurants opening up. And if we look at the frozen exports, it is a little bit of a different story. And I guess there's a couple of factors in here. So many of the manufacturing and the retail items that have seen increased consumer demand by more people eating at home, that's gone up. And so we have seen an increase in volume of frozen venison exports. Unfortunately, it's partly also driven by the low returns or the price that is helping to drive those volume sales, and which, if I'm to pick up a few positive signals about, it is keeping venison in the market and also in consumer mouths. And certainly the companies will talk more about their activities up there as well, but there is more venison going in at a retail level than before, and so that's a really great thing. And so, yeah, on that note, so as Ian mentioned yesterday, DINS and the venison marketing companies really refocused our P2P activities onto North American retail. And this is going to remain our focus for next year as well, until the end of the program. And so before COVID, we had very little product that was going into retail. It was, as you know, very food service focused. So collectively, the goal for the program for this year, which is year in September, was to increase that to 500 tonnes, which we're well on the way to achieving. So the companies are working with a variety of partners and geographically across the entire US. And I think it's fair to say that everyone is investing to really make this a long-term and sustainable market for the industry. So look, they're going to talk about in a bit more detail about their activities, and we're also going to, those that aren't able to talk about it today, we're going to be providing some in-depth articles in DINS News over the next coming issues about the activities that we're doing. So make sure you keep an eye out in there as well. So one of the projects that we've done recently to support that retail work is some social listening work. So social listening sees us collecting data from a variety of social media channels, so Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, for example. And then this data gets analysed to gain insights, and we're able to it's connecting exactly with what the consumer is saying through their online channels. So this is one of the examples of the sort of insights that we get. So we can see across the US where the geographic spread of those conversations about venison is actually happening. And I guess we probably weren't particularly surprised at this, so we know the West Coast and the East Coast and then in through the Rockies are key venison markets, so that really reinforced that the companies are working in the right areas. One of the other great things about that research is that we're actually able to gain an understanding of the sentiment of those conversations, so we can analyse certain keywords around those conversations to see, are they positive conversations or negative or neutral? And so the graph here, we've got green are the positive conversations and grey are neutral, and red are more negative ones. And so I guess it's good for us to see that the majority of those conversations are positive or on the neutral spectrum as well. So it gives us a sense of sort of what the mood is for the product. And this last one here shows the types of cuts that these conversations are about. So it's very colourful. There's a lot of different cuts being talked about, but the main ones we are seeing conversations about are burgers and mince and steaks. And again, that makes a lot of sense because those are the consumer-friendly cuts, and they are the ones that we have been seeing an increase in those sorts of products appearing in retail level. Okay, shifting focus to Europe. So I'm going to talk a little bit about their vaccine rollout, and because that is going to have a direct impact on the opening of food service. So this graph here shows the number of doses of vaccine that have been distributed as of last week by a number of countries in Europe. So the UK is that top bar that's quite far ahead of everyone else. But the second one there is Germany. So they've had about 35 million doses of the vaccine given out. But when we dig a little bit deeper and start looking at that as percentages of their population, a lot of these, the key markets we're working in, that's only around 10% of their population to date have actually had are fully vaccinated. So for Germany, it's around 8 million people. So this is one of the things that we're going to be looking at really closely over the coming months to see how the rest of the year is going to pan out. And I guess the positive thing is that while only 8 million are fully vaccinated, an additional 30 million people have actually already had the first dose of their vaccine. So we hope to see these numbers climbing rapidly over the next weeks and months. And if I look at the kind of knowing that background, and as some of you are aware, Europe has been in lockdown effectively for the whole year. If we look at the restaurant patronage data, it is a very different story compared to the US. So there is a line down the bottom at -100, and that's basically, this is for Germany, sorry, because the restaurants have been locked down. There's no business there. We are hoping to see the same rapid rise. So the dotted line is 2020 patronage data. And so restaurant restrictions are easing as of this week in Europe. So outdoor dining is beginning again. And then for most of the countries, we're talking about mid to late June that they're opening indoor dining as well. So yeah, I would anticipate that will climb fairly rapidly. What I guess we're hoping not to see this year is the decline again that they had when it got to September, October. And that's when they had their winter outbreak starting over there. And I guess that's back to my point about the vaccines. That's why we want to see those vaccines increases to help avoid that. So the challenge for Europe is going to be that they are heading into their summer holidays in June, July. People are sick of being locked up. They want to travel. Their governments want them to travel to get the tourist spend happening. But with so few people fully vaccinated, this does create a risk around more virus spread. So if we take a quick look at the export statistics here, so again, it's quite a different story to the US. So this was the European chilled market exports. And as you can see, actually the chilled exports for last game season went reasonably well. This is really due to the fact that a lot of those customers over there had pivoted to retail, and with venison being popular over there, it was easier for them to be able to sell that product through their retail channels as well. But again, with frozen venison, it's the similar sort of story to the US. So we do have high volumes, but again, it's that the price is helping to drive some of those volume purchases. And that's particularly into some of those manufactured products and items. And often those companies are very price sensitive, and so when they see an opportunity to purchase at a price that meets their particular price point, they will take that. The other thing, so there has already been some increased exports as well this year, and we're anticipating that you'll be seeing during the game season more sales of venison through some of the bulk retailers, so like the Aldi or the Lidl over there as well, which again they're very price sensitive as customers, but when they do purchase, they can move large volumes of product. So I've just got a wee clip here from Jan Kunz from Luyten Foods, who was just talking about what he sees happening for venison over the next year.
First of all, it's hope, so it still has to happen. And with the summer coming and people going out and people are sick and tired of Corona, it is a danger that we get, Corona is always there, and vaccinations going very slow in Europe. So it's hope, yes, and I hope really for a good end of the year season. But yeah, we don't wait for the vaccinations, so we continue present innovation on venison to retailers like Albert Heijn, like Lidl, like others, and also the online business. And for every consumer, we have a product now. We have a venison burger, which is a high quality burger. It's not too expensive. So we have the venison roast for the family, and we have the high-end venison steak from chilled forecuts. So marinated or not marinated, whatever the customer wants.
So I think Jan there is sort of echoing the same issues that I raised earlier as well. But what I think is really great is to hear about the innovation and the different products and developing different products at a variety of price points for different customers. And that's echoed in this clip from Alexander Eichler, who was talking about how they've had to change some of their promotional activities and the way they connect with their customers over the last year.
New Zealand farmed SJ venison is, I like to say it's for the connoisseur, the people that know. They want to try something different, and not on a day-to-day basis. They want to try something different. First of all, they need to understand how to use it, how to consume it, how to prepare it. And this we're trying to bring forward with our promotions in the supermarkets at retail level. Videos, give them a list what to buy, show them how easy it is to prepare. You have a safe product, take it home safe in a cooling bag.
And that leads really nicely into me talking about how DINS has continued to support those customers up in the marketplace, because most of the activities that we've done have shifted online now. So a lot of the work, our chef Shannon Campbell been doing a fantastic job developing recipes and photos and videos for customers to use in their own social media channels, which have really become their primary way of connecting with consumers. And so some of them didn't have those channels before COVID and have just started developing them now. Likewise, we want to continue to support them to have that connection with the chefs for when food service does reopen. But again, that's all gone online as well. So this photo here is Shannon filming a butchery demo for one of the companies to use with their online demonstrations or online program that they have for their chefs. And actually this week, Shannon is doing a live streaming demo to an online trade show. So all of the major trade shows are still closed and have moved online, utilising more streaming and things like that. We just wanted to keep that connection with chefs as well, so that when they do open, when they're thinking about their menus, that New Zealand venison is still top of mind. And so Shannon worked with the embassy in Berlin to put together some chef tasting packs that some of the other New Zealand exporters contributed some products and bits and pieces to, and we sent that out. And the other neat thing about that is it generated a lot of social media content for the companies and everyone to share and use as well. So one of the other programs that we've done for a long time is our work with the culinary schools to be introducing the chefs of tomorrow to New Zealand venison, and so we've continued to do that, but in a very different format. So we put boxes of ingredients together for the students, and then they join online for a 2-hour cook along with Shannon. And but the kind of the neat thing about that now is that they're all then using their own social media channels and tagging our customers and everyone to show them the dishes and the bits and pieces that they're creating as well. So I think that's really great. It was mentioned yesterday that in terms of our Savena program, so we have shifted the focus of that to North America, but we still are continuing to support those in the market that are progressing with it. So Alliance's partner Bimpex in Belgium, they are still keen to do it, and of course have pivoted that towards retail for the upcoming summer season. So Shannon worked with them to develop some sauces and some spices as giveaways for consumers, and so we look forward to hearing that's again a bit of a new activity for us, or a promotion for us. So we're interested to hear how that goes over the coming months. Looking now over to China, so we've really continued to develop, I guess, what I'm sort of calling our foundational activities up in that market for the industry. So this last year saw us launch our Chinese website, which looks really great, and obviously a good resource for chefs and things, and also our WeChat platform. So WeChat again is a primary business tool up in China. And for us, it's not about doing a reach out into consumers, but this is about providing a platform where we can support those selling New Zealand venison by having resources available to them to flick out to their customers. So, and as Inish mentioned yesterday, 2020 saw DINS make funds available from its reserve for our contestable venison marketing, contestable fund that the venison marketing companies could apply to. And that was to really get them to be undertaking transformational activities with benefits for both their own business units, but also for the wider venison industry. And so the independent panel reviewed all the applications, and Silver Fern Farms China project was chosen as the winner of that. Now I know Peter Robinson is going to give a little bit of an update on how that project is going, so I'll leave that for him to talk about. So the main work we've been doing in China this year is continuing to work with Chinese chefs to really understand how venison can work in Chinese cuisine. It doesn't have a lot of tradition of being used in Chinese cooking, and therefore chefs, they don't know and particularly understand it, and so we've really been working to engage with some chefs to just get them to experiment with the products, with a wide variety of cuts, and to see what works. So we actually we gave a small group of chefs some homework over their New Year's holiday period in February. And we asked them to go away and create recipes, and then to really analyse each dish, thinking about it from the context of their own restaurant. What would they charge for it? Does this, if they're using a traditional Chinese recipe, does the inclusion of venison elevate that dish in some way? And we then have follow-up interviews with the chefs, and we also film and do photographs. So we're creating some great content for the companies to use along the way. But the real the kind of key information that we're looking for and that we're starting to get back is things around like why they particularly like a cut over others. Is it the texture? Is it the taste? One of the things that I think we're going to explore a little bit further is around the specifications of the cuts. So a lot of the cuts that are going up are still being cut to European or US specifications that chefs like up there. But we're finding some of the Chinese chefs are suggesting that that might be a bit limiting for what they want to do with the product. And so we'll be able to investigate that a bit further to see if there's perhaps some changes that could be made there that would help to get it more ingrained with Chinese chefs. And so look, this is a piece of work that will continue. It's not it is a longer term project again for us to be working at and investigating. But I look forward to sort of sharing those insights that we keep gaining as we go along. So I'm just going to leave you with two final videos from our customers in Europe. I asked Jan Koens if he had any messages for our farmers, and coincidentally Alexander Eichler raised a similar topic in his response. And it's around sustainability and how their consumers are viewing it and what's important to them. And I know obviously it's a hot topic for us here, and I think it's important for you to hear from those customers about what they're hearing from consumers in their markets.
Keep up the good work and never give up, and search for more sustainability on your farm. We need to get more into sustainability, animal welfare. I know New Zealand is far away, but the consumer is demanding us to have a story of what is really true. And that water, energy, how you treat animals, it's a very, very important USP for the near future, especially for retailers, where the retailer will take market share for sure. So please keep on investing, keep on communicating with each other how to do better in this. Thank you.
Young consumers care. They want to know where the product comes from. They want information. They want not only to know it comes from New Zealand, they want to know, they want answers to question how old are the animals? How are they being treated? What is their diet? They want to know, they want to have answers to sustainability. They want to make sure that the complete animal is being consumed, used up.
Great, thanks.
Thanks so much for that insight, Nick. And it's looking like it's going in the right direction. Now, to our live stream audience, can I ask if you have any questions, please feel free to put them in the comments where you're watching on YouTube, because I will be able to help facilitate asking those questions to our panel, which will be after these 5 short 10-minute presentations, starting off with Terry O'Connell, the Sales and Marketing Manager for Alliance.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It would be fair to say that venison has had a challenging 24 months, beginning with the price correction in early 2019 and culminating in the pandemic fallout. But as you can see from the chart, lamb and beef have rebounded due to less exposure to the food service sector. Venison got savaged by COVID lockdown. So understandably, there is a longer lag phase in the correction. Our task is to get venison on a similar upward trajectory. In our view, North America and China will lead the recovery. Nothing much positive has come out of the pandemic except for the surge in global retail spending. This growth has created a new phenomenon labelled by the experts as meal fatigue. This simply means people are sick of the same old staple proteins of beef, chicken and pork and are experimenting with alternative options. This is something we need to capitalise on. And though this situation is occurring in most regions, the market with the greatest near-term potential is the USA. America is a protein-consuming juggernaut. They have an annual consumption of a staggering 75.3 million tonnes of fresh and processed meat. That's 40% more than China with a quarter of the population. However, with this scale, there are positives and negatives. The positive is you only need to command a fraction of the market share to make a meaningful impact. The negative is trying to force your way into retail shelf space with a non-mainstream protein. This requires perseverance and patience and is a high-contact sport, needing careful management and top-line execution. Success will require strong working relationships amongst all the key players and a well-thought-out strategy of who the target market is. We know from previous research that consumer trends are in premium red meat. Knowing how our food is produced and the implications for our health and the health of the planet is more important than ever before. Better for you, better for the animal, better for the planet, better for the communities. As global awareness and preference for New Zealand grass-fed red meat grows, so too does our ability to reposition venison from a commodity into a scalable consumer brand capable of realising a price premium. Our target consumers have a need for health-conscious, functional foods and food sourced ethically and sustainably. By segmenting our consumers, we now have better understand what drives their behaviours and decisions. With this knowledge, we can shape our actions in priority markets. Marketing that connects our methods of farming with the social elements of the cooking and eating experience will catch the attention of our target segment. The USA is a difficult market to serve, but we have the considerable advantage of having the Lamb Company resources at our disposal. They cover production, distribution, sales and customer support, with facilities in LA, New Jersey and Toronto. This is the type of muscle needed when launching into retail with a minority protein. The next part of the puzzle is getting the appropriate product forms to retail that will provide the greatest chance of commercial success. This is where ground, or as we call it, mince, ticks all the boxes. Ground venison has the potential to secure shelf space and provide a convenient way to introduce customers to the product. Consumers must have a good experience with their initial trial of venison to become return customers. Ground products will provide that opportunity as it represents a flexible ingredient with a very low risk of failure. The ground option is also commercially important to venison, as around 45 to 55% of total output in our industry is either A, B or C grade trim or boneless shank or neck. This product forms a base for the ground and allows us to move further up the value chain with minimum investment. These manufacturing items have traditionally been exposed to commodity fluctuations, and this is a weakness we need to plug. We must also be targeted in the product range offered. It is a case of less is more. Ground retail 500 gram packs, one steak item and blended gourmet burgers are the options most likely to succeed. There will also be the thick end of $1 million invested on marketing and promotion in the States this year, jointly funded by DINS, Venison Marketing Companies, and MPI by the way of the Passion to Profit initiative. This is a significant sum, but must be well targeted to achieve the best possible outcomes in a market of this scale. The first rollout of the loin steak commenced on April the 16th in 80 Jewel stores, with ground product to follow. Initial reports are encouraging, and the team will look to add further key customers over the coming weeks. We know a minority protein can be successful when you look at bison. This is now a 10,500 tonne, $300 million a year business. Tough old buffalo that needs to be finished on grain to make it palatable. Our premium quality venison will be more than a match for bison. Retail support requires constant supply 365 days of the year. Commitment to supply raw material at an agreed price over an agreed period. If shelf space is secured, it needs to be treasured. A supply gap in this game is terminal. Commercial success is dependent on educated and receptive consumers, excellent market partners, and ongoing consumer demand. The USA is and will remain an important market in the venison space, but there are also other activities underway to drive value improvement. We have some interesting projects on the go with our UK team featuring Pure South branded venison. There is a November launch of League Steaks with the online retailer Ocado, who are partnered with Marks & Spencer in a 50-50 JV. We have 2 new venison items listed with HelloFresh UK under the Green Chef category. There is also a new listing with HelloFresh Europe, with 2 further products to follow. So a lot is happening or about to happen in the home delivery sector. Carnival cruise lines are back as well, but on a much reduced scale, which will only improve as travel confidence returns. There are also ongoing key account programs across Europe, which will scale up as COVID restrictions decrease and out-of-home dining picks up. There's also the non-meat category, which can deliver significant value. Alliance Group have a JV with Meateor to extract additional value from the bones and offals. Work continues in the field of co-products, with supply to the traditional Chinese medicine and functional food sectors. We are also forming partnerships with the rendered meal for pet end-user applications. And finally, the NPD team is looking to extract products, particularly from blood, to supply both the pharmaceutical and nutraceutical channels. I think you'll all agree, and I've had it said to me several times over the years, that everyone prefers stability, both in livestock schedules and market prices. These boom and bust cycles are detrimental to both market development and on-farm investment. As part of this reset, we need a more mature approach around both livestock and market prices. Using forward contracts to ensure retail and food service supply agreements that gives a level of surety on returns for both suppliers and customers are required. Alliance Group remains fully committed to the venison category, and we are determined to build a business that creates sustainable performance and growth. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you very much for that, Terry. Now, Rob Kidd from Duncan Venison.
Good morning, everyone. A year ago today, as a nation, we'd made it out into Alert Level 2. Processing and marketing in Levels 3 and 4 was certainly no round of beer and Skittles, but as an industry, we made it here today. We have a few challenges ahead of us, but we also have quite a few opportunities. As a quick recap of who we are, Duncan New Zealand's been in business for 30 years. Our mission is to create a sustainable future for New Zealand venison. We have a plant in Mosgiel and a plant in Rotorua, and we export to the EU, Asia, Australasia and North America. We've got 2 livestock reps, one in each island, and we offer 12-month contracts. You will have noted in your car the rear vision mirrors are far smaller than the windscreen, for good reason. going forward is the key. But before we look to the future, we just need to take a glance back now for a little bit of important context. In 2018, things were cranking along pretty well for this industry with multiple positive drivers. Then in 2019, two issues emerged. The pet food inventory held by the manufacturers in the US became of concern to them, and once they realised, their correction was swift, resulting in a sudden drop in bones pricing. Then as 2019 progressed, the frozen venison price in the EU became too far extended from the local sourced frozen price. A slowdown, like Terry said, was in play. Because of this, in early 2020, plant throughput reductions had already begun. Then in mid-March, as you know, COVID swept into play and required further throughput reductions for social distancing to keep our processing teams safe and healthy. The industry banded together to find innovative ways to process, but ultimately all that product went to frozen storage. At the same point, white tablecloth dining in the EU and US was put into hibernation, and with it, the collapse of export sales. The impact was huge. We saw a savage 85% reduction in sales overnight. But we're still here. Why? Our dedicated small team stepped it up a gear. We got innovative, and we kept in touch with the strong relationships and customers we developed over the last 30 years, and they deepened. Prior to COVID, as you know, the strength of the dairy industry was a focus on the HRI sector. Duncan New Zealand was no different. We realised, though, that this was no longer the best future-proof strategy. We've looked at the new normal, and we've looked at our specialist capabilities, and we expect to see some real benefits going forward from a three-pronged strategy: retail-ready products, e-commerce, and HRI. So then, today, where are we at? US sales are slowly recovering. EU sales are also ticking along. But both markets are nervous. As immunisation programs spread, some more confidence grows, socialising increases, pent-up bank accounts and energy are looking for some outlets. Some restaurants will not make it, but most will. Retail options will continue to emerge, and behaviours learnt in lockdown, such as online ordering, will in most cases, we believe, stay. The current restart prices in the market are proving necessary to move the product which was stored frozen through the period. Add to this, we have what is currently agreed to be the worst shipping situation in the history of the industry. This is a photo of not every container ship in the world lunchtime last Thursday. If you look at where Long Beach would be off LA there and zoomed in, at lunchtime Thursday there was 25 ships just sitting off the shore. So it's actually worse than this. On top of that, the lack of passenger plane flights means that air freight rates are huge, and this further eats into already small margins. But the positive from all of this is that these issues are fixable in time. Our product is still world leading, and going forward, likely in more demand as people value its superior nutrition profile more than they have to date. Social gathering and dining will reconvene in time, and more comfort with cooking venison at home will develop. Now we just have to get the product to the consumer and reignite their passion for it. Therefore, we strongly recommend not making long-term decisions based on today's messy supply chain and market signals. A medium to long-term view here is now needed. There's no question that this global pandemic has impacted every person on earth in some way. As marketers, in order to build the best experience, we need to understand our customers, especially how they've changed over the last year and what they're thinking about going forward. Here's some quick stats which illustrate the change this pandemic has had on consumer buying behaviour. 70% of consumers say COVID-19 has made them more focused on managing their mental health and their well-being. 49% of consumers shop online more now than they did pre-COVID. And the average US monthly grocery bill has increased by 30% since March 2019. So what have we learned so far? We know that consumers are spending more money online. This was a growing trend pre-pandemic, and COVID has only sped this up. Online retail stores and meal kit platforms are hugely popular, and we are now selling venison direct to the end consumer, which means we can understand their habits and their preferences, enabling us to create the ideal experience for them. We're creating a compelling content to promote venison as a trendy superfood, alongside its sterling reputation as a premium restaurant dish. This message is reinforced with educational branding and specific instructions at the point of sale. And we work closely with our online retail partners and export customers to ensure they are well equipped with the content to market New Zealand venison effectively in this modern marketplace. The global pivot towards e-commerce means the online marketplace is growing increasingly competitive. When strolling the aisles, we are faced with countless protein options, including plant-based and lab-grown alternatives. So how do we make New Zealand venison stand out from the crowd? Research on consumer decision-making shows that emotion trumps logic 9 times out of 10. This means we have to promote New Zealand venison strategically to strike an emotional chord with our consumers. By promoting the health benefits and added value of venison, we are attracting health-conscious consumers of all ages, securing venison demand from consumers spread over multiple generations. I'll leave you here with a short promotional video we launched earlier this year with a professional multi-sport athlete, 2-time coast-to-coast champion, husband and father of 2 kids, Dougal Allen. He demonstrates how New Zealand venison is a delicious protein source to be enjoyed by health-conscious consumers of all ages, from restaurant tables to backyard barbecues.
I think initially I was drawn to multisport through just a genuine sort of desire to get outside and explore. And then it sort of evolved, I guess, into more of a competitive context for me. I like to test myself against others, but also against the environment. The biggest driver for me is improvement. I still feel I can be a better athlete every day. So I've got some events I'm especially keen to do a better job in that I've ever done before, and I think that's realistic, and it's what gets me out of bed every morning. Well, the biggest breakthrough for me has been protein. Carbohydrates are easy to manage, but the performance and health benefits that come from clean and complete protein sources like venison have been massive. The key to healthy eating these days is keeping it clean and as unprocessed as possible. And what stands out to me about Duncan venison is that it is a naturally raised single source protein option that tastes delicious. Venison is one of those, I guess, superfoods that as a family we include often in our diet, and for Amy and I it's really important that we know we're giving our kids the best chance to develop, you know, their body and their brain. So venison is definitely part of the weekly menu, and the kids love it, which is really important, and Amy and I do too. So as a family it's a no-brainer. It's inspiring to build my career and raise my family in the same mountains as Duncan venison, and to know that they are providing me and many other families the opportunity to fuel an active and healthy lifestyle.
Fantastic. Did that last part make all of us feel really unfit? Oh, it's fantastic though. Now, the man that has pinched Tony Frost's job, I'd like to welcome to the stage the new General Manager for Venison for First Light, Matt Gibson.
I don't know if pinching Tony's job is quite the way to put it, but hi everyone, my name's Matt.
I'm relatively new to the industry, so as a bit of a side note, thank you to everybody that I've met here and previous to this. It's certainly humbling to come back home. I've been overseas for a long time, and to the farming community, but the deer industry itself has proven to be a very close-knit community, which has been very enjoyable for me. I'm going to talk about a couple of things. First of all, I spent quite a bit of time in North America, so I want to talk about some insights into venison itself in North America, and secondly, I want to give an example of some positive things that, a positive program we've got going that's been given a real kick in the guts over COVID, which I think will be an interesting thing for everybody in the room. And to contest the most random slide ever shown at a deer conference, I'll start with this one. Previous to this, I spent 15 years in the hunting industry, which interestingly enough started in New Zealand, which has got very close ties to the New Zealand deer industry in the estate hunting side of things. And I moved overseas and worked as a guide and a cameraman, and then eventually in recruitment into the hunting industry, where I spent a lot of time filming hunting and conservation-based films around the world. Now, it's an interesting thing. I lived and worked with American clients, so I spent a lot of time around Americans, but lived in big urban centres traditionally in the US. So I always used to get sat next to the vegan or the vegetarian. And when I first went to North America, I spent a lot of time defending this kind of thing and the fact that it is conservation based. But they would line me up from the other side of the room and say, "You're the hunter, aren't you?" And that conversation was always a challenging one. But within North America, I guess the first thing I want to talk about is the perception of venison itself. In New Zealand, when we say venison, we have a very, a UK-based perception of venison. It covers deer or deer meat, more specifically red deer. In America, that's quite different. If you've been to Africa, venison tends to cover anything that you harvest off plains, so all plains game is venison. And in America, venison, in my experience, means that guy on the top there, that's a North American whitetail in the middle of the rut. And due to the way that their game and hunting system is set up, they have a narrow window on when they can harvest these animals, which is right in the middle of the roar or the rut, and it's generally in the middle of winter. So we all know in this room that as far as an eating quality experience goes, that's not your best option, but they are restricted to do that within that season. So what that leads to is an interesting scenario when it comes to the perception of venison. When somebody says venison, what does that mean? So venison traditionally in the US has existed in the exotic game fridge. So I worked in a butchery in Vancouver. We had venison. It sat next to the alligator and the ostrich in a freezer in the back of the butcher shop. Didn't get a lot of exposure. The second one there is Uncle Randy's freezer, and that's Uncle Randy shot that whitetail in the fall. Not a big fan of venison, put it in the bottom of his freezer, let it get freezing burnt, dug it out 3 years later and gave it to their nephew, and that wasn't a great experience for them. And then the third option there is a white tablecloth being served a beautiful venison cut in a restaurant, which is a completely polar opposite to what they're used to. So it creates this sort of contention around what venison is and what they are expecting. So what we've seen and what I've seen in North America since I've been there is I still get lined up by the vegans and vegetarians, but the change has been they come across the room and say, "You're the hunter, tell me more about that." And this is largely been driven by a shift of hunting in popular culture in North America. And it's been driven largely by the guy on the top there, Joe Rogan, who was 10 years ago a non-hunter movie star, TV show star in California, who asked good questions and got on to the fact that hunting was actually a really good way to have a bit of responsibility about how you get your meat, but it was also a way to get delicious, nutritious elk. He talks a lot about elk. in venison and how great it is. And that precipitated a lot of changes. You'll see Netflix now has an accessible hunting-based program called Meat Eater, driven by a guy called Steve Rinella, who, interestingly enough, got his shot at fame through being a guest on the Joe Rogan podcast. But just to give you some context, I mean, Joe Rogan's podcast at the moment is downloaded around 190 million times a month. That's greater coverage than all of the North American news networks. His reach is huge. And what he's done is he's dragged a group of non-hunters in urban centres around North America on a journey from that to asking questions about hunting. And he talks about venison and elk to a point of nauseam on his show. So what that's mean is and he talks about taste and he talks about the health benefits, all the right things. But the reality is, 190 million downloads, admittedly they're not all in the US, but what that means is there's a lot of people there who are, primed for venison. They want venison, but they can't get it. They all fancy themselves as hunters, but the reality is they are urbanised. They are, although they might like the idea of hunting, it's not actually as easy as you might think it is. And quite simply, there's not enough animals on the mountain for them all to go out and harvest an elk or a deer to put in their freezer. So the situation that we're in is we have a venison primed but venison starved audience in North America, and it's a relatively new change, which I find very exciting. So these guys and girls are looking for ways to prepare venison in a more, let's call it, traditional fashion. Americans love smoking things, they love barbecues. So it's about taking the opportunity post-COVID, and we've heard everybody talk about all the problems that we are facing as an industry, and we are no different to anyone else. But I can see some really positive outlook, particularly in the US, around presenting venison in a way that Americans can consume, and it's familiar to them. Second thing I want to talk about is a bit of a success story at First Light. Many of you will know that we also in the grass-fed Wagyu business, and we set up a system in the US, or a program in the US called the US Steak Club. Now what that is it is a food subscription service, but more specifically it's not a subscription, it's a club. So it was targeted at high net worth individuals, originally on the west coast of the US. They have to join a waiting list. They have to pay a year's subscription up front. They have to pay for a kit to ensure that they can cook the meat correctly. And what that does is give us the ability, A, to access customers directly, but B, also to make sure that their eating experience is a positive one. Now, we all know that a nicely marbled piece of Wagyu is a little bit more forgiving than a piece of venison, but what it does is it's created an engaged audience where we can tell people how to cook. So the Steak Club itself is designed around the fact that they've got their own app, so they can go on there. They don't know what they're getting until it arrives at their front door, so they get a monthly delivery of meat, and on that app we provide them with exact cooking instructions. We provide them with various recipes, but also there's a huge social element to it. People interacting and talking about and commenting about the meat. So it's a very interesting platform, and the fact that they pay good money. I mean, the mid-range one's around 150 US, and they get on average about 2.5 kilos of meat for that. So the margins are good. It allows us to plan a year in advance. So the entire group of Steak Club members get different cuts at different times. So it means that from a nose to tail point of view and a production point of view, we can send all the cuts from an animal at the same time, which has huge advantages. It also means that we can, as far as growth goes, you'll see on the bottom right-hand side there's a little bit of a graph. There's a red dot there, and it started very organically. We had 8 members, I think, in 2019, and since then it's sort of grown strength by strength. That little red dot, coincided with an article that came out in the Rob Report, which is where you go to check out your new helicopter or super yacht, and from there we had a huge spike in numbers of people joining the wait list and signing up to the State Club. Previous to that point, we haven't pushed out any formal advertising, so a lot of this growth is organic growth, guys tapping each other on the shoulder and saying you should be part of this, and it's getting to the point now that we're at the tipping point where we can move from packing boxes at a third-party processor, which allows us to reach out to the other parts of the United States more efficiently. You can see there on that slide, in the top right-hand corner there, currently under the State Club, they get venison racks, and they are received very positively amongst most of the members. What that means for venison is it allows us to create a venison-centric box for the US State Club, which will be primarily venison with more of a barbecue focus. It'll be, as I said, tied in with the ability to provide very precise cooking instructions, so to help ensure that positive first-up experience. And it's a great gateway to be able to expose some of our new products. So within that State Club format, they also have access to a private e-commerce store where they can top up additional steaks for a barbecue or some venison racks for during the week. It's a great way to keep products moving, and a good way to allow us to try new products in the market with a very engaged and positive audience. So that's all I have for you today. Thanks for having me.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Matt. And then now we turn to John Sadler from Mountain River.
Good morning, everybody, and industry colleagues. Thanks for the presentation so far, and looking forward to the one following mine. Because then it'll be over, right? And to the audience online, there's a few colleagues overseas making sure I say the right things about what they're doing in their market, which are all fabulous and fantastic. I've got this device. Green button. Yep, there isn't one. Oh, there is. It's right in the middle. You might recall a Wellington conference where we talked about a program we did with Arby's. And it refers to what was just being talked about, that we found with Arby's, they've got 3,000 restaurants, and we sort of canvassed around the industry for a bit of supply, and we came up with 71 steaks per restaurant for their program. They said, we want a month's supply. And we said, yeah, well, that's about 5 times 71 steaks per restaurant. And anyway, they went ahead, trialled it, and it just exceeded all expectation. They sold out in most restaurants within a day and a half of their 1 month program. So what we learnt from that was just what's been spoken about, is that in America, they actually do like venison. So since then, we've been looking at options to find ways to extend on that, and I'm going to talk about that a bit shortly in my presentation. The first 2 speakers talked about the reduction in value, and to me it's quite shocking that we had to discount our product $50 million to achieve the same sales in the last year. I know it's been brutal. COVID has stuffed up a big chunk of our business, but not all of it. And to a certain extent, trying to sell product to a market that's closed is a self-defeating exercise. So dropping our price when the restaurant's closed what's that going to achieve? Venison's a niche protein. We all know that. How niche? Terry, I think, put out a figure of 70 million tonnes of meat consumed in the US. From New Zealand, we export 400,000+ tonnes of each of beef and sheep meat, and we export just over 11,000 tonnes of venison. So it's pretty much nothing. So the challenge ahead for us in the marketing side is to get that value back. These are the markets we're mainly focused on in Europe: Sweden, France, Switzerland, USA, of course, and China's the new and developing one. And I've spoken about China at previous conferences, and I'll talk briefly about that shortly. This is the type of message in Scandinavia that the people, our team over there, are putting out to the consumers, and I'll just read it. Are you one of those who wants to eat better and healthier food, but can't say no to a juicy steak? Personally, I think it's more about eating less. And when you do, you should eat better quality. One of the products I have had the opportunity to work with is the venison at Mountain River from New Zealand. After visiting farmers in the South Island of New Zealand, and after seeing the red deer grazing in the pasture, I realised that this was the perfect alternative to beef. Farming venison has a low impact on nature, since most of the land where they are raised is not suitable for growing food crops because it has rolling or steep hills. Henning, of course, the problem the last year with the supermarkets is in Europe is you can't actually visit them. So salespeople are just not allowed to go to the supermarket. So our only method of communication is through the internet. He spoke to a big supermarket in Sweden and asked them to put one of our niche cuts in their weekend box. It's kind of a surprise weekend bag. And the supermarket reported that it was the most popular item they've ever had in one of their weekend bags, so they've had to do it again. I've spoken about our supply program with Picard. We've been supplying them about, I think this is the 17th year. They have 900 stores throughout France, and it's sold seasonally, so it's sold pretty much November, December, a little bit January. When I presented this to a conference in Timaru maybe 15 years ago, the concept was around that Picard are a top-end retail in frozen products. And our issue, as it still is today, is the mismatch between production and the market. So most of our suppliers want to supply their deer between November and March, and the market wants us to produce it between September and November. So frozen gives us the opportunity at a premium to supply the market. Last year, their sales, they sold out, which was pretty cool. So this year they've increased their orders. In China, we're continuing with our man in the market there, Hunter McGregor, to investigate opportunities. Of course, last year was brutal. Most of his customers or his market had actually closed down just at the time of Chinese New Year. So our peak sales month was devastated. But you hang on and regroup, and he's now moving into supplying. This particular restaurant, Melbourne, is run by an Australian, but doing some inviting people to come and try venison. But I think they have about 6 or 8 dishes on the menu, and mostly Chinese clientele. So his feedback, like with Hunter, the feedback from the restaurant is telling us what carts, types of products, and what might work, types of dishes, and so on. So It's all a learning experience. If you're interested, you can follow Hunter online. He does all the social media, but it's pretty interesting stuff that he's doing up there. Moving to the US market, we've worked with D'Artagnan for a number of years. I've presented that at conferences in the past. They continue to market the venison, but the key thing for us is the positioning, that it's top end of the food service market, and that's really important. That's where we can get the value. Retail, of course, in the last year, with food service being closed, particularly in New York, retail, it's up by 70%, and we do a range of products, chilled products that we send up there, and it is high-end positioning. They're not cheap products in the market, but a 70% increase in a tough time, we're pretty pleased with that. Force of Nature, this is pretty interesting. This is the company we're going to work with for the P2P project. Force of Nature are a startup company that have got a particular message that's targeting a market that's interested in where the meat's coming from, how it's grown, and regenerative agriculture. They're not saying to us, this is what you have to do. We're saying to them, this is what we're doing, how can you market it? And what we've found in talking to our suppliers is that most of them are following most of the principles of regenerative agriculture. In the US, there's a statistic that 60% of the antibiotics that are used in the country are used in agriculture. Americans are shocked by that, at least a chunk of them are, and we don't need too many to be shocked to say, look, we need to eat better meat, we need to preserve the future, we need to think about that. The people behind Force of Nature set up EPIC, and that was an epic success for the venison industry as well, because this was talked about at a Wellington conference maybe 5 years ago, that EPIC were taking a lot of trim in the development of this product, their snack bars. They sold EPIC, made a lot of money, and want to invest it in their new project with regenerative agriculture. If you're interested in that, just go online, Force of Nature Meats. There's a huge amount of information, plenty of discussion. There's all the social media, and they're pretty active in that space. At the moment, we're doing 3 products with them, 2 ground products, an elk ground and a venison elk. Matt's explained a bit about the elk, and it's an important part of our business in North America. In fact, it's an important part of our business full stop. We've had a specialty elk program for maybe 15 years, and farmers who've supported that hopefully have been rewarded over time, and it's still going strong. Just a quick summary. In our opinion, the value can be reclaimed. Food service is going to rebound. I think retail will continue to be an important market. In many ways, it always has been. There's a bit more emphasis on it now, and more opportunity as people are cooking at home. Unfortunately, the disruption's not over yet. We've got shipping. It's just as bad in markets like the US. Getting product across the US is almost as challenging as getting it there. And we just don't know what the next disruption's going to be. We do have to engage the challenge from climate change and the Eat Less movement, but those are, for our industry, are not necessarily negatives. We've got so little meat to sell that all we need is for them, or to identify those consumers who are prepared to vote with their wallet. I think that's me done. Thank you.
Because I know they're watching from overseas, the Force of Nature, John Sadler, is going to be challenged by Peter Robinson from Silver Fern Farms to end it out.
I don't know if I'm quite a force of nature. Good morning, everybody. We don't need to tell you that venison was experiencing price volatility long before COVID came along. And we don't need to tell you that COVID came along and made things a hell of a lot worse for us. But what we as your processor and your exporter do need to tell you is that we're working hard to find solutions. And we do need to tell you that Silver Fern Farms is 100% committed to the venison category as part of our business and see it as a long-term part of our product portfolio. We all know that venison is a very special protein and has a great story to tell, but is not without its challenges that we are seeing at this time. There is a saying that adversity is an opportunity in disguise. COVID has taught us that our industry must be more resilient and think and act and invest differently to get different results. We cannot rely upon one sector as we have in the past. European and US food services have been such a key sector for us, but we have seen what happens when something like COVID hits and that sector closes down. We cannot sit and wait and hope that the food service sector recovers, because hope is not a strategy. We've been doing a lot of thinking about our future and what it could look like, and it all starts with a simple question. What if we could build long-term resilience, profitability and stability through innovation, diversification and unmatched global market access? In fact, we don't think this is a question, we think this is an action. And today we're going to talk about what we have done, what we are doing and what we are going to do in the future. Getting to this future state relies on making good decisions now. During COVID, we formed a red team whose role was to look at every possible scenario that could hit us and impact on our ability to process, our ability to ship product, and the ability of our customers to purchase our product. We modelled dozens of different scenarios and created plans to mitigate them. Not all those scenarios arose, but some did, and we're pleased with how we were able to pivot in many ways to keep processing through that lockdown period and beyond. Out of this team originated the Venison Recovery and Growth Project. We knew that we already had some challenging situation on venison, and we knew that COVID dragged on, that situation would get much more challenging as the critical food service remained closed. Our mission became to overturn every stone, every opportunity globally. We needed to answer some fundamental questions. How do we increase consumption? How do we get venison to people that want to eat venison? And how do we reduce our reliance on existing channels? We knew we needed to move the dial quickly and get product out the door to create solutions for the problems that we have immediate. And we looked to turn to long-term solutions in the future for the problems that venison is still facing. So here in New Zealand, we launched a venison burger into retail as part of our 3-species range. It has been tremendously successful. This is on the back of our existing retail range, and we cannot underestimate how important having that base already established was. In the USA, we rolled out a Silver Fern Farms 1-pound venison brick into retail stores, which has since become #1 venison SKU by volume in US grocery and can be found in more than 600 stores. We are targeting to double the number of stores by the end of 2021, and this will become a massive alternative channel option for our manufacturing venison going forward. The success of this one product then gives us the license to discuss range extension with these retailers in the future and grow our venison presence on shelf. What we have learned in the US is that as consumers gain more kitchen confidence, developed through quarantine times, and as pushback continues against industrial agriculture in America, venison is in a positive position to have a larger role to play in people's lives. So that's where Project Roosevelt comes in. We name all our projects, and Project Roosevelt is a nod to President Roosevelt, who gifted deer to New Zealand in the early days of their introduction in our country. Project Roosevelt is working to redefine America's relationship with venison with clever marketing and innovation, empowered by e-commerce. We have created our own e-commerce platform in the US, as you can see in the bottom right, where consumers can visit to order Silver Fern Farms products, including a range of venison, and have them delivered anywhere in New Zealand. anywhere in the USA. We've also spent the last 12 months researching and building a new proposition to turn venison into a lifestyle brand for outdoor enthusiasts, similar to what Matt touched on before, whose values of the land and animal stewardship and doing things just a little bit differently. The outdoor market segment spends over $900 billion per year on recreational pursuits, and we can target just a small portion of that spend, but it relies on us delivering a portfolio of products relevant to their outdoor lifestyles. Products such as meat snacks, jerky, are the types of items that we are currently discussing with third-party processors in the US. Part of encouraging these consumers to bring us into their lives is to tell the story of our product that resonate with them, including the story of our animals, the land, the place, and the passion of our farmers, with our farmers being the positive force behind the story. Developing our position in new segments and in new channels take time. These are slow burn projects. But watch the space, because we're going to be doing some interesting things in 2021 and beyond. However, we cannot treat US as the only developing market. Project Moonshot wants to educate 1 billion people in China, or at least a portion of them. And with the support of DINS, we're able to focus additional resource on retail, food service and pet food channels. Within the Silver Fern Farms Shanghai office, we have a resource dedicated to the venison business. As well as their own investment in China, part of the funding that DINS has provided is allowing our team to identify and break down barriers to consumption through chef and consumer engagement, building access to markets via e-commerce and strategic partnerships, and focusing on creating the perfect portfolio of products specifically geared for this market. We've been running chef workshops, demonstrations, trade shows, and on-the-ground research with real customers in market. In fact, today our China team is representing venison at Ciao, Asia's largest food service expo, with over 100,000 attendees, and presenting new innovation, as seen in the bottom left of this slide, on our stand in this show. We know that China is one of the largest growing e-commerce nations in the world, with incredibly complex systems of getting into the market. But we're excited to be now promoting 3 venison products with a strategic e-commerce partner in Shanghai. By the end of 2021, we expect to see venison on menus and additional e-commerce channels in Shanghai, Beijing and Guangzhou. As it turns out, China has a lot of pet owners, which represents another significant opportunity for us, which is also in development. As with the previous initiatives in the US, China is going to be a slow burn project. This is not going to happen overnight, but there's no disputing that this market has the potential to be a game changer for New Zealand venison. So what does the future look like? Well, we think it is about getting deeper into the market, closer to the consumers, and diversifying the channels that we operate in. Providing venison to the right consumer at the right time, with the right messaging and in the right format, which drives stronger whole carcass demand, resilience through market diversification and growing profitability. To get there, it is going to take a combination of long-term and short-term investments that we have already committed to. We need to invest now during the toughest time, because we cannot rely on our traditional markets and channels alone, or we will just get more of the same. By leveraging the incredible stories and values that you as farmers and stewards have, we will be able to connect our consumers globally with the shared values of a sustainable, healthier, better for you food option. With your commitment to raising some of the world's finest proteins and our commitment to our strategy, global access and market expertise, together we will build a more profitable, sustainable and resilient future for venison.
Fantastic way to round it out. Now, can I ask our presenters to come back up? And I understand that Rob is being replaced by Andy on our panel up here on on stage. And of course, if you are watching on the live stream, please don't be shy and get those comments coming in for some questions for our marketers as well. Can I please have some support? Oh, thanks, Kenwyn, with questions from the audience. If you want, feel free to take a seat, gentlemen. Hang on just. So I have a series of questions here provided that to get things underway whilst you think of your wonderful questions here in the audience or online. I'm going to start initially with first here, Peter Robinson, to answer this one. From your perspective, what is the outlook for venison over the next few months, at least?
Yeah, I think the most certain thing we have at the moment is uncertainty. As you've seen from all the presenters today, there's a lot of new initiatives going on in terms of what we're all trying to do differently in market, and that's going to have a big benefit for us. But it's going to take time. I think most exporters are probably starting to see some green shoots of interest coming. And I think the very near term, from now through to the chilled season, is looking okay. There is a little bit of interest in sales, but it's the long term future which is going to be the biggest question. We're heading into the important chilled season coming up in September, October, and as Nick presented, the numbers last year were looking really good, and I think everyone on the stage would probably say that it's looking positive for this year as well, and it looks like demand is going to be equally as good as what it was last year. The big issue for us is whether we can actually get the product to market, and that's the uncertainty and the unknown at the moment with these logistical issues. So as we all know, chilled is very perishable product. And any disruption to the supply chain delivery of product into market is going to put some pressure on that. So while we've got positive markets or positive demand for that chilled, we've all got to try understand whether we can actually get the product there, which of course puts a lot of challenges on where we can set schedules for that chilled season.
Terry, do you have some following comments?
Yeah, I'd have to agree with Peter there. The logistical issues are actually quite serious, potentially serious, and we have to work our way around those. The game season itself looks promising. You know, we're getting some interesting initial conversations with people about expectations around that. So yes, if we can get it there and get it there in a timely fashion, it looks at least as good as it was last year, in our view. A key point going forward will be the frozen consumption of the existing stock in Europe during the game season. That will then set the sentiment going forward. So quite an important part of the jigsaw puzzle is understanding how that will go, and you know, we're looking forward to dropping those inventories in market to give us a better outlook going forward.
Andy?
Yeah, just happy to round that out a little bit. It might be stating the obvious, but these chilled markets are essential. I think that this industry holds on to them, but the real risk is, as Terry and Peter have said, the real risk is the shipping disruption and the delays because it erodes the shelf life. It may just be too risky to ship sea freight. A meat company that's not involved in venison recently had a container arrive in Europe after expiry date, and you can't insure against that stuff. So I think the important point is that rather than let those markets disappear, we need to find a way to get to them, and that's where air freight comes in. But the cost of air freight is a huge extra cost, which will erode the short-term returns. But it's better to do that than not supply at all.
I'll direct this one to John Sadler, as it is about the the relevance of Wapiti genetics in our venison production, considering all the high growth reds that are available today. What would you say to that?
Is that a question for a farmer? In terms of Wapiti, I can only comment on the marketing of the product, which I alluded to or talked about in my talk. There is demand for Wapiti as a species, but then we're not looking for 50 to 60 kilo deer, we're looking for 70 plus. And then we'd market it as a Wapiti product. In terms of using Wapiti genetics to produce heavier deer, really, that's not really my expertise. Thank you.
Okay, this is a question that has been provided to me. Farmers are being asked to produce animals faster and heavier so they can be killed earlier. The trouble is that processors can't kill everything earlier, and if our animals then get over that 85 kilogram mark, they're penalised. This causes us to waste some growing potential for animals. So why are good young animals penalised for being over 85 kilograms? Who would like to take that question? Andy?
We were actually, 12 months ago, we were in a slightly better space with the over 85 young ones than we are now. So the answer to the question is in three parts, and the first part is COVID. When COVID shut down the world's restaurants, it effectively removed the main market for young heavies, which wasn't Europe. In other words, the main market was in markets outside of Europe, North America in particular. The issue with Europe is they don't like to buy any strip loins that are over 3 kilos, and 3 kilos happens to be the weight of a strip loin off an 85 kilo carcass. So the heavy young deer don't have a home in Europe, not a home that is at premium pricing. So we were actually, we were in better shape this time last year because we were nudging that 85 further up, and then COVID came along and sort of made us 5 steps backwards. But it'll come back again as North America in particular reopens. I think the gap between the under and over 85s will close up because we'll be able to access those markets that like those that can handle the heavier cuts again. So it's about cut size in Europe. It's about the effect that COVID has had. And the other one about it is, funnily enough, numbers. When you get a handful of any deer that are different, when you get a handful of fallow deer, when you get a handful of heavy deer, there's a certain nuisance value. They're not a nuisance, but there's no efficiency with processing or with market size or order quantity. Ironically, if you can get some decent numbers, then it gets a lot easier to find high-value markets. So if somebody says, what will you do with my 2 100-kilo stags? There are less answers than if they say, what will you do with my 50 100-kilo stags? So numbers is also part of the answer. So watch the space, watch out for schedules, because I think you'll see that discount for over 85s start to disappear as these markets recover. Thanks.
Okay, turning over to you with your questions. Grant.
Yeah, I've got a question definitely directed towards John Sadler after just a comment earlier. And just you made the comment that that selling venison into a market that's closed is not a good way to do business, and I'm sure everyone in the room can understand that. But without causing any more sort of disruptions to the supply chain and with the logistic problems and everything that we all know about, could you touch on how that could have maybe been handled any differently then? That with still maintaining product flow?
You can't maintain product flow, can you, when the distribution channel's broken? Essentially, how could it be handled differently? I mean, we're a small player in the business, a niche marketing company, and we spoke with our suppliers and came up with a solution. It more revolved around holding more stock, and that allows us at the moment to at least be in a position of, I wouldn't say dictating, but when the market comes back, and we absolutely need that, we need the restaurants to reopen. When they reopen, we'll have stock available to supply them. And, as we move further down the value chain as a marketing company, it's always a challenge. We've got this mismatch of production and market, and it's in our interest to control as much as we can the production that we do, so that we're supplying directly as we can to restaurants, rather than relying on a commodity type situation. And it's not always possible for the industry, and I think it's a long-term development that it's in everybody's interest to market New Zealand venison as New Zealand venison. When I started in the industry, most of our venison was marketed as European venison. We all know that history. It helped us get started, but the future's in New Zealand venison being sold as New Zealand venison. Thank you.
Richard.
My question's a general question to the panel. I've been reading in the States that online shopping's gone from 1.7 billion to well over 10 billion. Do you think this is a trend that's happening in the States and that it will stay? And are we moving fast enough as an industry to engage with it?
Yeah, it's a good question. The online shopping, it's sort of divided into three categories. You've got the online supermarket retail stuff, so replacing physically going to a supermarket. I think as it opens up, naturally that'll come back a wee bit, but it has also opened up a lot of people's eyes into how convenient that is. The second part are your My Food Bag equivalent, so your subscription service, and some of the social listening results that we saw through the DINS project indicated that there was a lot of, I'm going to try this one this week because I'm going to give me 3 free meals, and I'm going to try this one next week because I'm going to get 3 more free meals. So they're, sitting at home, they're bored, they're trying a whole bunch of different food bag options. I'd say that'll drop off a little bit more. And then I guess the other category is similar to what we spoke about. We are trying to create a direct line to ours as a club rather than a subscription. So that state club allows us direct access to those people, and they are paying up front for a whole year. That's a slightly different side of things. And I think everybody here is putting time, us included, into e-commerce platforms, particularly in the US, and not so much us, but everybody else in China, to allow us to get that direct access to customers and have a little bit more of a robust supply chain in case we get something else happen in the near future. Some parallel parks are shipping across the Suez Canal again. Any of those kind of things can affect us, and COVID's taught us that. So the more of that online direct customer, the better.
Graham.
Yep. That's very interesting and very encouraging to hear the green shoots coming along, albeit that we have the logistic problem with the shipping, which is of great concern. My question is based not for this season, it's for next season. It seems in the industry at the present moment, 2 things happening on the actual farm side, in that with the new rules and regulations coming on of waterways and fencing off waterways and wetlands and things like that, I know personally of 2 or 3 farmers, and I've heard of quite a few other substantial farmers, that are not going to go ahead and put the fences up, are getting rid of their deer and putting sheep there. Cost implications of that fencing is too high. So they've left the industry. There are quite a lot of people in the 200 and 300 hind bracket also that are just struggling and finding it very difficult to satisfy the bank manager at today's rates. I'm not blaming anybody, that's reality. And they're leaving. And if you talk to the agents, you'll find there's a huge amount of hinds being killed, and you'll see them coming through yourselves, no doubt. My question is, next year, we could well be faced, or you could well be faced with a shortage of supply. Have you considered that?
Yeah, all I can say is yes, absolutely. I mean, is this working?
Yes.
It's an issue around, we're trying at the moment to recover from an extremely difficult situation, but we have to keep our eye on what's the long-term business, and our price positioning, as I spoke about is absolutely critical. We have to invest in markets where the value is there for the future. We hope the restaurants sell out this year because they can buy a lot of cheap product, but in the future that's not going to be the situation.
Okay, I'm going to have to round it out now to one more. Apologies. Carry on. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to add sorry, where was I now? We were talking about, of course, the potential shortage. Sorry, Graham. Yeah. Look, we've seen it in lamb. Now, this is a very interesting development because we've got a strong retail platform now with our products, lamb and beef, and venison is coming on. And then you're going to have the food service channel opening, which will again be two competing and very strong options. What we have to manage is the price expectations. As I mentioned in my earlier speech, and we don't want to go on that boom and bust cycle. So good question, has to be managed absolutely carefully that we don't blow this thing apart again. But yeah, there's a potential shortage and we'll have to just ration to the best revenue performing options available.
Last question to Mark.
We've heard the supply chain disruptions that COVID have caused in shipping and that there was very little that you could do with markets being closed. And as such, do you feel that the prices that venison has been dropped to have perhaps been lower than they needed to be to keep the product flowing?
No, I don't think so. I think we're in a position now where in the early stages of COVID there was a heck of a lot of uncertainty, and when sales tipped over, we had no markets. So the schedules were a wee bit speculative, but we're now in a position now where I think that schedules reflect market returns, albeit at a very low level. And as those opportunities come about and the opportunity to increase prices, we'll start to see schedules reflecting those gains. That's where we would see it.
Yeah, I'd go a little further. During the worst of the COVID lockdown, the market returns actually were probably below where the schedule stayed. To put it another way, if you wanted a completely market-related schedule, it didn't go low enough. But it is where it is, and rather than dwell on that, more importantly, as these other markets, particularly the non-European markets, recover, then we will see the results in the farm gate returns.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for your time and your presentations. A huge round of applause, please, for the efforts there. Now, just to carry on from Rob's analogy with the window screen and, of course, the rear vision mirror, if we aren't looking out the front, we may have a massive crash. So we're turning our focus now around the theme of the conference, which is the focus is on you, and then around you, the people that you need to keep safe so that they individually get home. There is so much I have learned over the course of my career that there is so much more to health and safety. It is solely around well-being. And I invite to the stage the General Manager of the Ag Leaders Health and Safety Forum and the new organisation known as Safer Farms, Tony Watson.
Good morning, folks. I'm acutely aware. Actually, I've been sponsored this afternoon by Geraldine ITM, who I'm not sure if they paid for my Sammys or my flight up here, but I'll buy some nails next time I'm through Geraldine. Excellent. Thanks. Yeah, all right, excellent. Sarah, I know Sarah already. She knows I talk fast. I've got a little bit even less time than what I had earlier, so I'm going to talk even faster. But what I've done, I've just looked up, I typed in Joe on Spotify. Ahead of Biden comes Joe Rogan. Ahead of Joe Cocker even, Joe Walsh. That guy's worth watching. So I'm going to, one thing I've learned this morning is I'm going to go and check out that Joe Rogan, because it just sounded like a lot of fun. I'm also aware between you and lunch, so the time is short. I've been watching some of these pictures up here. I don't know if you've seen them as well. It's a pretty good looking tucker there, right? Makes me hungry, makes you hungry. Thanks for that. Need to hold that, obviously. I just want to rip into it. I've done a few conferences and stuff over time. I've attended and I've had lecturers of mine from Lincoln that have been, at the conferences. Usually there's been a few classmates of mine as well. This conference is no different, and some of my Lincoln colleagues are here. This is the first conference, I think, where one of my daughter's colleagues is in the audience. So I guess we're moving along. Times are changing. Some themes haven't changed, however. I'm going to talk a little bit about safe farms. I'll stand in front of this, it's all right. Put that down, because I need to push this button. Tell you a little bit about safer farms, safer people. Walking away from the microphone again. What we do, why we're doing it. Now, I'm not a health and safety guy. You're going to work that out pretty quick. I understand farming, and I understand we need to change some things. So I've learned a couple of ideas which hopefully will resonate with you. So let's give it a go. Right, firstly, I'm going to start with some questions. Anyone got any questions? No, I've got a couple of questions. I just want to see if you're awake, right? So, hands up. Who enjoys deer farming? Excellent. I'm in the right room. I just need to check that first. So we've got people who enjoy deer farming. Who likes calling the shots? Who went farming so they could just, not get told what to do? Anyone went farming so they could? I know it doesn't feel like that at the moment. You feel like everybody's telling you what to do, right? I get that. Pretty hard. You might not have heard that down there. I ain't going to repeat it, but you can turn the volume up later on if you want to hear it. He did say it was. So anyway, my question is really around, who turned up here to, who was excited when they saw health and safety was on the menu? There's always one. Catch up. Oh, there's a couple. Of course there is. No, look, in all seriousness, I just wanted to share a few ideas. Like I said, I'm no health and safety technical guy. You're not going to learn anything technical from me. But I'm going to just share some stuff I've learned over time. So, what I want you to do, just for a second, bear with me, because you know the farm like the back of the hand. Everyone's heard that, right? Just take a minute, please. Check out your own hand. I want to see what the story is here, because I'm going to ask you a question in a minute. Right, there was the couple of seconds you were texting or checking your text while you were driving. Make sense? Right? What happened then? Well, who's done that, by the way? Come on, everyone, right? We know we shouldn't, but we still do. So, what I've learned is that most of the time when we do that, we don't crash. Would that be a fair call? Because that's why we keep doing it, right? It's just human nature. We know we shouldn't. We know we get fined. You pull up at the stoplights, or the stoplights here somewhere, I'm assuming, roundabout maybe. You pull up at the lights and you just have a glance either way, and you'll see people, on their phones. They know they shouldn't be, but they're on their phones. Why do they do that? Because most of the time we got away with it. And I think that's one of the challenges that we've got with health and safety. Most of the time, we kind of get away with stuff. So, just a quick thing on health and safety in New Zealand. Anyone recognise that? Yeah? A few nods. All right, just to clarify, 29 blokes went to work one day and never come home. Now, I don't know what you think about that, but it's not a really good picture, especially if you're the 29 families. So, some things changed in New Zealand as a result of that day or that period of time. Any clues what they were? Any ideas? What was that? Yeah, that's right, exactly. You're spot on there. What changed as a result of Pike River? Any ideas? Any clues? Because some stuff changed. Any remember a guy called Peter Whittle who was like, "Don't worry, families, I'll look after you"? Where is that guy now? On a bloody beach somewhere, probably. All right, not good enough. Government of the day decided that's not fair. People go to work, they shouldn't get killed at work. And actually, some people ought to have been a little bit more responsible, because they kind of said, well, that was the health and safety guy, that was the operational guy, and it's not really good enough. So some laws changed, right? Actually, alongside that, there was an organisation created. We didn't used to have it. Anyone know what that organisation was called? Or WorkSafe. Who's had a WorkSafe visit on their farm? Was it fun? So does the guy left. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. And look, the problem is health and safety is tainted, right? It's a tainted brand. When people said, what are you doing these days? I said, health and safety. They said, what on earth are you thinking? Why would you go there? I said, well, let's give it a go. Something needs to happen a little bit differently. I'm a bit different. So I hear some things that farmers tell me about the WorkSafe visit, right? You've got to do all this stuff for the WorkSafe visit. What are you doing all this stuff for? Oh, because of the WorkSafe visit. I'm like, what's it got to do with WorkSafe? Isn't it about being safe in our own business? You know, we can learn a lot from the supply chain. You've got some great, processes and stuff here. They're doing health and safety different to what you're doing on farm, right? And if over here the customer's going, oh, no, the stuff's produced sustainably, environmentally, animal welfare, all that stuff. Didn't hear much about people in there, but I'm assuming they meant, the people are not being harmed in the production of this venison or whatever. I'd like to think so. Anyway, so that's kind of where we're coming from with it. So, the WorkSafe visit. It's scary, right? Because the guy's going to come up and, I don't know, what's he going to do? Issue a fine or something? Some letter? I don't know. I tell you this for free. You read, back button, read that for free. The reality is, you're more likely to die on farm than have a WorkSafe prosecution. You're more likely to get hurt on farm than get some shitty letter from WorkSafe. Snotty letter from WorkSafe. Right? And then people go, oh, do this health and safety stuff because of WorkSafe. Crazy way of thinking. Anyway, that's just, I say it too often. So, I'm going to have to really keep an eye. Sarah's going to give me the 5-minute, and I'm going to try and keep to it because you've got lunch at 12:30. Couple of things I'm going to cover. So, what is health and safety on farm? Is it that stuff? Like a lot of farmers think it is, right? I'm going to help you with that. I was going to ask you, but now I'm going to tell you because I'm running out of time. People think it's folders. They think it's signs. They think it's paperwork. Anyone ever thought that? Let's move on, because it ain't that. In fact, I'll tell you what, that sign down the corner there, the notice sign, I was a farm manager on a farm, actually not far from here, actually, and for nostalgic purposes, I thought, oh, I'm in the area, I'll just have a wee drive-by, see what the farm looks like now. And 2 road boundaries, so I see quite a bit from the road anyway. I thought, oh, I've got a little bit of time, I'll whip in there and introduce myself. Well, oh, the guy doesn't know me from a bar of soap and my case in the joint or what, who knows? I thought I'd go and have a look. And I drove in, there was a tractor behind me, I drove in there, and I pulled over a bit, because I thought, oh, the guy's going to jump out of the tractor. But he didn't, he just roared straight past. He turns out it was a contractor, as it turned out. But anyway, I'm on the driveway there, and I thought, shivers, I'd just seen one of those signs. And I backed up a bit, and I read it. You can see what it says, you can see what it says. And it had his phone number on it. I rang the phone number, and it said, you have reached 027, whatever. Oh, no, fair enough. Hung up. I thought, well, I've kind of got permission to drive on, right? Because there's a big sign that says, must not enter unless you ring this number. So I'm driving up there. My phone rings. 0324. I recognise the area code. I'm going, I know exactly who this will be. I wasn't, to be fair, that helpful. I just said, hello? And he said, hello? Well, you know how it goes, a bit awkward. You just rang my number. I said, yeah. I've just driven on your farm. He goes, oh, come in. So cool. So I go and meet the guy. He goes, you know what? I've been on this farm 2 years and 3 months. You're the first person who's rung the number. And I said, hang on. So I'm the first visitor you've had in 2 years and 3 months? He goes, oh, no, lots of people come in. I'm like, what's the point of the sign? Why did you spend the money on the sign? Right? It changed nothing. Right? Anyway, that's sometimes where health and safety has ended up with a really bad rep, because people think, I'll put the signs up, I've got the folder, that'll keep the WorkSafe guy happy. Forget it. I'm going to just say it this way. I realise you're probably not meant to swear because it's getting recorded, right? Anyway. So, one of the things I firmly believe is that the paperwork never saved anybody, all right? You don't actually need any paperwork. Because people think, oh, I'm going to have the accident reports and report everything and hazards, write all this stuff down. Paperwork makes no sense, makes no difference, right? So, you don't need any paperwork if nothing goes wrong in the first place. So that's really what we should be focusing, right? Focus on the stuff. How do we stop the stuff going wrong? So, of course, I do have to say, if stuff does go wrong, you probably wish you had a a little bit of a trail of stuff. And that doesn't have to be paperwork. You can take photos, you can make a note in your diary, you can put on the whiteboard in the thing and take a photo of that. Good luck trying to find that photo later on, so you might want to think about a retrieval system as well as being able to take photos. But anyway, the only other thing I'll add a little bit about the paperwork is, of course, if you've got a farm assurance program and you kind of comply with it to meet the expectations of your market, you've got to do some paperwork for that. But let's say we're doing it for a reason that makes sense. On a health and safety side, just doing the paperwork, it makes no sense. I'm going to skip over this because I am running out of time, obviously. But that was my technical health and safety bit. What it is, it's a triangle, and it's about focusing in on the stuff that we can do that will make a real difference. And ultimately, if we eliminate the thing, we don't get in trouble. It can't hurt us if it's not there. And a quick example is the quad bike. The reason I mention this is you look down the bottom of that little red triangle, that's the PPE. That's the least effective way of keeping yourself safe. So if somebody said, oh, this is a really dangerous job here, don't worry, mate, just go and put on some gloves or put on your mask. It's the least effective thing. There's other things you should be looking at first, which is why I mentioned that. Skip over this one a little bit, but I just wanted to make the point, stuff does go wrong on farms. People get hurt, stuff breaks. What we have found, this is from WorkSafe stuff, I just trailed through their website, found some numbers and put it in a graph with no numbers, but it tells a story. Because most of the time, stuff goes wrong because we stuffed up. Right? Most of the time, most accidents. And if you look at it, and I'm sure in this room there will have been a few over time, if you think back to what happened, it was probably preventable, right? If you looked at it, you mean, oh, I did that, then that, then that. Oh, yeah, okay. So actually these things are preventable. It's something that we did that caused it. Now, it's hard to prevent everything, so that's the other side of it. But if we take that premise that it's what we do that makes the thing dangerous, there's some gold in that. So the key is there's so much human error that is actually normal, right? But we've got to have a way of factoring things in that don't hurt as much or don't kill us, is really what it boils down to. So if we think about everything that went wrong on farm, every time there's a breakdown, any time there was an incident, accident, whatever, it's actually because somebody did something wrong, right? You can't doubt that. Somebody did something wrong. Somebody's looking on the text. My son ED, works in ED. He said it used to be drugs and alcohol, the reasons for people turning up in ED. It's now freaking mobile phones. People are turning up in emergency departments because of getting sidetracked, whether they're driving or doing something else with their phone. So that's something that we did, right? That's a choice that we're making. Anyway, I mention that because when there was no accident, you could actually just about guarantee that we stuffed up something as well. I say worker, it means farmer, it means person in freezing works, it means marketer, it means whatever it means. But whoever's doing the work stuffed up, right? But we got away with it. So I think that's what makes us really complacent in this whole game, right? Because most of the time we get away with it. The trick is to learn from that. So when we find that something went wrong, we've got two choices. We can blame the person, or we can learn from it and change it. Change it in a way maybe that the next person doesn't have the same opportunity to have the same problem. An example, I'm on a dairy farm, I fall off the two-wheel motorbike, the boss said, oh, the last bloke fell off in the same corner. I'm like, oh, he said, actually, come to think of it, I fell off in the same corner too. I'm like, at the time, I just went, oh, you silly me, I made a mistake. Actually, now knowing what I know, I'm like, hang on, what about that corner could we fix? Why is that strainer post sticking out at an odd angle there? So it's a choice that we've got. So if we look at health and safety as the people are going to stuff up, we are going to stuff up because we're human, let's learn from that. If we're blaming somebody, we can't be learning, right? So we really want to either make that choice. I can blame you all I like. I put my car keys down somewhere. I don't know where they are. I could blame myself all my like, but it doesn't change anything unless I fix it, right? If I go and find another key or I go and find the keys, whatever, I fix the problem. So if I blame myself, well, I can learn from it, fix it. I guess that's my main point. The learning actually starts when the blaming stops. Right? So I don't know if there might be a lesson there for you. Hopefully there is. I thought it was pretty useful. Last little concept I want to bring on this idea is that, and actually processors, to be fair, are quite good at this. I did used to work at a processor, so I'm not saying anything out of turn, but there's a big board up there. It said last number of days since somebody got crippled or something, I don't know. So it's like this, really, it was a whole lot of numbers. It were a bit meaningless. Even somebody got excited about it. Health and safety managers used to get very excited about what was on there and very depressed if the numbers went badly. So there's this somehow idea that you measure the number of accidents and there's somehow some indication of safety. Now, farmers know this stuff's nonsense, right? But in a big situation where you've got maybe a couple hundred people, one or two things happen a day, and you sort of get trends. But on a farm, one thing happens every now and then, and it's a funny little trend, right? It's like, well, I didn't have any injuries last year, so I'm probably okay. Go and bother somebody else. So we sort of, when I say we, the industry, New Zealand, has got this idea that, you measure safety by almost the stuff that's going wrong. Trick is, if it's not going wrong, does it mean it's safe? That's the question, right? It's a completely different way of looking at health and safety, not about, signs, folders and paperwork and stuff. So it's this idea of a presence of capacity. I'll give you a quick example. If I'm going on a long road trip, I fill up the tank with gas before I head away. Right? I talk about that like capacity, right? If I was going on a long road trip and I had a look and there wasn't much gas in the tank, is that a smart thing to do? That makes no sense, right? There's no capacity. So the idea being, if I'm going to do a big hairy job, big scary job, it could go wrong. If it does, could go badly wrong. I need extra capacity. And that might be, in some cases, it might be going, oi, I'm going to be in the yards. These guys are a bit niggly. I know the time of the year. How about we team up? Maybe two of us work together, or just looking at it, give it a bit more capacity. Look at it a slightly different way. So this is the thing I want to leave you with, really, is this concept of we're going to stuff up anyway. So how do we stuff up safely? Right? I know you're sort of laughing. You think, what a moron sort of a statement is that? But what I'm trying to say is that if we're going to fail, let it not hurt as much as it could. Quad bikes crack up. If you look at it, it's just bizarre, really, what we've done with quad bikes. My wife's rode a quad bike. I know the danger of quad bikes. I get it. There's these things you can put on, rollover protection stuff, you can wear helmets, you can do all sorts of stuff, right? You can pump up the tyres, all the tyres are the right pressure. Imagine that. Just saying. FMG is going to send out some tyre gauges to people who are not very good at that, like everybody. Anyway, so the idea being the quad bike, the only real safety feature it's got with it, have a test when you get home. It's got squishy guards, right? So if it rolls on you, because they do, FMG tells me they pay out on between 2 and 3 quad bikes that roll over on farm in New Zealand every day. They're about half the market, so there's 4 or 5 quad bikes a day roll over on farm. Not even counting the crappy old one that doesn't go to the, don't even try and claim on that because it's not worth it. I'll just straighten up the handlebars and we'll be away. So 4 or 5 or 6, I don't know how many roll over a day. Now, one redeeming safety feature on a quad bike, it's got squishy guards, right? Roll over, it's on top of you, the guard doesn't cut your leg. Unless you weld some bull bars and racks and stuff around the quad bike, in which case you turn it into an evil machine which will pin you down. I just say that because we're very good at modifying stuff for a reason it wasn't intended. Those things were built for recreational purposes. They're amazing workhorse, I got that, but they're just causing a bit of carnage. So understand that. That's what I mean about fail safely. That's what I talk about. If people are putting rollover bars on things or getting a different vehicle, just going, the quad bike I have fallen off a few times. I'm getting a bit older. It's a pretty fancy forward drive mobility scooter, in all honesty. Let's get into a ute instead. I don't know. So that's where I'm going to leave it. It's about building safety into what we do. It's not kind of go, next time I'll go and do health and safety or do it on a rainy day or something like that. I haven't met a farmer yet who's got health and safety higher than, I think, 37th priority or something on There's a lot going on, I get that, I know that. So if we can build it into what we do in a way that makes sense and not try and make it some dumb folders and stuff that just really doesn't make any sense, I think we'll be better off. My key messages, if you want to take away, these are what I thought it might be. You'll pick up something completely different. These are the 3 things I thought you might take out of today. We make mistakes. Let's just make sure they don't fatally or injure us as seriously as they could. Blame or learn, choice. Right? If nothing else from today, maybe take that one away. That could be quite useful because I reckon blaming is the opposite of learning. And the third one is this idea that safety is not the absence of accidents. So if I didn't have any accidents, it doesn't mean I'm safe. It might just mean I'm lucky. Maybe. But anyway, let's make safety a way of doing work. So I don't know, hopefully that's helpful. I've tried as fast as I can to talk fastly. Is that okay? Did we get a few ideas there?
My takeaway is that I'm going to start listening to podcast episodes on 1.5 times because I could understand everything you were doing and you got through it super quick. Thank you very, very much. And yes, we are running short, a wee bit late for lunch, but I do need to highlight out our incredible sponsor, Geraldine ITM, and the work that Jason does in South Canterbury. And we will, as I said earlier, give away 4 drawers of Tornado Heavy Holden gates delivered within the South Island, and there's 4 rolls of bayonet deer netting delivery anywhere in New Zealand, but you have to enter today and it will be drawn at the end of today. So head along to the trade area, as well as this incredible in-yard fingertip access to full animal history. What could be better than that? Gallagher have a silent auction going on. It is valued at $5,600. You may end up with a bargain, and the winner will be contacted at the end of today as well. All proceeds go to the Deer Industry Conference, which, as I said earlier, would not be made possible without the financial contribution of the amazing sponsors. Check out all of the animal management companies, Datamars, Allflex, Gallagher, and Leader Brands that all have great initiatives, as well as you can get personalised tags done with your name on it today as well. Head along and also check out Valtrac. You can get registered. Osprey are there to take your feedback as well as, of course, any advice. And they have a $100 Northwear you could wear as prize draw you could win as well. We are going to aim to be back here at 1:15. Otherwise, Rhys Griffiths will have me for breakfast. So enjoy your lunch.
What's the world with no soul?
Your undivided attention. It's the least you can give meat this good. Silver Fern Farms' new premium burger range. Your undivided attention. It's the least.
A couple of years ago, we purchased a tough 3,000 acre hill block adjacent to our 4,000 acres of flats. This block has added the perfect balance to our venison program and Pearl Forest Estate. At Pearl Forest Estate, all our deer have electronic ear tags. We use Gallagher equipment to record every facet of the work that happens here, whether it's animal health, weights, grouping, pedigree analysis, comments and drafting. We have a very accurate data collection system which we then analyse on either the Gallagher APS software or CervidIQ. You know, back in the day when we didn't have the access to Gallagher software and hardware, it was all manual data entry and yelling tag numbers out in the deer shed with dirty ear tags, everything. It was a nightmare and took forever. We've got 8,000 deer here. They're all EID'd now. They're all DNA'd, so we have full pedigrees on every animal here on the farm. And we do a lot of recording of certain traits and weights, and so you know the amount of data that we're gathering here is huge. And without Gallagher, it would it used to be a huge job. Now it's made it very easy. You know, I make draft lists on the HR5, and I can now process 600 hinds an hour through the Octagon, drafting 8 different ways, which is invaluable at mating time. I'm sending the hinds out the door as fast as the boys can keep them up to me. In the past, it was a massive job. We continue to grow with the software. We're using it more and more and creating more traits and more life data fields, and just the level of information that we have on our animals now is massive. You know, we're running 4 deer sheds. We've got 2 TSIs, 2 HR5s, so we can be gathering data all over the show here now. You know, the other thing I really like about Gallagher is their backup support. We've always there might be some teething problems, or I don't know how to do something, so they're just a phone call away. They jump on TeamViewer, and so they're on my computer basically showing me how to do it, and they always have a solution to my problems. It's very simple to load from APS Office. All the analysing we do there we do a lot of analysing within APS, but we also download sessions and analyse further on Excel and our stud program too, and that's all very seamless and easy. So all in all, we couldn't live without it now.
Your undivided attention. It's the least you can give meat this good. Silver Fern Farms' new premium burger range.
A couple of years ago, we purchased a tough 3,000 acre hill block adjacent to our 4,000 acres of flats. This block has added the perfect balance to our venison program and Peel Forest Estate. At Peel Forest Estate, all our deer have electronic ear tags. We use Gallagher equipment to record every facet of the work that happens here, whether it's animal health, weights, grouping, pedigree analysis, comments and drafting. We have a very accurate data collection system which we then analyse on either the Gallagher APS software or CervidIQ. You know, back in the day when we didn't have the access to Gallagher software and hardware, it was all manual data entry and yelling tag numbers out in the deer shed with dirty air tags, everything. It was a nightmare and took forever. We've got 8,000 deer here. They're all EID'd now. They're all DNA'd, so we have full pedigrees on every animal here on the farm. And we do a lot of recording of certain traits and weights, and so you know the amount of data that we're gathering here is huge. And without Gallagher, it would just it used to be a huge job. Now it's made it very easy. You know, I make draft lists on the HR5, and I can now process 600 hinds an hour through the Octagon, drafting 8 different ways, which is invaluable at mating time. I'm sending the hinds out the door as fast as the boys can keep them up to me. In the past, it was a massive job. We continue to grow with the software. We're using it more and more and creating more traits and more life data fields, and just the level of information that we have on our animals now is massive. You know, we're running 4 deer sheds. We've got 2 TSIs, 2 HR5s, so we can be gathering data all over the show here now. You know, the other thing I really like about Gallagher is their backup support. We've always there might be some teething problems, or I don't know how to do something, so they're just a phone call away. They jump on TeamViewer, and so they're on my computer basically, showing me how to do it, and they always have a solution to my problems. It's very simple to load from APS Office. All the analysing we do there we do a lot of analysing within APS, but we also download sessions and analyse further on Excel and our stud program too, and that's all very seamless and easy. So all in all, we couldn't live without it now.
Your undivided attention. It's the least you can give meat this good. Silver Fern Farms' new premium burger range.
A couple of years ago, we purchased a tough 3,000 acre hill block adjacent to our 4,000 acres of flats. This block has added the perfect balance to our venison program and Pearl Forest Estate. At Pearl Forest Estate, all our deer have electronic ear tags. We use Gallagher equipment to record every facet of the work that happens here, whether it's animal health, weights, grouping, pedigree analysis, comments and drafting. We have a very accurate data collection system which we then analyse on either the Gallagher APS software or CervidIQ. You know, back in the day when we didn't have the access to Gallagher software and hardware, it was all manual data entry and yelling tag numbers out in the deer shed with dirty ear tags, everything. It was a nightmare and took forever. We've got 8,000 deer here. They're all EID'd now. They're all DNA'd, so we have full pedigrees on every animal here on the farm. And we do a lot of recording of certain traits and weights, and so you know the amount of data that we're gathering here is huge. And without Gallagher, it would just it used to be a huge job. Now it's made it very easy. You know, I make draft lists on the HR5, and I can now process 600 hinds an hour through the Octagon, drafting 8 different ways, which is invaluable at mating time. I'm sending the hinds out the door as fast as the boys can keep them up to me. In the past, it was a massive job. We continue to grow with the software. We're using it more and more and creating more traits and more life data fields, and just the level of information that we have on our animals now is massive. You know, we're running 4 deer sheds. We've got 2 TSIs, 2 HR5s, so we can be gathering data all over the show here now. You know, the other thing I really like about Gallagher is their backup support. We've always there might be some teething problems, or I don't know how to do something, so they're just a phone call away. They jump on TeamViewer, and so they're on my computer basically, showing me how to do it, and they always have a solution to my problems. It's very simple to load from APS Office. All the analysing we do there we do a lot of analysing within APS, but we also download sessions and analyse further on Excel and our stud program too, and that's all very seamless and easy. So all in all, we couldn't live without it now.
Your undivided attention. It's the least you can give meat this good. Silver Fern Farms' new premium burger range.
A couple of years ago, we purchased a tough 3,000 acre hill block adjacent to our 4,000 acres of flats. This block has added the perfect balance to our venison program and Peel Forest Estate. At Peel Forest Estate, all our deer have electronic ear tags. We use Gallagher equipment to record every facet of the work that happens here, whether it's animal health, weights, grouping, pedigree analysis, comments and drafting. We have a very accurate data collection system which we then analyse on either the Gallagher APS software or CervidIQ. You know, back in the day when we didn't have the access to Gallagher software and hardware, it was all manual data entry and yelling tag numbers out in the deer shed with dirty ear tags, everything. It was a nightmare and took forever. We've got 8,000 deer here. They're all EID'd now. They're all DNA'd, so we have full pedigrees on every animal here on the farm. And we do a lot of recording of certain traits and weights, and so you know the amount of data that we're gathering here is huge. And without Gallagher, it would just it used to be a huge job. Now it's made it very easy. You know, I make draft lists on the HR5, and I can now process 600 hinds an hour through the Octagon, drafting 8 different ways, which is invaluable at mating time. I'm sending the hinds out the door as fast as the boys can keep them up to me. In the past, it was a massive job. We continue to grow with the software. We're using it more and more and creating more traits and more life data fields, and just the level of information that we have on our animals now is massive. You know, we're running 4 deer sheds. We've got 2 TSIs, 2 HR5s, so we can be gathering data all over the show here now. You know, the other thing I really like about Gallagher is their backup support. We've always there might be some teething problems, or I don't know how to do something, so they're just a phone call away. They jump on TeamViewer, and so they're on my computer basically, showing me how to do it, and they always have a solution to my problems. It's very simple to load from APS Office. All the analysing we do there we do a lot of analysing within APS, but we also download sessions and analyse further on Excel and our stud program too, and that's all very seamless and easy. So all in all, we couldn't live without it now.
Now, I have venison, fine wine, and $2,000 to give away, but you have to be seated by the end of this TV commercial from Datamas. I'm not lying. Sounds good. We have some esteemed international guests joining us live, so it's important that we do try and hit time. Have you got the whiteboard in your session? Oh, whiteboard in your session. Oh, she was wondering what it might have been. No, that's all right. Oh, great. We've got more freebies. All right, prepare to shut the doors for those who don't like wine, cash, venison. They will not get them. Thank you all so much for being such a diligent crowd and coming back and sitting down 8 minutes late, but that's okay. We did start 8 minutes late, Trevor, totally. Hey, so I've been hustling in the lunch break. I did actually get to eat as well, all for your benefit, I'll have you know. This is in terms of a lot of awesome prizes that we're going to give away at the very end at 5 o'clock. Of course, you have to be in the room as well. Have here a silent auction bid that is above reserve. So all these proceeds are going to the Deer Industry Conference for the Gallagher TSI2, the weigh scale and livestock management system. So congratulations to this person, unless you have a higher bid, which you can put in at afternoon tea. And I said, talking about giving away some cash, $2,000. Well, $2,200 is the value of a stick reader that we will be giving away today, courtesy of True Test and Datamas. It's the XR S2 stick reader. And the how you ask, I know. I want to know what is the one thing that you are going to put in action when you get home from what you've learnt. We're going to put some paper down here underneath the deer and literally a big bowl, and all you need to do is put it in, fold it up. Obviously, your name would be quite helpful. And then you can take home. So we're going to draw that at the end. But there's more, and it's not steak knives. Tony Pearce has offered up, he said, wine or venison, but let's just say both, from the DFA. There will be a point scoring system on the head, kindly donated by Richard and Sarah Burden, from this beautiful sculpture that has been put together that you can purchase. There's a few that I know this would look great outside the Sale Arena, from Metalworks Wanaka. 12.5 grand inclusive of GIST, so really not the full price. And you can get the contact details to purchase that as well. And there's more. Golly, I sound like Susan. Four drawers of Tornado heavy Holden gates and 4 drawers of bayonet deer netting. You must go and visit Jason in the afternoon tea. Now, as I said, we are running late, so I'm going to hand over to the extremely capable Mr. Rhys Griffiths to open up your afternoon Talking Velvet.
Thanks heaps, Sarah. That's great intro to get into. And it is awesome to be back down to Southland at a Dairy Industry Conference. I was looking, like Mr. Moffat, was looking forward to doing that last year, and of course we had some disruptions. But it was in Invercargill when I first had my very first conference after a month in the job, so not as short time as you, Dr. Murphy, but that was back in 2008, so it was awesome to be back down here this year. So I'm going to be talking a bit about the velvet markets over the next 15 minutes. And then I'm going to ask, and I hope technology works, for some of our reps over in the market to beam in and to give a live presentation from their point of view. And then I'm going to ask for 3 of the China Velvet Coalition parties to come up on stage, Ross Chambers, Sean Stevenson and Tony Cochran, and we can form a bit of a panel for your questions. So I just do want to start off and acknowledge that in the velvet sector, it has been a tough year. It's been a tough year for all of us, for a real challenging year, and that's right through the chain from from you guys farming velvet or producing velvet right up into the markets. It's been absolutely challenging. The awesome news is that the velvet sector is resilient, and I'm doing a play on the words. The focus is you, but it is resilient. We have got great plans in place, as we all know, around the healthy food strategy. And we've got tremendously strong partnerships up in the markets. Now, that's both in the healthy food sector and also in that traditional commodity trading sector. So that's the kind of the positive thing. Now, when we look back at the last season, it was a real uncertain start, and I don't need to tell you velvet producers about that. There's probably a bit of nervousness back in late September, early October, as a price was being formed. Importers really didn't understand the situation, and they were kind of faced with 3 key things. Firstly, financial outlay, so physically getting hold of money to be able to deposit into our exporters' banks so they could get out and start buying your velvet. Logistics, how are logistics going to play out? And boy, I think we heard that from their venison operators just before. And consumer demand, were they going to be buying too much, too little? How were things going to operate in this kind of COVID environment? But the good news is that we got some really good signals early on in the piece that underlying demand, consumer demand up in the markets in South Korea and in China were really positive. They were pretty strong. So we knew that wasn't the problem. It was literally getting product up to the market. This was consistent with what we had heard in terms of increasing consumption of health food products generally. And New Zealand food products were especially in high demand, things like kiwi fruit and other things as well. And once a price was established, so once we got things going, we could see that demand was massive, right, for people to get in, secure velvet and get containers on the water. So what I've got up here is a graph of our exports year to date, up until January, versus the same period last year. That's not to show that velvet has grown that much, so it has been skewed somewhat, but it shows that intensity of that start of the season. Again, our buyers had to make sure they can get out there and secure product and kind of get it moving. But that's a phenomenal graph when I show that for you guys. The orange being 2021 and blue being 2020. So normally, as you guys would know, velvet sells from October through until April, but pretty much by January, most of the deals have been done. When we look at prices in production, we know that production was up again between 5 and 10%. It seems consistent with where things have been going. But unfortunately, we know that prices did drop at Farmgate by between 10 and 15%. And when we had a look at this and we were starting to see what was coming through, we saw that this was perhaps a risk premium being put in place by our New Zealand velvet, by the velvet importers up in the markets, as they were kind of struggling through those 3 key factors that I mentioned just before. The feedback that I was getting was, of course, it's disappointing that prices did drop back. This year, no one likes prices dropping back. But actually, largely, people were relatively happy that product moved. So prices dropped back. Once we found that product, it started really moving through. So that was the good thing. There was some certainty in an uncertain world. And those supply chain disruptions occurred. Now, as I've just mentioned about the venison operators, they're all up here on stage kind of going through things. But for us, specifically in the velvet sector, Darley Port was shut, and that's problematic. So it was shut from about December the 24th, right the way through till well after Lunar New Year. So I mean, containers that were on the water by early November, many of them still stayed either in a port or waiting to be offloaded or waiting to be cleared. There were high storage demurrage costs that were paid by the importers. So at that stage, the money had all been brought out here into New Zealand. So we were all paid, which is great, but that risk premium paid out for those importers. They actually end up paying a lot more because of the demurrage costs. And it took up to 4 months to clear some of those containers. That's a long time. So I guess it's just good to know what was happening up into that port. Now for us, most of our velvet is destined either for offloading at Darley for selling through the Darley Free Trade Zone, or slightly more of it going up to a place called Teeling, just north of Shenyang, and going in. So it gets offloaded at a internal port, inland port further up through into China. So it could only go through that port. So it wasn't like we could divert it and offload it into other ports for velvet. So it was a pretty ropey time. And like you've heard this morning, these logistics disruptions are tipped to continue for the foreseeable future, certainly over the course of this year. Those sea freight issues you've heard about, they will continue. And until passenger demand comes back onto commercial flights again, we're going to see expensive air freight as well. So these are things we've just got to come to grapple with. And of course, there are the potential for shutdowns. And our COVID situation in New Zealand here, we're pretty lucky to be able to meet like this and have a beer and a bit of a feed and a bit of a natter. But COVID could break out again, and our plants could be disrupted, or ports up in the markets, because let's face it, China has, from what the media say, China's been kind of dealing with COVID quite well, but they did shut this massive port down. This type of thing can happen again. COVID's still around, and by all accounts, getting worse in some markets, as we all know. So let's have a quick look at our markets. And I guess the first thing I want to say is it was a new way of operating for us at DINS as well. I normally try and get up there a couple of times a year. So how do we try and connect with our key people? We try to have these things called Korean Virtual Market Tour, segmented for the times when I'd normally go up, just prior to the main selling season in October. And then normally around March, April, May, I've just finished the series, to work with the big healthy food companies in terms of their promotion going into the valuable Chuseok or our spring, their autumn period, when velvet consumption lifts up. So our first Korean velvet market tour was held in May last year. And it was about reconnecting with the market. So it's quite novel and it seemed quite cool. And watching on screen right now, a couple of our reps up in the market, and they took me around a little tablet or whatever and meet with the customers, and I was able to kind of go through things. And it enabled a few more DINS personnel, and you can see here the old science and policy manager and our environmental stewardship manager being able to connect with our customers well, and that all helps to underpin the kind of the story that we like to get across. The second one was about providing confidence, and I'm going to go through this in a bit more detail. So that was in October, trying to provide confidence that there was that underlying demand in the market, connecting with our customers and what have you up there. And the third one that was just finished a week ago was about continuing investment. And of course, we had meetings, particularly with our larger customers outside of these periods, whenever they needed to contact, hop on Zoom and kind of go through it. So this was the, at Branch Chairs last year, and I know many of the people in this room here today. I see you down there, Mark and Grant and what have you. So I was able to video you guys, take little short snapshots of you. You're smiley there, John. Nice little short snapshots, video snapshots of you guys, because our customers love hearing from producers. They love hearing from producers. And we started the introduction off with a few words of wisdom from our Lauban, Mr. Moffat, giving some nice signals out, followed up by producers of velvet being passionate in what they do. There was a campaign launched by New Zealand Story called Made with Care, and we launched our Korean virtual market tour one day after Made with Care was launched out. So following our brief snippets from farmers, we were able to play them the Made with Care advert and splice in a bit of velvet toward the end of what was going on there.
Why is New Zealand food and beverage so outstanding?
How long have you got? New Zealand food is safe, so clean and so pure.
If you haven't tasted New Zealand food and beverage, you're missing out.
You can trust New Zealand seafood. It's sustainable and it tastes really good.
Manuka honey from New Zealand. It's just delicious and healthy for you and your family.
It's so yummy. We've got wonderful pasture here to produce our safe and trusted milk.
Our grass-fed beef is so good because it's raised in a place like this. Check it out.
We're really proud that New Zealand lamb is eaten all around the world.
Caring for your land and people, being a good custodian or kaitiaki, it's everything to us.
New Zealand wine is all about freshness and energy. Tastes like it comes from nowhere else.
We're free to innovate because we're not bound by tradition. And we make sure that only the best quality goes to market.
The most important ingredient is care.
We make it and grow it with love.
A little bit of care and a little bit of love can change everything.
Donald White, you should have been charging me a royalty for that photo, I think. But that kind of resonates well with the whole New Zealand Inc. Type of thing. Our Korean velvet buyers, when they see this type of stuff, they automatically associate Nogyong New Zealand velvet with all those images that you've just seen. And we followed this up straight away with advertising on the whole back cover of Minjok News and ACOM News, the two leading Oriental medicine publications, and able to kind of talk a bit about our story. So we're passionate farmers. We produce our Nogyong with care. But some of the other aspects around our environment and governance and what good people we are as well. So it was a nice thing to kind of follow up with. The most recent market visit is about reinvesting, as I said previously. And so that for us was a bit about reinvesting in research. So we timed it in with the launch of our new Velvet Technical Manual. I have only a few copies of these, but for anyone that is interested, they're in the Valtrac stand out in the events area, $20 each. No, they're free of charge, of course. But we videoed Stephen Haynes, and he kind of led things off, which was really nice, talking about the new Velvet Industry Technical Manual, which is packed with great new research, and then also talking about the immune function research that the Innovation Steering Committee have kicked off for hopefully delivery by this time next year. Once we hit the end of our meetings, so these meetings were kind of held at 45 or an hour minute intervals and then unplugged, and the guys would rush off to the next meeting and we'd plug back in. We were aiming to try and get a sub 60 to deliver the Korean version of these Velvet Industry Technical Manuals. So we've had them translated into Korean, simplified Chinese for the mainland Chinese market and traditional Chinese for the Taiwanese markets. And we always finish off our virtual market tours by engaging with the embassy. Our relationship with the embassy up in South Korea is fantastic, and they really do support us with our endeavours up there. Normally I like to finish off on a Friday evening after I've gone around the markets, be able to sit down, chew the fat with the Trade Commissioner and with the Ambassador and their awesome staff up there, and then maybe go out for a makju, which is a beer, and have a bit of a natter about how things are up in South Korea. So we did that. Innes and I finished that week off by having a good catch up with Ambassador Philip Turner. We also connected. We were really lucky. Our new Trade Commissioner was going up in October, November last year, and I asked him if I could give him a 2-day velvet induction. So we got him out to the Jagidong markets. That's him holding the stick up there of velvet at Mr. Bung's factory in Jagidong. Then him going to visit a couple of clients, including LG, and with the ambassador into seeing New Origin, Yuhan Pharmaceuticals, and even got a write-up in a magazine as well. So, good exposure. It's the type of stuff that you like to get. And as I say, these guys are outstanding. And we've got some in-market representatives in South Korea and China that really kind of got around for us too. What did we find? We found that more products were launched. So there was more investment in the market. And this is just a few of the ones that I've clipped off from our news readings this year alone. There were a whole swag last year. And from the kind of the prettier colours, you can see a lot of them where you're aiming at some of our female audience. Chung Nok for Women was launched, which reportedly is going really well, and for children as well. So it's nice to get that nice breadth of customer group. Reportedly, these products are going really well. They all contain New Zealand Nogyong, New Zealand velvet. So that was certainly very heartening. Now, what was also quite cool is you guys all understand the history of velvet, that we're selling up into the traditional Chinese medicine, so through the Jagidong markets. Then we engaged with our closest partner up there called KGC, which I'm sure you've all heard lots about, with 1,000 retail outlets as high-end nutraceutical stores throughout South Korea. Then we started engaging with people on, celebrities on home shopping channel networks, being able to kind of pump their products out through telephone and what have you orders online, and of course the Yuhan New Origin Cafe style. One of the areas we're quite keen to see coverage was to get into corner stores. And what we've seen over the last 6 months is a big food company called Pulmon that launched a New Zealand velvet product that's available on corner stores through the G25 system. And what's super cool is I've got a few of these that I can dish out to any good questions, I guess, during our panel session. I think Rob will hand those out shortly, which will wake you all up for the next session, I guess. So what do we learn? The companies were generally quite positive about velvet, about the season that they've just had, but they did want to temper that with the economic impact. So while South Korea, from an economic perspective, was the leading country in terms of economic performance, they still declined. Their economy still did shrink, and they said that did impact some higher value items. And we all would love to think, and I know I love thinking, that velvet is, so its main use is immune function and anti-fatigue. So I was kind of thinking, well, I'll see what happens here. Most people turned in the initial stages to probiotics and vitamins rather than to velvet, but velvet still did get a bit of an upswing there. We know that offline and duty-free stores suffered significantly. Duty-free stores, as you can imagine, particularly with the Chinese tourists coming across, just ceased overnight. But you kind of learn these new words when you're going through these Korean virtual market tours. Untact. Untact is the way of doing business up in Korea. So it doesn't just kind of bring in the video conferencing and stuff, but it's all about PayWave. It's all about how you pay, but not connecting with people. So Untact online stuff was doing really, really well. And, we've been in a market that's been growing really, really well. The healthy food market, we're about 80% of a whole new market that we developed about 10 years ago, and it's grown significantly. But we can't expect to have that market to ourselves entirely forever. The Russians are starting to attack us with their velvet and with their campaigns as well. So they're out there, they're getting some traction in some areas. If you remember my presentation last year, I was talking about our consumer, our target audience is kind of a Korean female, professional female aged between 30 to 50 years old, because she's the decision maker for her family, herself, her children and her husband. Russian velvet is targeting the kind of the older male generation and what they do, and they sponsored this K-pop band for their target audience, and I see a few of you guys probably might buy some Russian velvet, Steve. But they do this nice little thing. But actually it is gaining traction. So it is, they are doing well. But there is one way for us to target them. So another thing I was kind of hearing back from companies over the last couple of weeks as we've been engaging is this concept around environment, social and governance. And that's one area that New Zealand really stands out on its own. So we know that we're in this awesome environment. Our connection, when we have people coming out visiting you guys, and I know many of you guys have hosted lots and lots of people onto your farms. So that social, that connection and governance is the things like the RCS and Valtrac and our strict government oversight, making their products safe is something that stands out for us. So we are well positioned in this market. I could go on for hours about the promotional activity. Of course, we're going to support our biggest bit of funding and connection is with KGC, biggest client, but there was a whole lot of other stuff that we did in the markets to a lesser degree. And I've got a bit of a snapshot on a bit of a velvet promotion that we did for LG, because of course they couldn't come out here. So we did a video presentation. Big thanks to White Farming for hosting the people and for Trev for putting things together. I've just got a little bit of a snapshot on this, but you can kind of get this feeling of the ESG. There's actually part of the video that I'm not going to show because it'll take too long, of Rob Dunbar talking about the strict management around the RCS, but have a watch.
Now we are in the middle of farm, so how high are we here?
Right here, we're about 800 metres, but the mountains around us are about 1,300 metres high. That means that the summers are hot and dry and the winters are very cold, and it's a great climate for growing velvet.
Right, so are the deer free to roam across the farm?
So the deer are grazed in large fields, so they have lots of space and are free from stress.
Right, so actually the place where very freely, just they can move around everywhere.
Yeah, well, we shift the deer regularly, so they always have lots of fresh feed to eat, and this gives the pasture time to regenerate.
So a nice connection there from Regan and Ange. And now on to China, a rapidly emerging market, so we know that exports are increasing. But I will just put a note there that obviously there were a lot of port disruptions, and a lot of our product that was produced last season has been held up going through. Now that may create more demand to make sure that there aren't any disruptions. As we know, there is always product up in the markets prior to our season, but we're just unsure about what that disruption may mean. We know that a healthy food strategy is now underway, and that companies are starting to investigate the potential for New Zealand velvet as a health functional food. And one of the awesome things that you guys may have picked up is the three companies coming together, approaching Dairy Industry New Zealand and forming this China Velvet Coalition. As I say, the three members will come up on stage. They've got their photo there with the Trade Commissioner from Shanghai when he came out just over Christmas. This is something that really commercialises, so it gets a bit more grunt than just industry going up there to talk about the healthy food side of things, and it plays a benefit to the wider industry. So if one of these companies, or all three, or whoever, is able to satisfy this healthy food strategy, the impact, as we've seen in South Korea, will be much wider to all the partners across our sector. So it's something that I'm pretty excited about. Taiwan, I'm not going to talk about this too much because Seamus from Taiwan will be beaming in and talking a bit about the new KGC launch of their product. So Korean Ginseng Corp through their Taiwanese-based stores launching their New Zealand Velvet product, and of course we supported that, and it's a market that could be quite significant. So Justin, it's too early to predict and give you a price for Vena Velvet next year, despite you bailing up a bit. What will next year look like? Who knows? At this stage it is too early to predict. We do know that production will continue to increase out there. There is some good confidence in the industry, and that's a great thing, but we've just got to make sure that increase is in line with our increasing demand. We know that there will continue to be increasing demand for health products, and we know that velvet's going to get some recognition in that space. There's another term that came up in the meetings, revenge spend. So that was quite neat to see. That there could be the potential for revenge spend, people spending on higher value items such as velvet in the market as well. So overall, we've got a relatively stable and growing industry in the velvet side of things, to kind of capture off what you talked about, Innes, a bit earlier on. And I'm certainly really heartened when I don't open the papers, I go online and see all the new products starting to come through. So the investment is occurring in both China and South Korea. So things are looking pretty good in the velvet sector. Thanks heaps, guys. Actually, I do have there's one other slide here. I've got a message so yesterday I played a message from the Trade Commissioner in South Korea. I've just got a message to you guys from our ambassador, Mr. Philip Turner in Seoul, and then I'm going to hopefully beam in our reps from the markets.
안녕하십니까. My name is Philip Turner. I'm New Zealand's ambassador here in Seoul to the Republic of Korea. I want to talk to you briefly today about New Zealand's exports of deer velvet, one of our fastest growing export industries. Korea takes 2/3, 65% of all of the deer velvet that is produced in New Zealand. It's a great example both of New Zealand companies partnering with Korean companies, and also of how New Zealand has been able to move from volume to value in our production. Korean consumers are very demanding. They have very high standards of food safety and quality, and they really look for natural origin of their products. New Zealand is able to satisfy Korean consumers on all of those aspects. We are well known for our natural beauty, and now, thanks to the Veltrack program put in place by Deer Industry New Zealand, we have a world-class traceability program which responds to Korean consumers' desire for clear indications of safety and quality at all points of the chain. It's a great success story. I invite Korean consumers to enjoy our products. Thank you.
It's a pretty good endorsement from our officials up in the market. Now, I can see all three on line there, guys. I'd like to welcome you to the three velvet experts up in the market. So in the big picture here, we have Jong-gu Jung, who I've been working with now for about 8 or so years in South Korea, in Seoul. Very much instrumental in terms of our health functional food strategy. In the top right-hand corner, we've got Felix Shen, a new addition to the Velvet team, although he is acting on behalf of the China Velvet Coalition as well. And down the bottom there, we've got Seamus Harris, been working with Seamus for about 8 years as well, and he's based in Taiwan. So I'm going to invite you, Jong-gu, first up, mate, if you can go through a couple of slides about the Korean market.
Right. So I guess my screen is on sharing.
Certainly is, mate.
Okay, cool. So last 10 years of South Korean market for the deer velvet is very much busy time. So a lot of changes in consumer trend, supply chain, even regulation and tariff situation. So we've been working with all the aspect of this area. So we're talking with the government or talking to the local deer farmers with the risk groups and traditional medicine doctors. Also new players with the emerging channel like e-commerce. But among those many activities today, I would like to just touch the showcase a little bit about the health food brand customers. So many of you might remember the 2015, I guess, the Napier conference. So we had Dr. Zhang from the KGC, Korea Ginseng Corporation. He was the chief of R&D back then. Since then, KGC launched a lot of product with a New Zealand deer velvet called Chunno, and it becoming one of the important brand portfolio for KGC, not only KGC, but also entire Korea health food brand market. So this is the last 10 years, and now you can buy lots of New Zealand deer velvet product from the department store to the OTC and even corner store these days. So you can buy a lot of you can buy various channel the deer velvet products. So over 40 companies in South Korea using deer velvet as an ingredient for their health food, and around 80% are using New Zealand origin from our research. So what kind of our prospect for the next 10 years is like a differentiation. So as you see, the New Zealand story is outstanding with the competition with the Russian or competition with the Chinese or even Korean local velvet products, or as an ingredient or as just a prescription for the Oriental medicine clinic. What now is you need competing storytellers as you need to stand out among those New Zealand velvet users. So you might need from the Korean customer perspective, you might need a newly discovered benefit over deer velvet, or regularly registration of the health functional food, or transparent traceability, like maybe that's the future of the Veltrack, or closer relationship with the New Zealand farmers. Like it could be a case of the SP Corporation sponsorship to the environmental world, or closer to specific farm from the Korean customer. It's like you have a case study about the Yuhan Care to solo contract with one of the farm in New Zealand. So last 10 years was very busy to make a standout New Zealand out of other compared to other country of origin. This from this to the next 10 years could be the competition between brands in Korean perspective, Korean customers who using New Zealand deer velvet.
Thanks, mate. Is that you? Thanks, Jong-gu. So he's going to stay on so you can ask more questions and what have you. I'll now invite Seamus. Are you able to stop sharing, Jong-gu? And Seamus, can you share your slides from Taiwan? You need to go off mute. There you go. You're still on mute. I could do some...
I got the sharing right, but I forgot to unmute myself. Okay.
Excellent.
Okay, so everyone can see me and hear me. I'll just say a few words about what's been happening in Taiwan over the last year or so. 2020 was quite a good year for New Zealand velvet in Taiwan. Taiwan is historically, it's been a fairly traditional market. And quite a small market, mostly with traditional consumption, people buying from TCM shops, maybe direct off farms, that kind of thing. But in August 2020, KGC launched their first New Zealand deer velvet product in Taiwan. Now, KGC are a household name already in Taiwan for their ginseng. They've got roughly 60 of their own branded stores through Taiwan, plus penetration into channels like hypermarkets, convenience stores, that kind of thing. So their new product is something very new for Taiwan. And there's been very many sort of positive things about it, including the premium positioning. The retail price for this one is roughly 300 New Zealand dollars for a 1 month supply. So it's pretty premium. The New Zealand origin has been highlighted through the promotional materials for it, and they've used a famous local, or not local, Korean star, a guy called Lee Min-ho. You probably haven't heard of him in New Zealand, but he's very famous up here. And this product seems to have got off to quite a good start, and it's attracted attention from local health food companies as well. So Dins and myself, we're working now with at least one other Taiwan company that's quite interested in coming out with something similar. We'll see how that goes. It's very much a work in progress, and it's been slowed down a little bit by the pandemic, but they're still interested, and they visited New Zealand. And KGC has been heartened enough that we know that they're considering launching some more products. So it's looking like there's a platform being established in Taiwan for some good growth going forward. At the same time, there are a few challenges on the regulatory side. Historically, Taiwan has regulated deer velvet in foods in a fairly loose kind of manner, as in deer velvet can, of course, be sold as a traditional Chinese medicine, but simultaneously it can be sold as a regular food. There's absolutely no difference between these two categories in the past. Now, that seems to have annoyed the traditional Chinese medicine sector, so they've been pressuring the FDA here over the last couple of years. As a result of that pressure, things are almost certainly going to change. It looks like what will happen is that deer velvet products with a low dose of deer velvet will continue to be able to be sold as foods. If the dose exceeds a certain threshold, then they won't have to be pharmaceuticals. They'll be allowed to be sold as functional foods. But to sell a product as a functional food, there's going to be some kind of registration process. So that will create a bit of a barrier, but it doesn't look like an unsurmountable barrier, because we have companies here that are already looking at how to do this, and they're confident that they can do it. And in any case, existing products, such as the KGC's Tianlu Everytime, which was launched last year, it's not going to be affected by the new regulations, because KGC designed the formulation with this potential change in mind, because it's been known about for at least a couple of years. So I think that kind of sums up where Taiwan is at the moment. And if anyone has any questions for me, then just let me know later.
Excellent. Thanks heaps for that, Seamus. And now, always regulatory barriers that we're hitting, but fortunately, China doesn't really have regulatory barriers, does it, Felix? No, sorry, there's a bit of an internal joke. A lot of regulatory barriers. So, Felix, remembering he's only just kind of started on the velvet side of things, but we are tremendously excited to have him as part of the team. I'll just invite Felix to say a few words now too, if that's all right.
Yeah. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Felix Chen from PCNZ Shanghai, now representative for DENS and Coalitions, China Velvet Coalitions. I only joined the PCNZ for 2 months, so I could not share too much on the velvet industry in China, but I'm sure there are some interesting numbers to show you to let you know the update for China. The first number is 230 million people. Actually, during the past long holiday, early of May, there are 230 million people. Young generations go out for travel around the country. So it's everything in China nowadays return to normal, including the economy, the travel, and health food consumptions. The traveling people nowadays, during the long holiday, is around 20% increase than 2019. So nowadays in China, everything become to normal. The only difference is people in public areas only need to wear the masks. And then I think the set of numbers just updated last week. I think nowadays in China, we still own the biggest population, 1.4 billion people in China nowadays. And although the population growth rate is becoming slower, but now the total population is still growing. And the biggest changes nowadays, China, the whole societies became, the old people become, the numbers become bigger. So nowadays it's around 18.7% of the total population is more than 80 age. And also good things is more people are university educated. So that means in China nowadays, more people getting old and more people are well educated. They are all focusing on the health and wellness. They would like to put more money on the medicines, medicals, and also health food, and also the huge market for the consumption upgrading. The last shit I want to share with you is nowadays in China, there were bright future for the health food. So first thing is the GDP per capita in updated 2020. Nowadays, so the second years we above 10,000 US dollars. And if you take the numbers for Shanghai, Beijing, and Shenzhen, Guangzhou, the tier 1 cities, the number must be above 20,000. It's very close to the developed countries nowadays. And the second thing is very interesting. Nowadays, so there are some investigation from the government media. The consumption list of the young generations from age 18 to 25, majority of them would like to spend money on tourism, healthcare, and education and training. So I think for health food, not only attractive for the old generation, but also for the young generation, it's very interesting in China nowadays. And the last part is nowadays in China, the spend on the average spend on health food is quite low. It's only $30 US dollars in China. It's still has a big gap compared with US people and the South Korean. So in China, the population and society change a lot. Everything back to normal. The economy grow faster. People become more rich and educated. They are willing to spend money on the health food. I think the above it could be nature and really health benefit for the people. So that must be have a bright future. I only joined the industry for 2 months. I hope I can share more next time. So that's all for my points.
Great, thanks heaps, Felix, for that. Yeah, thanks, guys. So just stay on the line. I'm going to ask Tony Cochrane, Sean Stevenson, Ross Chambers to come up and form a panel. For the first time in my life, I've gone over time. I'm sorry, guys. But if you can all come up and yeah, we did start late, didn't we, Sarah?
Don't blame, we just learned.
Oh, just in case. I've got one on my lapel, yeah.
Another one along. Fantastic. So we have a universal international panel, so make the absolute most of it. Have I got any starting questions, particularly DFA members? We're going quiet.
Just remember, you get this product here for whoever asks.
Oh,
Sean, Tony.
Yeah, got it here.
fantastic.
Yeah, ask away, guys.
You've obviously done such a fantastic job of your presentation, Richard.
Oh, sorry.
You're right.
With all the extra revenue, now that you're over $100 million, and what are the key areas that we need to, spend that levy money that you're collecting into going forward?
So that's great. I'm going to pass it over to our board member sitting on here because you're going to get sick of me talking.
Can everyone hear me? It's a great question, Richard, and it's one for the board too, that we're well aware of, that venison and velvet are quite evenly matched as far as the revenue side of Deer Industry New Zealand is going in regards to levies. So I think it might be around 45-55 in favour of venison at the moment, but that could easily be 50-50. That's not an aspiration, that's just the way the trend is going. So the biggest thing really is looking after our licence to operate, which is animal welfare, and Valtrac backs that up, so that's an investment in itself. We believe that there is potential for huge growth, and that growth has been shown in South Korea already. We want to replicate that into China, so that's going to require a lot of resource to beat down those regulatory barriers and apply people on the ground, such as Felix, to represent New Zealand as a country and also our product. Does that answer it?
Question at the front here from John.
Yeah, hi. Are the current velveting guidelines, grading guidelines, are they fit for purpose?
I suppose that's me again. I think there's some tweaks to be made, John, and that's mainly around the mere fact that velvet has changed. We've seen that with Spiker particularly, and also the size of velvet, bigger Super A heads. There's an easy trend going towards the non-traditional shapes and styles, and how that lines up with the market and the end use of the product. So yes, there are some conversations we need to have, and we're looking to get those in place before next season. Also hopefully amend the grading guidelines with some better pictures and descriptions so that both farmers and buyers are completely clear on where we're going. Yep.
If I can just add on to what you've said now, from the CK point of view, as more and more product becomes processed, our company's focus is more on actual growing time, less than 55 days. It's the work that we've done, and I think the work that the industry has done shows that there is very good bioactives in that product, and that's what we've been, the indication that we've been given from our customers and companies overseas, is that that's what they'll be demanding.
So, sorry if I could. So I think in order to answer your question, John, I think both from a traditional point of view, there's some tweaks there is definitely some tweaks that we need to do. Our aspirations of the health food market, which appears to be paying off, means that we may need to revisit, what's happening inside that antler, what are the amino acids and whatever is doing, because our new customer is different than the aesthetic one. So it's a conversation for later, but it's good to start this conversation now. Ross, did you want to make a comment?
Thanks, Reece. There is it was a very good question, John. There is an appetite for updating and more clarity on the grades. It's a conversation that we have regularly with our clients, and we know it's a topic of conversation with farmers. So I think it's high time we update it, maybe put it into a slightly newer format, as Tony alluded to, and in terms of its usability.
Just a question. First of all, congratulations on the three companies and the coalition going forward. It shows the strength that we've got going forward as an industry. Can we just have a little bit of commentary from you guys about how you see that working and how you maintain your market differences, but work together for New Zealand Velvet Inc., so to speak?
Thanks, Grant. All the companies have seen that there's a common objective here, so it hasn't been difficult, and I don't perceive it to be difficult in the future, for us to focus on that goal, because what we're looking to achieve in China is something that's quite different. Something doesn't exist at the moment. So we don't have to worry about what happens elsewhere or what might have happened in the past. We're able to focus very tightly on making progress into the opportunity in China that we see is there, but it's going to require work, and that's why I speak for Pavelco, I hope I speak for everyone on the commercial partners, that we are stronger together. This is not something we feel we could approach successfully individually. That's why we've joined with DINS. We've got support from NZTE. They see this as a viable strategy for smaller entities to combine their resources and make progress where otherwise they wouldn't. So we're all entirely committed to this objective. So I think it is early days, but I'm very confident that we're applying things the right way around, and that we'll be able to make it work, because it's a different circumstance than other business.
Tony?
Well, Ross said it well. Yeah, look, just to back that up, we're three individual competitors, and we're not certainly not forming a commercial venture between the three of us. We're maintaining our individual rights to be able to deal with who we choose to deal with. What may come of this further down the track, we've got an open mind to, and that's probably the most important thing. We've also got to work within the restrictions of the competitive laws, or anti-competitive laws, both here and offshore. So we're very wary of that, and it's really good to have the backing of NZTE, the government, and DINS, of course, in this partnership. One thing, the three of us amount to quite a lot of critical mass or volume within three players, and not confusing or stopping that by having too many players and too many opinions. So it's very early days, but already we're excited about the potential, and we're hoping that the world's our oyster, and we may just not be producing enough product. So
I can only echo the comments made by Ross and Tony. I think, as I've both mentioned, we all bring a lot of expertise to the table, and essentially moving forward will help to make sure that we have a good measured approach to this new segment in the market.
I do have a question here from the team at Broccoli Deer Farms. Is it helpful for producers to prove high velvet content? And if so, will that be given a premium over lower content velvet?
This might come back to your knowledge in terms of the amino acids and stuff.
And anyone from online as well?
Can you ask the question again, sorry?
Yeah, certainly. Is it helpful for producers to prove high velvet content? And if so, will that be given a premium over lower content velvet?
I think that moving forward, being able to demonstrate the quality of the product will result in a demand being paid in the market.
Hopefully that answers your question. I'll go down to Ian and then Mark, and then we will have to wrap up if there's any others.
Thanks very much, Sarah. This is a question probably directed more at Felix. We've just had a presentation from Reece, which is, as usual, very positive about what's going on, and we're looking at the potential success of the coalition agreement. You've just come on board in the last couple of months. What is the size of the market that you see that's in front of you? Because you've obviously taken this this position on with looking at the opportunity that you can see for yourself, and we've seen a big period of growth in New Zealand over the last 8 years in terms of the tonnage of velvet produced. How much further are we going to go?
I think it's really hard to make the exact calculations on what's the future. But nowadays, there are some numbers I can provide. It is for the health food and medicines in China nowadays. I think the total products containing velvet, the market size is around 40 to 50 million RMB nowadays. And for the total health food industry, the market size is around 300 billion RMB. It's a quite huge market in China. So we just have a small product containing with deal velvet.
A little bit from. Okay. Sorry about that. My question follows on a little bit from Ian with regards to the new market in China. We've heard all about what Valtrak will bring for market access as well as opportunities for value add within Korea. Do all you guys see that that can be then translated into being a value, or Valtrak being a value for value add within China in the functional food market?
Yep, to keep things rolling for Sarah. Definitely. Am I turned on? Yep. Definitely that is probably one of the first things that these big health food companies or beverage companies are going to ask us is, where's your traceability? Where's your product integrity? And, you know, of course, health, immune is on the top of the list at the moment for the consumer. So for us to break into a market that already has its own local supply, and we're going to prove that New Zealand Velvet can compete against that product, we're really going to have that story behind it, and that's going to relate right back to the producer and also the relationships in between.
Fantastic, a great place to leave it there. Please, a big round of applause to our China Coalition, Ross Chambers, Sean Stevenson, Tony Cochrane, as well as Felix, Seamus and Jean-Kyu there in Korea. Thank you very, very much. Big round of applause. Fantastic work. And Therese. Now, John, aka JT, thought he was going to get out of it if we were running late, but he's not. Welcome back to the stage, John. Take on now, following on the NVSB reporting. I'll take this one, and you can have that one.
Thanks, Sarah. G'day again, everyone. And before I get into my little presentation, I just want to share with you something that I've got here. This is an album given to me by a good friend, Doug Gordon. Doug spent a lifetime as a meat inspector on meat plants, obviously latterly in venison plants, and he's kept a pictorial newspaper record going back to about 1977 of all things deer, particularly in Southland and the southern South Island. He's got 12 of these volumes. He loaned them to me, and I said, excuse me, I said I'd get them all scanned, and we'll put them online. So we will have them eventually up on the DINS website, and a link that you'll all be able to go in and there's some fantastic reading amongst these albums. 12 of them. We're having a bit of a laugh last night. There's some photos in these things that some of these people in the audience here that look a hell of a lot younger than what they do. And also listed is venison schedule prices, velvet sale prices. I won't go into them, but there's some there for $300 odd a kg and stuff like that. So great reading. And if anyone wants to have a quick look at that one that I've got there, before the end of the day, then you're more than welcome. Look, I just want to give you a quick update of the NVSB, the RCS, a bit about animal welfare at the end, something also to ponder on. I'll get this going in a minute. Something to ponder on, something to think about anyway. So quite often I get asked about the NVSB. Is it a closed shop? How do we get onto the NVSB committee and all that sort of carry on? So no, it's not a closed shop at all. The National Velvet Standards Body is a committee that comprises of 2 farmers representatives, and they're nominated by Dairy Industry Levy Payers, you guys, and approved by the DFA Council, and 2 veterinarians nominated and approved by the New Zealand Veterinary Association, NZVA. And the appointment onto the committee is for a period of 3 years. And of course, the administrative work is to support the NVSB is carried out by the DINS executives. And currently that committee's been together now for a very, very long time. Only one change that I'm aware of in recent times, and that was from the NZVA. So you probably already know, but who are the members of the NVSB? Well, we've got Ian Scott. He's the chair, long-term chair since the NVSB began, and he operates out of the Waikato. Andrew Skerr, another well-known veterinarian. He operates based out of Taupo. Everybody knows Paddy Boyd. He's been on the NVSB for a very, very long time. And also Peter Allen, another well-known farmer from Southland as well, who's been there for a very long time as well. We've also got 2 seconded members on there as well. Ian Walker, everybody knows Ian, and also Amy Watts, and Amy's here today as well. She operates out of the Maniatoto region, Central. Okay, so the mission of the NVSB is to implement the Code of Recommendations and Minimum Standards for the welfare of deer during the removal of antlers. And basically that's what the NVSB program has all been built around, animal welfare and the safety of both the deer and the handlers. And it's the committee's role to ensure the NVSB program continues to function. And it's actually been a huge undertaking, and they've done an amazing job, that committee, over all of those years. Continuing to keep the program up and running smoothly so that you guys can continue to velvet your deer. And none of this could be achieved, obviously, without the cooperation and the commitments from the NZDFA and NZVA and, of course, the MPI. And for the number of accredited velveters, it's quite interesting. For the past 10 years or so, the accredited velvet numbers have remained relatively constant. If you look at the figures there, although this year there seems to be a bit of a jump in the registered velveters at the beginning of the season, and I think that's probably due to the Veltrac system coming into play. But back in 2020, 1,071. 2021 this year, 1,149. But that also includes the number of velveters that are in abeyance. So when you take that off, the numbers of certified velveters at the end of each season usually hovers around the 1,000, give or take 20 or so. So it remains pretty much constant. Of course, we never know the exact number of accredited velveters until the end of the season each year, and that's after you've all completed those three tasks, paying the fee, of course, having the supervising visit, and then having the drug books all reconciled and signed off by the veterinarians. And it's only then that the endorsement stickers are actually sent out, certifying each and every one of you. So that's a little bit about the NVSB. For the RCS, you're all well aware that became a regulation in 2017, and that was imposed on the harvesting, handling, storage and transport of velvet intended for human consumption, as it says there. It's actually, in hindsight, it was a real blessing that that regulation came into play, because the NVSB recognised several years prior to that the need to improve the hygiene requirements around velveting sheds. If you think back to those times, a lot of the sheds were built right from day dot, and a lot of them had dirt floors and so forth, and so we had to really try and implement measures to upskill, update the hygiene in those sheds, because we were handling a food product. We asked MPI, and they agreed to give us a 3-year time frame to implement those the RCS right across the industry. They agreed to that, and I'll show you some figures shortly where we've almost completed that task. I'd have to say that the update or the uptake of most farmers in that regard has been absolutely brilliant to achieve what we have within the time frame. Just talking about auditors of the regulation, giving the auditors a bit of a plug. They have to hold a specific qualification. They have to be recognised under the Act, and we were quite fortunate that all of our NVSB auditors that we had originally doing the velvet removal audits were able to gain that qualification to allow them to carry on and audit the RCS. It was obviously a difficult task for most of the auditors, and I see at least one of them in the audience here. Difficult task for them to juggle between their own jobs, their own farms, and their own work commitments. But they've done a really, really good job, fantastic job. There's still some audits to be completed and some awaiting actions to be signed off, but I'm sure that we'll get there. And like I said, there's been great acceptance from all of you farmers undertaking the role to become accredited or signed off on the RCS. Some big commitments. There were some deer sheds that were pulled down and completely rebuilt. There were some that required major renovations, some required repaint, concrete floors, some just a simple pen plan of the clean zones put up on the wall of the shed. Some required new freezers, and some no work at all. So it's been right across the board. So here are some stats from the latest figures on the RCS. From memory, there's been about 8 sheds added to that list in the last 2 or 3 weeks. And I think that again is a result of people coming out of the woodwork because of Valtrac. But I mean, we've been going down this path now for 3 years, and to all of a sudden find that there's some sheds out there that we never ever knew of, and nobody's contacted us is quite surreal. So we've still got 54 sheds to be audited, right? There's 1,005 that have actually been audited and actually passed, which is great. There's 114 that have opted out of the scheme, and for a number of various reasons. Farms have been sold, deer have been sold, people have passed on, and so forth. 6 non-compliant sheds, and 67 that are still awaiting actions to be completed. And I'm sure, you know, when you talk around, even at this conference, talking around to people, a lot of those actions have actually been completed. It's just the information hasn't been passed on, or indeed passed on back to us. And I took a hit when the RCS first kicked in, and we were having discussions about how we were going to do it and all the rest of it. And I said, there's probably about 900 sheds that'll need to be audited. I was way out, because we're, 1,246 sheds that we've got identified there. So, yeah, I was laughed at, but we'll get there. So, that's fine. Just a little bit about animal welfare and compliance, and Lindsay Burton actually put up a slide in his presentation earlier on showing the code of welfare for deer, and that just reminded me that we're actually in the process of reviewing the code of welfare for deer. We have been for nearly 2 years now. For various reasons it's been put off, and discussions with NAWAC about a month or so ago informed us that they put the code of welfare for deer review almost back to the bottom of the list, because they're quite happy and quite comfortable that the current code of welfare serves pretty much all purposes. When it comes time, probably late this year, early next year, they'll re-engage with us as an industry, and we'll go through and look at anything that needs to be updated. We have had a working committee for the last 12, 18 months looking and reviewing the code among ourselves, and we have got a few areas within the code that need updating, but nothing major at this point in time. So I just want to quickly run over some animal welfare and compliance issues from the farm and the transport side of things. And to be fair, I'm very, very happy to say that the dairy industry fares very, very well when it comes to animal welfare and animal welfare compliance. And that's not saying let's ease off. I'm saying we've actually done a really great job to date, but we can never let up. Testament to that, I think, is no doubt the long-term industry strategies that we've had in place, such as the on-farm QA program, the original one, and the still current Deer QA transport program, the NVSB program. But I think most importantly is the commitment from all you guys, the farmers. You know, you've put the commitment in, and I don't think we would be anywhere near where we are in this day and age as far as animal welfare and compliance is concerned if you guys hadn't have done it. You've been striving all the way through to be the best, and I think we are, and I think we still lead the pack when it comes to animal welfare. Just as a bit of an example of that as well, we've had a velvet surveillance program running for about, I don't know, 14 years or more maybe with MPI VS at processing plants. And that was a voluntary thing between us and MPI. I know there was a bit of opposition in the early days from MPI whether or not privacy issues would allow it and all the rest of it, and we sort of said, well, let's get on with it and let's do it and let's see what happens as a result. That's been really, it was a really, really fantastic program. In the early days, I'd have to say that there were letters being written probably every week from MPI back to transport operators, drivers and farmers for things like over-length antlers or maybe a broken pedicle or whatever back in those days. But from when it began and all of those letters, as we progress through time, those letters become less and less and less until recent times, and I'm not aware of any letters that have been written at all. That's how much of an improvement there's been through animal welfare issues picked up at the processing plants off every consignment of animals that goes in there. Even to the point now where MPI are saying what a great example it is of regulators working with industry to improve the welfare of the animals that we deal with. So that's pretty fantastic. So when the care and procedures regulations come into play 2, 3, 4 years ago, whenever it was, there were hardly any issues at all that came out of that because we were so far ahead of what those regulations were talking about. And just to show you that, here's a table of all of the notices or the offence notices, notifications that were sent out, animal welfare cases right through from 2020, 2021 to date and April 2021. And there's some big numbers there. But when you look at the deer specific stuff for 2021, there's 4. So, you know, done really, really well. And I think that's testament to everyone that have played their part in it. And just while we're talking about that, there's some NATE figures, and NATE was talked about yesterday and again at the DFA meeting the day before. And again, there's some big numbers being played there, but on the left-hand side in the small writing, you can see that how well that the deer side of things has improved, and even MPI acknowledge that fact that that we have improved that far as well. So well done to everyone. And I just wanted to finish off with something to think about, industry risks. And one of the biggest industry risks I see is public perception. And that comes from people that probably don't understand good farming practices. Some of them probably don't want to know about good farming practices anyway. But a lot of that comes about by images on social media, for instance. And Innes talked yesterday about the next gen and some of the fantastic photos that they have up and the questions that they ask and all that sort of carry on, which is great. But it can also have the wrong photos on there, can have a negative effect and cause all sorts of problems. And like I say, particularly from people that don't really know or don't understand what everything's about. And it's not so much the photos that can be the problem at times, but it's the comments that follow along with some of those photos and totally misconstrued, or by the time it gets down, you know, a few friend of a friend of a friend, and they all of a sudden taking a different view of what the photo is actually depicting. And it's quite interesting going through reading some of those comments, and I'm not going to throw up any photos or anything like that, but I think you all know some of the examples that I'm trying to talk about there. So the message from all that is never let up on animal welfare. We've done exceedingly well to this point, but we can't afford to take our foot off the pedal, that's for sure. And I think as an industry, right from the early beginnings, we've been able to keep ahead of animal welfare, or keep it to the forefront of most of our strategies, and I believe that that we enjoy the benefits of doing so. So, like I say, again, never ever let it go. Okay, thanks.
Great work, John. See, that was great fun, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. and I'm pleased you got my name right.
You can't take on John. That was meant to be nice. So we are running obviously a little bit behind, but we will catch up in our Q&A session with the board members because they speak at the same pace as Tony Watson. So I'd like to invite to the stage now Phil McKenzie, the P2P Farm Performance Manager, around deer farm performance and how the P2P program is going, what the next steps are looking forward this year.
Thank you, Sarah. Ngā mihi mai hoa. I am going to talk about the P2P, but just firstly, I want to talk about, just take 5 minutes and talk about an exciting new project that we have got underway around improving our knowledge around farm systems and knowledge. So you'll need to swap that preso over. Thanks, Alex. And I'll just invite, we've contracted a project manager to work on this project. So it is around building our bench strength around farm systems knowledge. And to be honest, the what's in it for me as far as farmers go is this is a way of getting a farm plan done for your farm and a nutrient budget. And so that's a big payoff, but helping to build knowledge across MPI and government sector is also really important. But I'll let Emma talk about it because she's got it nailed.
Hi everyone, sorry I have been bugging a lot of you about this over the last couple of days. My name's Emma Buchanan, I'm a farm planner based in Hawke's Bay, but we're currently managing the Natural Knowledge Project. So this is coming out of MPI funding. They've got a boatload of money that they're spending to try to get an understanding of what's happening out there on farms, and data around financial performance and environmental performance. So they've given DINS a bunch of this money, including, and as well as Beef and Lamb and FAR and various other industry bodies. So what we have is just over $1 million to go around the country and get somewhere between 150 and 200 deer farmers with an environmental plan and a nutrient budget and overseer. So this is your chance if you would like a freebie. It costs you your time and sharing a bit of your financial information, which you probably wouldn't normally share with your environmental consultant. But the output is that we give it to MPI in the form of an anonymised data set. So they get a summary of the data, and DINS gets to keep all the gory data. But it's completely anonymised when it goes to MPI, so you're pretty safe then. They're not going to find out anything dodgy. And we're being really, really careful about the data we give them so that they can't make great big assumptions, all deer farmers do blah, blah, blah. We want to tell a really good story. So deer farmers in general are a lot further down the track on this environmental stuff than most farmers, and we really want to sheet that home to MPI. So the benefits to farmers who participate, you save quite a few $1,000s getting that farm plan and nutrient budget done. It's pretty safe because we're all deer people. We're not going to come in there and cause any trouble. So it's pretty low risk, gentle introduction to the process. If you've already done one, we could come in and update it for you, or just pull the data out of the one you've already got. And you also get your greenhouse gas numbers. Yay! The benefits to DINS is they get a good data set. So, data is going to be really powerful. It keeps coming up in all these conversations. So being able to prove a lot of what you're doing out there and back up the stuff Lindsay's doing on the policy front would be really good. We're going to use the consultants you're already using, so people you're familiar with, and get a bit more of that deer knowledge out there, and ultimately end up with more farms with an environmental plan and their greenhouse gas numbers. Unfortunately, we can't afford to do all deer farms at this stage. We do have some funding that Phil will talk about for the P2P, so we'll try to stretch things as far as we can and get as many done as we can with the money we've got available. The rules are changing and we're not going to worry too much about that. It's a best efforts kind of thing. You'll get there or thereabouts once the new rules come in. So this is the breakdown of farms that we want across the country. Predominantly South Island, where I don't live, so it would be great if you guys could volunteer yourselves and your friends. And also, if you know people who really are not into this, if they're really anti, I'd still really like to talk to them, because this data set has the risk of being overly representing the worried well, those of us who are already a bit into it already, but there's a lot of value in capturing those people who are a bit angry. So I'd love to talk to them if you can find them. Basically, help us find some farms.
Great, thanks, Emma. And there'll be more to come on that, and hopefully we can get that rolling. But back to passion to profit. And I'm talking here in my bit about the market-led, the farm-facing parts of it. As you'll know, there's a key part of it, which is the marketing and the industry assurance, which Nick had and the suppliers talked about this morning. So it's a great opportunity. And I don't just want to keep introducing people so you don't have to hear me talk, but part of this group is being made sure that we're well steered, well advised, and I was just going to get Mandy just to give a very brief update on changes at the advisory group level, because we've had a few changes, including at chair. So, a couple of minutes, Mandy, go for it.
Hi, very briefly. So we've got the P2P program that we've been running for the last number of years, and we're transitioning to P2P2 in the process of doing that, a working name. Now, we've had an excellent team. Some of those team members have been here since inception of the whole program, which is around 7 years or so. And what we do within the P2P advisory group is we take the time to pass the baton, because it's really important to ensure that the new members across the whole program, and there's quite a few parts of that program that we want them to be really down into the detail of, and also to ensure that we've got comfort in asking hard, robust questions around that table. We have support from the DINS board to be a thought leadership group. So as the new members come in, we have a crossover of 2 to 3 meetings so that they really are comfortable in delving deep. Change is a constant, and we've got to be really cognizant of this as we go forward to the next phase of the program. So the changes in the team in the last year: Gavin Sheath has been replaced by Mark Payne. Mark Payne's a farm system and practice change expert. Andy McFarlane was stepped down at the end of last year and has been replaced by Wayne Allen, who is here, farm advisor. Paddy is due to step down next. I think we've had 2 to 3 meetings of crossover with Tony Plunkett from Lake Coleridge Station. And these 3 men have been a really core part of the P2P. So it's a huge thanks to them for many robust discussions, for having the approach that we can always do better, and in particular taking a really long-term view across all aspects of the program. Other members, Gavin Hickey from First Light, Karen Middleburg has just joined as part of the DFA. and Ian Walker sits on as an observer as the chairman of DINS. From the exec, and I'm just naming everybody because I really want, if you can take the opportunity over the next day to talk with any of us about the program as Phil gets into the detail of the next phase. So Innes sits around the table with us, Robert Lowe, Tony Pearce, and of course Phil. Finally, I just want to introduce Mark as the new chair. He's not here today, but I stood down as effective as from last meeting. I'm going to be sitting around the P2P table for another year as part of my handover. We're really fortunate to have Mark take the lead. He's got immense knowledge and experience in strategic and change management, and he's got a particular interest which aligns really well with the dairy industry in the adoption of innovation, adult learnings, and also farm systems, and not only in the red meat sector but particularly in dairy. So I think that's it from me. Thank you, Phil, and please do take the opportunity to talk to any of us that are involved in the program over the next while.
Good, thanks, Mandy. Right, we'll crack into it, and I wanted to start with where a presentation like this often finishes, which is with a thank you. And I really want to thank the farmers, both in this room and elsewhere, because it's really, you're contributing your heart and your mind, and that's the way I think of the Passion to Profit program. And of course, it would not be possible to extend it as far as we can, or to even get a lot of the programs going without the input of the Dairy Farmers Association and our key partners at MPI. It's enabled us to build, I think, a world-leading program in engagement and change. So this is how we make sense of all the good work that all my other colleagues are doing, because we get round and we talk to each other. So we've had a couple of talks today about when the going gets tough, we get together in groups. So the last year we met in paddocks, we've stood in streams. Sometimes we got to meet in really nice conference facilities in the warmth, and we did a hell of a lot of this online meetings. And for a while, it was quite good. Some of us got a bit sick of them after a wee while, but they were a good way of keeping the engagement going because we knew each other a wee bit. And I definitely made took the opportunity to engage widely with a lot of people from around the world because we could. And one of those was an evaluation expert in Australia who actually. I'd listened to him on a webinar. Jeff Coots is his name, and he actually, I got him to come in online and talk to the practice change managers, and he really loved the concept of the Passion to Profit program, and he really took. He was doing this as a freebie for us because we'd sort of struck up a bit of a friendship, but he took the time to go right back through the business plan, the midterm review. The programs that we'd had running, and gave us some really good advice, because I was conscious that, the funding round for this program finishes in September next year, and I wanted to make sure that we were capturing the right data to actually, we know we've been successful, but to actually show that we're successful. So it's a little bit like having your farm plan. It's not enough to just be in your head, you need to get it down and make sure you can prove it to other people. So there's been a whole range of activities. We talk about the advanced parties and more latterly the dairy industry environment groups, but really the program has developed a huge wealth of resources, tools and tips. So I just sort of split that there. The relative sizes, because I think people are more important, but the resources are no less valuable that we've done, and I've only listed just a few of them there, and I wouldn't be doing justice if I tried to create a whole list for you there. But the people is where we make sense of a lot of these things, and I'm going to play a short few clips of some of the people. In some of the programs you don't necessarily hear of a lot. One is our rural professionals, and this is where we have courses that a 1 or 2 day course where we're trying to get rural professionals more familiar with deer farm systems so that they can improve the quality of the conversations when they come and visit farms. And then we have programs for up and coming people coming into the industry to actually give them a sense of what's happening in the industry. And then wrap up with a little bit about just a short clip from an AP member talking about the value he sees in an advanced party, and that's really going to be a lead-in to me talking about what is the transition, what do we want to see, how do we want to build what we want to see in post 2022 when the current round ends. But you see a little triangle there about deer industry environment groups. Just before I do that, a lot of you will know that I came on board year and a half, couple of years ago now. Time goes when you're having fun, to help get deer industry environment groups going, and then I took on the slightly bigger role in the rest of the market-led program, and we haven't had as much focus on the deer industry environment groups as we should have, but just because she's here and we've just appointed her, I'm just going to introduce Megan McCall, who's taking over as Environment Project Manager. So she's going to really help give this project the attention it deserves and really help answer or help you with the next steps you need to take. So it's not really a presentation, but I just so you know a name and a face, and when Megan gives you a ring, you know, oh, that's right, Phil said there's this new person. So Megan, come on up and tell us a wee bit about what you...
Yeah, I didn't prepare anything. So, so as Phil said, my name's Megan McCall. Just been contracted to DINS just at the start of May, so this is very new. But I work at Abacus Bio in Dunedin, which is an agribusiness. And so my main role for DINS is supporting Phil in his role and getting more people involved in the environment groups. And as we come up to 2022, making sure that we have enough people and everyone has on the journey of their FEPs and their greenhouse gas numbers. So if you have someone ring up, called Megan, asking you a few questions, please don't hang up. I am not a surveyor. I don't want your bank details. So please, just give me a couple minutes and give me a call if you need any help with your FEPs, your greenhouse gas numbers. I won't know your answers to the question, but I'll hopefully be able to forward you on to whoever you need to be in contact with. So thank you.
Great, thanks Megan, and and we've got a team of people that can help. So don't be shy. This is a chance to get it nailed. So let's hear from a couple of people. So the first up is Tessa, who did a rural professional course last year. She's rural banker.
Got a lot out of the last couple of days with sort of both the practical aspect of looking around a farm and also just really delving into some financials. So we've had a really good session today, just learning a little bit more, just with some benchmarking figures and getting into the nuts and bolts of gross margins and things like that. So I think it's been really valuable for me to take back to my clients who are farming deer and hopefully adding a bit more value to the conversations that I'm having with them.
So I love that bit about adding value. So next up is Renee, who was on a Future Deer Farmer Experience tour last year, and this is her visit to Hawke's Bay.
I found it very interesting to see deer farmed in different sort of environments and different sort of terrain. Like we're quite flat and more gentle rolling hill down in Timaru, so it's been really interesting there. Overall, just the positive attitude coming out of COVID and the drought of these farmers up here has been really encouraging and positive for the future. Them being able to be proactive and reading their environment, that's really something I've learned as well. So it's been great, and thank you for the opportunity.
Great. And finally, Stu Stokes, farmer who probably needs not much introduction to some of you, but a deer farmer up in Canterbury.
I'm a huge supporter of the Advance Party. I've been in one for a number of years now. I think the camaraderie and the common problems that we all work together to cure, I think, is a great strength. I think for our mental well-being in that, I hope they carry on and get stronger as we go.
Right, which is a great segue into where to from here. And I think, I don't underestimate that support and mental wellness aspect to it, because probably 7 years ago we didn't set out with that in mind, but it's been a great unintended and positive consequence. So, what do we want to do now to transition into something that's even bigger, better, and more valuable for us? So those of you who have worked with me a little bit know that one of my mantras is find what's working well and do more of it. Because if you keep building the positive pie, it's not happy clappy. It just means that you are starting from a positive frame. So, and if you've done it well and you've done it once before, it means you can solve any problem. So these are just a couple of key thoughts I'm taking into how we talk about designing what we want. And so just the act of asking the question starts the change. So if you ask that question about where you want to be, it's looking forward already, and that's where your mind starts to go. And really a core question for me is what is our purpose, and more particularly, what is our purpose for a P2P program? If the P2P program was a job and we were going to hire it, what do we want to hire it to do? We don't want to go hiring a P2P because there's a bit of funding out there, so let's go and craft a program that's that. It should be what we want for our industry. And last week I was at the E Tipu Boma conference, which is an ag conference in Christchurch, and there was an interview there with Paul Polman, who just stepped down last year, or the end of 2019, as CEO of Unilever. And he's been a hero of mine for a while because he talks about business and he talks about sustainability, so he doesn't separate the two. And over the 10 years that he was in Unilever, he doubled the value of that company while introducing a whole lot of sustainability goals there. So he had, and he talks a lot about purpose-driven leadership, and there's lots of interviews with him, but there's an interview on there where he talks about what is our opportunity and our purpose, not as New Zealand ag, not necessarily deer farmers. So what we are looking at is really what are the questions. So we sort of start with what's gone really well, and this is the program we're going through now. So you may know we've had separate theme groups looking at specific tools and resources that farmers need around feeding and improved breeding, animal health, environment. And we're going through at the moment asking those groups and asking farmers, what are our proudest achievements? What do you think of all the tools that you developed, whether it was a growth chart or a BV proof or an animal health booklet? What are you most proud of? And so, and then how do we build on those? So you sort of ask those sort of questions. These are just examples of questions, but it's really what are our strengths here? And then it's what are our stakeholders asking for? We're stakeholders, our other farmer colleagues are stakeholders, but so is society and so are our customers. What are they asking for? We heard on a couple of the clips that Nick showed this morning, customers saying, yeah, we're getting asked about the welfare, the environment, the people on your farms as well as the products. So they're not looking at it as something they've just bought in a supermarket. They're looking at the whole package that makes it up. And so how can we frame what we think as challenges? How can we reframe those as opportunities and build on those? And then, you know, it's really, that leads on to what do we care deeply about? So all those opportunities, what's the one we really hold most dear, and what's our most compelling one? You know, because that is really, they're going to be the core and the essence of a program. You know, we've had a very broad program. Do we want to keep it as broad as that? Do we want to narrow it? Do we want to select some things? Do we want to just keep doing all the things we're doing? Those are questions we need to ask for ourselves. And then it's really what resources, what do we then need? So rather than say, well, there's a bag of gold out there, we'll go and spend all of that. It's actually, what do we need? And then is there funding available that could leverage that even further? And then how do we know we've been successful? What would be 3 to 5 things we would monitor over time that would go, yep, we've got that nailed? And keep them flexible, because I talked about the sort of the engagement strategy that we have. You know, that's not one of our key measures at the moment, but it is one that we will certainly leverage going into the future. And there would hardly be a week go by when I wouldn't get a call, or someone wouldn't get a call saying, how are you guys doing it in the dairy industry, because we hear good things. And that's the P2P program that's making that work. So this is a very rough outline and timetable. So we're looking now, and this is a program I'm working on that I'm going to put to the advisory group next meeting for the program we want to have a look at. So we're looking to build a core team now, 5 to 6 individuals that will help us frame a couple of design workshop summits where there'll be a wider groups of stakeholders. I mean, I'd dearly love to get every dairy farmer involved, but the reality is we'll have to get those who can represent the voices we want to hear, and it won't just be farmers. It'll be those others that have been involved in the program. Including you know, rural professionals, other stakeholders who've played key roles, and probably, if I get my way, it'll include some other people who haven't been part of the P2P program, but have been involved in similar change management projects. You know, because they bring a perspective, and often it's a perspective that you go, oh, why didn't we think of that? You know, because we're living in what we're doing. So, and then from that, you know, working through that process, that sort of upward trajectory area that I had, it'll drift out into a business plan. January might be a bit ambitious. I think in a rush of blood I had December at one stage, and I thought, no, it's not going to happen. But January might be a month that starts with J. Yeah, it's very high level. That is a very quick summary, and you know, this program is really special to the industry, so let's keep it going. And and thanks again to you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Phil. P2P has been an incredible success over many years, and it was great to see it continuing. I know I'm just trying to juggle all of these. So now I'm going to hand over to Ines to do some short presentations from the DINS Board industry's perspective, and then we will have a Q&A session after that up here. I'm missing a microphone.
Thank you. My directors, please. Some of you might need to bring a seat. How many of you are there? So we have asked each of the directors a question that was put to us. Might need a couple down. So we asked the Executive Committee of the DFA and others to come up with a few questions which they would like to ask the board, a board member, about board discussions and considerations of topics of concern. Some of these have already been discussed over the course of the day, which might help one or two with their answers. But I will hand over to Ian to chair. Mr. Chair.
Thanks very much, Innes. Thanks. Who are we missing? Where's Dave Courtney still around?
No, he's gone. No.
He's gone. Okay. Right. Thanks for the opportunity to just spend a few minutes with you. The board members have been floating around for over the last yesterday and today, and I think it's just another example of the community that's developed between the board, between the DFA executive, the executive from DINS, and most importantly for you as farmers and the supporting industries there. So to make it a little bit easier, we've Innes and I think John Somerville have probably set up some just one or two questions that each one can answer briefly, and on some reasonably topical sort of stuff. So we'll start with, I think we might start with Mark. Where is he? Down there. And the question he was given is, with the high hind kill that is underway at the moment, the national herd is shrinking. What strategies will the board put in place to address the reduction in revenue and reverse the decline? That's a big subject.
Bloody hell. In 2 minutes, yeah. Are both these working? No. Can you hear me on that one? Yeah. Cool. Yeah, big question. I guess when I first joined the board and came to a conference and saw what I thought was an industry that was going pretty well, you know, there'd been the story of the growth of the market in Europe, diversification into the USA, and you know, some initial activity in China, and we were all thinking, heck, this is real good stuff. We're getting diversified markets. The velvet side was growing as well, and things are looking pretty awesome. And then COVID's hit, and there's been a lot of discussion about that in the last few days. And I don't know how many of you guys in the room anticipated COVID and the shutting down of the world's restaurants. I don't think anyone would put their hand up and honestly think that was even possible. So but the good thing about it is that we understand what's happened and why, and that's always the start of solving a problem. I like the term superfood as opposed to minority protein too, by the way. So I reckon words are important. But the one positive out of all this is that when we make change, we only really make change when times are bad. If everything's going tickety-boo, we just keep on doing what we're always doing. But what we've seen today, I think, is some fantastic initiatives that are underway. And there's been a lot of major changes over this COVID thing. And, you know, I just wanted to reflect on a couple of those. And one is the change in the way we do business around the world and the way we communicate. You know, the digital technology and the use of Teams, you know, we've got people dialing in from different countries to attend the conference, sort of in person, virtually. And that's pretty commonplace, but it's not even a surprise to us, whereas it would have been just 18 months ago. And you've seen the emergence of digital sales channels and online retail. It's unbelievable, the explosion of the use of digital to overcome the challenges of not being able to, you know, to be face-to-face as much. So a huge trend. The other one is counter-cyclical investment. The best time to invest is when times are bad, because that's when you can drive this change that I was talking about just before. And I was really, really pleased to hear from the 5 meat companies this morning, and they're all making the investments at the moment in these hard times to try and you know, to further broaden the way we go to market. So I thought that was pretty cool. You know, the First Light State Club, neat initiative. The Alliance guys with, you know, targeting that bison market, I thought that was pretty exciting. The Duncan guys targeting retail and e-commerce in addition to what they've been doing before. Mountain River and their Force of Nature, and also some of that high-end retail stuff that that they're doing. Then of course Silverfern Farms. I don't know, they're definitely smoking something in their rooms, because Project Moonshot and the Roosevelt initiative, I thought they were cool as well. So there's a lot of great initiatives that our marketing companies are taking on our behalf to try and diversify away from the food service now into retail and online. So I think that's most people have been catching up at this lunch break. They're all pretty excited about the fact that these initiatives are underway, and it's great to hear from them. So what is DINS doing? Well, we heard from Nick. I was very excited to hear from Nick's presentation today, because he's really connected in that digital world. You can see some of the initiatives that he's driving and supporting the companies in doing that. So we've diverted the funds from the in the P2P to support that those retail initiatives in the US that that I just sort of mentioned just then, that we heard about earlier. So that's been awesome, and Nick's been driving that work in the social listening, and doing some advertising work up in the States as well to support what we're trying to do in the US. You also heard about the China initiative, and the fact that we're spending some money out of reserves, and Silverfern Farms, they were lucky enough to get hold of that cash to do that. So that's pretty exciting as well. And of course, there's a lot of work still going on up in the EU, and we're seeing a lot more. Nick is developing a lot more digital material to support the activities that are going on up there. Shipping, yeah, that is a risk, and I guess we've got a few months before that materialises, before hopefully that can sort itself out a bit by the time we get into peak season, and you know, cross your fingers that by that time things will have settled down a bit. So I guess that's really the main things I wanted to say, and just I think being at the conference, you can't help but be excited about the future, even though we're in pretty tough times. And I think when you're in tough times, you just tough it out and get through the other side, and we'll be a lot stronger for it. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. That was a good summary of the day. So, it has saved me a job. Right, so the next one needs no introduction. Chris Orange, and I'll tell you the little topic that he's been given to. Does the board understand the level of risk that the proposed environmental legislation imposes on our industry? And does the board have the resources to represent the industry's concern, and do our farmers have the resources to cope with it? We'll give you 2 minutes, shall we?
Short answer, no. I've just jotted down a little bit of stuff, and we've heard quite a bit from Lindsay over the last day or so as well. But it is a frustration from farmers and the board that, you know, some of these rules seem to be forever evolving and changing. We're required to get GHG numbers that once we get our number, we don't know what that number will actually mean. So yes, it's something that the board talks about frequently, is these types of regulations that are coming, and how we can help with small, as in comparison to the beef and lamb and so forth, and the levies. So we do a lot of collaboration. Lindsay's talking with beef and lamb a lot, and even in some of the online stuff that you see at beef and lamb, it's actually got, you know, figures for deer and so forth in there. So that's one way to make our dollar go a bit further. We've been banging on. David Morgan, I think, was the first one to bring up about farm environment plans and everybody getting them. That's, you know, we just need to get on and do that. We're getting I think we worked at about 60% of farmers have that now, but we need to push on and get more done. So we've always taken as a board that the view that we would be inside the tent on any of these negotiations and any of these forums such as the He Waka Eke Noa. There's not much point really being outside the tent throwing stones, we don't think, and at this stage we don't know. There's a lot of work to go on before we get even any numbers that we can actually deal with. And just some of the things for the environment, there are some pros and cons for deer. Like obviously there's a big con there is that it's $25 a metre to fence with a permanent fence. But you could arguably say that maybe down Southland here, deer are a lot better on the soil than they are than the heavy cattle. So there are things like that. There's innovation that I think in the next few years could be quite exciting. Sort of virtual fences and that type of thing. So if we read up the rules and just make sure that we're actually thinking outside the square, stock exclusion doesn't necessarily mean that there needs to be a permanent fence down each side of your creek. So yeah, it's just about having that discussion all the time, and it's probably takes up, or it does take up a fair bit of our board's time. So we're fully aware of it. Thank you.
That's good. Thanks, Chris. I probably don't need to point out that the board is very well represented in terms of DFA representatives from the producers and also from the industry as well. And so you're now going to hear from Nigel, who's